My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Spiritual Sharpness. In the Rang family villa. All the Rang family members looked gloomy, staring blankly at the female Zhou Wanqiu master kowtowing to Su Chen and begging for mercy. They never thought that the 7 Zhou Wanqiu masters who they thought were saviors would die so quickly and only one would be left. Moreover, the only one left was still kowtowing to the enemy and begging for mercy. Please spare my life. I have a child at home and she can't live without me. I promise to withdraw from the Rang family from now on and never have any contact with the Rang family again. The female Zhou Wanqiu master begged for mercy while selling misery. Su Chen looked at the woman kneeling on the ground and said lightly, "Go." Just now, Su Chen didn't kill her because she was a woman. At this time, she knelt down and begged for mercy again, and Su Chen didn't say anything else. The woman kowtowing repeatedly to express gratitude, and then she was about to leave. However, before she reached the door of the hall, a terrifying aura suddenly attacked from outside. Those who betray the Rang family will die. The terrifying aura, accompanied by this cold shout, rushed towards the woman. Puff! The woman spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew back directly. Su Chen stepped forward and dispersed all the vitality with one palm. The woman struggled to stand up and looked at Su Chen gratefully. If he hadn't dispersed the remaining vitality, the woman would have died. Dap, dap. Footsteps sounded. A thin figure stepped in from outside. Everyone in the Rang family was immediately ecstatic. Rang Yixio even shouted hurriedly, "Master Heo, you are finally here." As he spoke, he pointed at Su Chen and said angrily, "It's this bastard. His name is Su Chen. It was him who killed my son King Feng and my grandson Rui's. I beg Master Heo to avenge me." "Don't worry, Master Rang, I'm here. This kid can't run away." The thin man Master Heo bowed. Then, he looked at Su Chen with cold eyes. Su Chen frowned slightly. The eyes of Master Heo were a little piercing, staring at people like a venomous snake. "Boy, don't think that becoming a congenital strongman will make you invincible in the world." Master Heo's voice was indifferent. Su Chen said calmly, "I never thought I was invincible, but it should be enough to deal with you." "What a big mouth!" Master Heo shouted. Then, he exerted force on his feet, and the whole person flashed out and flew towards Su Chen. Master Heo was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Su Chen. "Fall down!" he shouted, and punched Su Chen. The rolling vitality, carrying a violent wind, rushed over. Su Chen was not afraid, and also punched him. "Then let's see whose fist is harder." Boom. The two fists, both carrying terrifying vitality, suddenly collided with each other. Bang! In an instant, the whole venue exploded directly. For a while, dust filled the air and smoke rose. Before everyone could see clearly, a figure flew out. A few seconds later, everyone was stunned. Just because the person who flew out was not Su Chen, but Master Heo. At this time, Master Heo's face also changed. He was shocked. "Why is your vitality so strong? Aren't you just entering the Xiantian stage?" Master Heo couldn't understand at all. Su Chen looked like a young man in his 20s. How could he have such a strong vitality? Su Chen smiled faintly and didn't explain. He grew up in a medicine jar since he was a child, and it can be said that he ate all kinds of natural treasures. Under the guidance of his grandfather, his martial arts foundation can be said to be extremely strong. Before, he had never broken through the Xiantian stage, just because he wanted to lay a good foundation for the Xiantian stage, so he didn't choose to break through easily. But after obtaining the ebony flame Ganoderma, he could practice the Zhou Wanqiu flame power, a technique that even his grandfather praised, so he chose to break through. Practicing Zhou Wanqiu flame power can cultivate flame vitality that is better than ordinary vitality. Moreover, flame vitality can also be used to cultivate mental power. The cultivation of mental power is extremely important for Su Chen to break through to the next stage. It was with the ebony flame Ganoderma and the ability to practice Zhou Wanqiu flame power that Su Chen chose to break through to the Xiantian realm. Whether it is the degree of vitality or the level of vitality, Su Chen is much stronger than the average innate strongman. Master Heo looked surprised. On the side, the Rang family members were also beating drums in their hearts. Father, what should we do? This little beast is too powerful. Master Heo is not his opponent. Rang Qingshan looked at Rang Yixiao anxiously. Rang Yixiao pondered and said, don't worry, I heard your second brother say that, although Master Heo is a congenital strongman, vitality is not his strong point. His strong point lies in mental power. Mental power. Rang Qingshan was slightly stunned. He was not a martial arts cultivator, he didn't understand these at all, and there was no time to ask again. In the center of the battlefield. Boy, take my punch again. Master Heo rushed over again and punched him fiercely. Humiliate yourself. Su Chen sneered and punched him directly. However, just when the two were about to meet, Master Heo's mouth corner suddenly curled up. A strong mental fluctuation suddenly shook. Spiritual sharp thorn. Su Chen was mobilizing all his vitality to fight against Master Heo when suddenly his eyes went dark. A sharp stinging pain came from his mind. In the darkness, he saw a spike-like thing attacking his sea of consciousness. Spiritual attack. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. After martial arts monks enter the innate realm, they focus on different things. Some people focus on cultivating vitality first, some people focus on cultivating spiritual power, and some people focus on cultivating the physical body. And the Master Heo in front of him is obviously a strong innate who focuses on cultivating spiritual power. The battle of spiritual power is more mysterious and more dangerous than that of vitality. Once you get hurt in a fight, you will die on the spot at the worst, or your spirit will be severely damaged at the least, and you may become an idiot. Master Heo was overjoyed when he saw Su Chen close his eyes. He knew that Su Chen had been caught off guard by his spiritual sharp thorn. As long as he took this opportunity to kill Su Chen with one more punch, in this way, no matter how strong his vitality foundation is, it will be useless. Grandmaster Heo's fist was getting closer and closer to Su Chen's head. A hint of ecstasy appeared on the faces of the Ran family. The female Zhuanjin master's face changed drastically. If Su Chen died, she would definitely die. At this moment, Su Chen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Grandmaster Heo was shocked. Why is he still okay after being stabbed by my spiritual sharpness? This thought just flashed through Grandmaster Heo's mind. The next second, a burning sensation suddenly broke out in his sea of consciousness. He could feel that a spiritual fire broke out from Su Chen's side, burning towards him along with his spiritual power attacking Su Chen. Ah! Grandmaster Heo screamed. He could no longer care about attacking Su Chen, but held his head with both hands and roared in pain. His sea of consciousness was like a fire, and all his spiritual power was burning. Su Chen smiled coldly and slapped Grandmaster Heo's head with a palm. Bang! In an instant, Grandmaster Heo was stunned on the spot, and his eyes lost their spirit in an instant. Your mental power. He fell to the ground and died before he finished speaking. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The battle just now was a bit dangerous. He didn't expect that the first time he fought against a real innate strongman, he would actually encounter a person who mainly cultivated mental power. If it weren't for the Zhuanqiu flame power he practiced, which could also forge mental power, he would probably suffer a great loss. In the future, I still need to practice with more people, to have no obvious shortcomings. This time I was lucky. I used this man's mental power to burn back and make him temporarily mentally injured, so I could kill him so easily. Su Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and touched Master Heo and took out 2 books and a bottle of elixir. Su Chen quickly put them away, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Things that can be kept close to the body of an innate strongman must be extraordinary. Of course, his own spoils of war must be put away. Then, Su Chen turned his head and looked at the Ran family. At this time, all the Ran family members were terrified and huddled together. Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan were at the front. Their faces were livid, and their expressions were like those of a bereaved family. They could never have imagined that the Grandmaster Heo, whom they had placed great hopes on, was beaten to death like this. Master Rang, do you have any helpers? Su Chen said with a mocking look. Rang Yixiao's face fell. He looked at the panicked family members around him and took a step forward. Bang! Rang Yixiao knelt down directly. Dad, Grandpa, Master. The other Rang family members were stunned at first, and then they shouted in shock. Kneel down. Rang Yixiao shouted. The Rang family members were stunned at first, and then they knelt down one after another. Mr. Su, the conflict between you and my Rang family is indeed my Rang family's fault first. We apologize to you. Whatever compensation you want, our Rang family will take it. Rang Yixiao said loudly. Su Chen's face changed slightly. This Rang Yixiao is really a heroic figure. He can bend and stretch and kneel down when he is told to. Such an enemy, if left, would really be a trouble. What if I want to kill your Rang family? Su Chen said coldly. Rang Yixiao's face changed slightly, and then he said seriously, Mr. Su can certainly kill all of our Rang family, but our Rang family still has other priests. If you kill us, then our Rang family priests may retaliate against the Zhou family. And, I'll tell you the truth. Our Rang family still has priests who are stronger than the innate strong. It's just that the cost of mobilizing him is relatively high. If we fight to the death, it will not be good for both of us. Why don't we each take a step back, and our Rang family promises not to cause trouble for you, and the Zhou family again. What do you think? Chapter 152. Above the innate. Everyone in the Rang family knelt in front of Su Chen in fear. Everyone looked humiliated and afraid. Their Rang family was one of the top 4 families among the 8 major families in the provincial capital, and had never suffered such humiliation. Even other families that were also in the top 4 did not dare to offend them like this. However, now they had to kneel in front of Su Chen to ask for peace, and they were afraid that the other party would not agree. Su Chen looked at Rang Yixiao coldly, and Rang Yixiao hardened his scalp and looked at Su Chen. Rang Yixiao's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that Su Chen was a completely reckless person who would just ignore everything and kill all the Rang family members. Even if in the future, the Rang family's innate worshippers remembered the old friendship and avenged the Rang family, but what was the use? At this time, Su Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at the only surviving female Zhuanjin master. What's your name? I have a few questions for you. How many worshippers are there in the Rang family? Are there any worshippers above the innate? Su Chen asked. The female Zhuanjin master bowed and said, Mr. Su, my name is Tao Beihang. The Rang family still has some Zhuanjin master level worshippers, about 6 people, looking after the business elsewhere. There should be at least one innate strongman, but I don't know where he is now, and above the innate. I'm not sure if there is one, but based on the words of the Rang family in the past, there is a high probability that there will be one. Of course, this one may also be about to break through to above the innate, but has not yet succeeded. It must be said that Tao Beihang knows the Rang family quite well. She told all the information she knew truthfully. Everyone in the Rang family looked at Tao Beihang, not knowing whether to be angry or happy. Although she was exposing the details of the Rang family, she confirmed the existence of the strong man above the innate. Su Chen's expression was slightly stunned. This Rang family is indeed worthy of being the top family in the provincial capital. There are actually strong men above the innate. If it was just a strong innate, Su Chen would not be worried, but above the innate, he really didn't have much confidence. If he killed the Rang family, the strong man above the innate would probably go to the Zhou family to kill. I will start practicing Zhuanshan flame power now, so that I can quickly improve in the Xianshan realm in the future, and I don't have to be stuck in the Zhuanjin realm like before. It only takes a while, and I can quickly reach above the Xianshan realm. By then, if the Rang family makes trouble again, it won't be too late for me to destroy them. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at the Rang family coldly. The Rang family members hurriedly lowered their heads. It's not impossible to let you go, Su Chen said lightly. Rang Yixiao and others were overjoyed. However, Su Chen asked, but how are you going to buy your lives? The Rang family members were stunned, and then their faces were ecstatic. Su Chen's attitude showed that he was not going to kill them. 100 million. Rang Yixiao looked at Su Chen and said cautiously. Su Chen's eyes widened. Zhou Changling of the Zhou family in Bincheng spent more than 100 million to buy his life. Su Chen raised his hand, and it seemed that he wanted to kill people immediately. Rang Yixiao quickly changed his words and said, "It's 100 million per person. I have 20 Rang family members here, a total of 2 billion. Mr. Su, if it's more, my Rang family will also need to delay raising funds. After all, cash flow is not easy to mobilize." Su Chen nodded and asked him to transfer the money directly. After receiving the money, Su Chen raised his hand. Bang, bang. 2 black pills hit Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan directly in the mouth. The father and son's faces changed drastically. "What are you doing? You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. These 2 poisons of mine will make you attack once every 3 days, and it will be a bit painful. You just hold on. I also have good intentions, to remind you not to do evil in the future. Do you understand?" Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan looked ugly. Is this something that can be persisted? Damn. The father and son gritted their teeth in anger, but they dared not say anything more. Su Chen turned and left. On the side, Tao Beihang hurriedly followed Su Chen and left. The Rang family members immediately breathed a sigh of relief and got up from the ground. They finally escaped with their lives. However, when Su Chen walked to the door, he suddenly stopped. The Rang family members just breathed a sigh of relief, and then they quickly stood up again, looking at Su Chen in fear, fearing that he would change his mind. Su Chen turned around and said to Rang Yixiao indifferently, "By the way, if you want to take revenge in the future, please come to me directly. If anything happens to the Zhao family, if you hurt a Zhao family member, I will kill a Rang family member. If a Zhao family member dies, I will kill 10 Rang family members. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Rang Yixiao smiled quickly. "Mr. Su, you are joking. We dare not." Su Chen said indifferently, "It's up to you." Then, he turned and left. He just wanted to give the Zhao family a guarantee, so that the Rang family would not dare to touch the Zhao family, before they could completely deal with him. The Rang family finally felt relieved when they saw Su Chen leave completely. A group of people escaped from death and burst into tears. Some people, feeling humiliated and angry, shouted and cursed loudly. "This bastard. He actually made us, the Rang family, kneel down and beg for mercy. This is simply unforgivable. That's right. We should ask the gods to skin this bastard alive and grind his bones to dust. I have never suffered such a big injustice since I was a child. Master, you have to make the decision for us." Everyone was talking one after another, in a mess. "Shut up," Rang Yixiao shouted. Suddenly, everyone was too scared to speak. Rang Yixiao's cold eyes swept over everyone. "You are so talkative. Why didn't you argue with Su Chen just now? He hasn't gone far yet. Go out and scold him to death." For a moment, everyone was silent. At this time, Liu Qin's eyes were red as she said, "Dad, my husband King Feng and son Xiaos were killed by that Su Chen. Are you really not going to avenge him?" Rang Yixiao stared with bloodshot eyes and said, "They are also my sons and grandsons. Do you think I don't want revenge? My Rang family was forced to kneel down and apologize by him. Don't I want revenge? Qingshan and I were fed poison by him. It attacks every 3 days. Don't I want revenge?" Rang Yixiao's eyes were full of hatred. Everyone bowed their heads. "But," Rang Yixiao pointed to the outside of the door and roared, "That's Su Chen. He is already a congenital strongman. Moreover, Master Hao, a congenital strongman, was beaten to death by him. Without a master above the congenital, who can guarantee to kill him? If the assassination fails, the next time he comes to the Rang family, there will be a river of blood." All Rang family members were silent. Rang Yixiao turned to look at Rang Qingshan. "Qingshan, is there any movement from Taoist Wu Chen now?" Taoist Wu Chen was the one Tao Beihang had heard of, the Rang family's worshipper who might break through to the level above Xianshan. Rang Qingshan bowed his head and said, "Not yet. Taoist Wu Chen is still in retreat. It is said that he will not come out until he breaks through to the level above Xianshan." Rang Yixiao nodded. "Okay. What we have to do now is to wait for Taoist Wu Chen to come out. The day he comes out is the day when Su Chen dies." A trace of joy and longing suddenly appeared on the faces of everyone in the Rang family. After Taoist Wu Chen comes out, he will definitely reach the level above Xianshan. By then, no matter how powerful Su Chen is, He will definitely die. Now, let him run rampant for a while. On the other side, Su Chen walked out of the hall of the Ran family villa. Tao Beihong was still following Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Tao Beihong, who bowed and saluted. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving my life." Su Chen was too lazy to have too much interaction with her, so he waved his hand. Tao Beihong's face was slightly startled. She knew that Su Chen didn't want to talk too much with her. It was lucky to escape with her life, and she didn't force it. So, she bowed to Su Chen again, and turned to leave. Su Chen walked out of the Ran family villa, and turned to see the huge gate of the Ran family villa. He suddenly remembered something. That is, what Ran Qingfeng had done in the Li family. "Let your Ran family have a taste of this." Su Chen directly hit out with a palm. The strong vitality rushed in, and hit the gate and courtyard wall of the Ran family fiercely. Boom. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out, smoke filled the sky, and dust filled the sky. The stone sign Ran family was completely shattered. The gatehouse and the courtyard wall collapsed in the roar, and completely turned into ruins. Su Chen took a look, and confirmed that it was even more miserable than the Li family, so he left with satisfaction. Not long after, the Ran family heard the movement, and ran out of the villa one after another. Everyone looked at the collapsed courtyard wall and gate, gnashing their teeth in anger, but they didn't dare to curse out loud, because they were afraid that Su Chen had not left yet. One by one, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Chapter 153, Concentration Technique. "Dad, what should we do?" Ran Qingshan asked. Ran Yixiao stared. "What should we do?" "Find someone to fix it. Fix it as soon as possible. Don't let other families laugh at us." After saying that, Ran Yixiao turned back angrily. The other people in the Ran family also left in despair. Today's experience made everyone feel ashamed, but they were powerless. In a dim corner, next to a red BMW car, a little head popped out from time to time, and looked at the Ran family villa. "Su Chen, this bastard, won't die in the Ran family? No, no. Good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. This lady's revenge has not been avenged yet. How could he die?" Li Qingyan kept muttering, with a trace of worry in her eyes from time to time, because she just heard the sound of fierce fighting, and the roar of the house coming from the Ran family villa. She really didn't have any confidence in Su Chen going to the Ran family to cause trouble. Li Qingyan was entangled, whether to get closer to the Ran family villa, and take a look. At this time, suddenly, a big hand patted her shoulder. "What are you doing here, sneaking around?" Su Chen's voice rang in Li Qingyan's ears. "Ah." Li Qingyan was concentrating on looking ahead, and she didn't expect someone to approach her, so she jumped up in fright. When she saw that the person was Su Chen, she was immediately happy and angry. "Ah. Su Chen, you bastard. Why don't you make any noise when you walk? Do you know that scaring people can kill them?" Li Qingyan's face was full of shame and anger. Her eyebrows were raised, and she glared at Su Chen with a puffed face. Su Chen took a step forward, and was about to apologize. Li Qingyan's face suddenly changed, and she stepped back quickly. She waved her hands at Su Chen and said, "Don't come over." Su Chen was stunned. "What's wrong?" Li Qingyan had a horrified expression of sudden enlightenment. "Su Chen, I know why you are walking without any movement. You went to the Ran family to cause trouble, but were beaten to death by the Ran family. So, now you are a ghost, right?" The more Li Qingyan said, the more she felt that she had guessed the answer correctly. Under the dim moonlight, Su Chen's face seemed to be even more pale. Su Chen sucked his teeth in pain. As a congenital master, it is normal for me to approach a little girl like Li Qingyan without making any sound. How could she notice it? Even if Li Qingyan is a master of Zhou Wanqiu, Su Chen can get close to her without making any sound. What's more, she is just an ordinary person. However, after Li Qingyan's association, it is very reasonable for me to become a ghost. Li Qingyan looked at Su Chen's ferocious expression with a panicked look on her face. "Su Chen, I didn't kill you. It was the Ran family who killed you. Go find them. I said I wanted to take revenge on you, but I was just trying to scare you. Don't come to me. I will burn whatever you want for you in the future," Li Qingyan said repeatedly. Su Chen felt amused and deliberately stepped forward, saying with a straight face, "Are you telling the truth?" Li Qingyan nodded repeatedly. "Really? Whoever lied to you is a puppy. I want money." Su Chen laughed. Li Qingyan hurriedly said, "I will burn a lot of money for you. I will burn it for you until the hell is inflated. I want a house. I will burn a villa, a manor, and a farm for you. I want servants. I will burn a dozen paper figures for you. They will definitely be beautiful women." Su Chen deliberately said, "But I only want one who looks like you to be my servant." "Ah, no." Li Qingyan was stunned and looked at Su Chen with a sad face. Suddenly, she saw the shadow on the ground and Su Chen's expression of trying hard to hold back his smile. "Su Chen, you still have a shadow. You are not a ghost. You lied to me. You bastard." Li Qingyan ran to Su Chen and hit him twice. Su Chen did not dodge. Anyway, Li Qingyan's attack was just like tickling him. After Li Qingyan had vented his anger, Su Chen smiled and said, "Okay. Have you vented your anger? Let's go." "Go? Where to?" Li Qingyan asked. Su Chen said, "Back to Bincheng." Li Qingyan said unhappily, "Don't you see what time it is now? I have to drive at night to go back now, and I don't have the driving skills." Su Chen looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. It was already noon when Ran Qingfeng came today. When Su Chen treated the injuries of the Li family and rushed to the provincial capital, it was almost evening. Now that they had made a big fuss at Rang's house, it was completely dark. Li Qingyan arranged directly, "Tonight, we will stay in the provincial capital for one night and go back to Bincheng tomorrow. It just so happens that I have something else to do tonight." Su Chen thought about it and nodded. Anyway, the Ran family's matter has been resolved. There shouldn't be any problems with the Zhou family in Bincheng. Li Qingyan booked a hotel and drove directly there. The red BMW was driving in the traffic. Li Qingyan asked curiously, "Did you really go to the Ran family and make a scene?" Su Chen nodded, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to the provincial capital? Then how did you get out alive? Aren't all the masters of the Ran family at home?" Li Qingyan pouted. Su Chen said, "At home, but I killed them all." Then, the head of the Ran family led all the Ran family members to kowtow to me and apologize. Considering that the other Ran family members were not guilty of death, I took the 2 billion yuan from the Ran family to buy their lives and let them go. Haha. "Brother, you are from a Suona class, right?" Li Qingyan asked. Su Chen was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. "Otherwise, how can you play so well?" Li Qingyan rolled his eyes. Su Chen smiled and didn't explain. After a while, Li Qingyan suddenly asked again, "By the way, before you went to the Ran family, you asked me to open the trunk and take out a large handbag. What was in it? When did you put it in?" Su Chen was slightly stunned. Thinking of Li Chunren's words, Su Chen said, "That was a gift for the Ran family. Your father helped me put it there." "Gift? You let it slip?" Haha. Li Qingyan looked very proud. "It seems that you went to the Ran family with a gift to apologize to them, and you even boasted that the Ran family knelt down to you. King of bragging." Su Chen was stunned. This was really hard to explain. Li Qingyan thought she had seen through Su Chen's lies and was very proud. Su Chen didn't care. He thought about it and said, "Well, I will buy you a better car." No matter what, he used Li Qingyan's car to transport Ran Qingfeng, and Su Chen always felt a little guilty. In addition, he just got 2 billion from the Ran family, so he was also a little generous. However, Li Qingyan looked at Su Chen suddenly. She looked slightly surprised. You don't want to chase me, do you?" "Su Chen." Li Qingyan seemed to see Su Chen's doubts. She said, "If you don't want to chase me, why did you give me a car?" Su Chen was stunned, not knowing how to start. He was worried that if he explained, this girl would throw the car away now. Li Qingyan's face was flushed. "I'm telling you, don't try this. I'm not one of those little girls who haven't seen the world. I can chase her by giving her a luxury car." Su Chen smiled and looked at Li Qingyan, saying, "Don't worry, I don't want to chase you. I just made some money recently, and I took out some change to coax the kids to play." Looking at Su Chen's expression of "Call uncle, uncle will buy you candy," Li Qingyan was so angry that she cursed. "Go to hell." Su Chen smiled and said nothing. The two soon arrived at the hotel that Leaking Guy-in had booked. Leaking Guy-in booked 2 adjacent rooms. The two separated. "I'll take a shower, change clothes, and put on makeup first, and then we'll go eat something together," Leaking Guy-in said. Su Chen nodded. Although he couldn't understand why a woman would do such a big thing before going out for dinner, his experience of living with Zhou Wanqiu told him that it was definitely the wisest choice not to ask too many questions. The two returned to their own rooms. As soon as Su Chen entered the room, he took out 3 things. They were the things he had taken from Master Hao, the innate strongman of the Ran family. 2 books and a medicine bottle. Picking up the first book, the pages looked a little quaint and had a sense of vicissitudes. Seeing the 3 words on the cover of the book, Su Chen's face lit up. Concentration technique. Obviously, this is a method for cultivating mental power. Su Chen flipped through it, and sure enough, it talked about the method of condensing mental power and some mental attack techniques. Like the spiritual sharp thorn used by Master Hao, it was recorded in it. Su Chen looked very happy. After entering the innate realm, each martial arts cultivator has a different main path, and those who major in mental power are almost the least. The difficulty of cultivation is one thing, and the more important thing is that the method is hard to find. This time, Su Chen can be regarded as picking up a treasure. Although Zhou Wanqiu flame power can also use flame energy to burn mental power, it is not as targeted as this concentration technique. What's more, concentration technique has more than just spiritual sharp thorn as an attack method. According to the description in this book, spiritual sharp thorn is just a relatively simple use of mental power. Su Chen was overjoyed. Then, he cast his expectant eyes on the remaining 2 things. Chapter 154 Su Chen is my boyfriend. Su Chen looked at the other 2 things. The other book looked even more worn out than The Art of Concentration. After flipping through it, Su Chen frowned slightly. It was because the words in this book were even older and the meaning was even more obscure. Looking at these words, Su Chen felt as if he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. In the end, he had to give up the book. Su Chen picked up the last thing, which was a bottle of pills. He poured out a pill, which was a black pill. The faint smell of medicine suddenly floated in the room. After smelling it, Su Chen felt that his spirit was lifted. Spiritual medicine? Su Chen came forward and smelled it carefully, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Kindling pill. He knew this kind of pill, which was a pill that assisted in the cultivation of spiritual power. Obviously, it was used by Master Hao for cultivation. In fact, Su Chen not only knew this kind of pill, but also knew how to refine it. But he only knew how to make it in theory, and had never actually refined it. After all, he didn't need the pills to improve his spiritual power before. Moreover, the main medicinal materials needed to refine the kindling pill were all very expensive. Even the old man was reluctant to let Su Chen practice casually. However, although the choice of medicinal materials for refining the kindling pills in Su Chen's hand was correct, the refining method was obviously flawed. Therefore, the appearance of the pills was not very good, and Su Chen failed to recognize it at the first time, which was also related to this reason. However, for him, it was already a pleasant surprise to get this kind of spiritual pill. He quickly poured out all the kindling pills and counted them. There were 8 in total. Although the efficacy may be a little worse due to the defects in the refining method, Su Chen was very satisfied. Profit. Su Chen was overjoyed. Then, he took out a kindling pill and put it in his mouth. In an instant, Su Chen felt a cool feeling rushing towards the Niwen Palace on his forehead. The yuan li of martial arts practitioners is stored in the danshan, while the spiritual power is in the Niwen Palace on the forehead. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the method in the concentration technique to condense his spiritual power in the Niwen Palace. As Su Chen urged, waves of spiritual power slowly moved along a specific trajectory. The cool feeling brought by the kindling pill rushed towards Su Chen's spiritual power like finding an organization. In an instant, Su Chen felt a shock. All the spiritual power began to spin wildly and finally gathered together to form a shining point of light. Spiritual power seed. Su Chen opened his eyes suddenly and a gleam of light flashed. He didn't expect that the first time he cultivated spiritual power, he would directly enter the door and condense a spiritual power seed. This was due to the Kingling pill and the concentration technique, but it was also inseparable from Su Chen's talent. If Master Heo was still alive, he would be scared to death when he saw this scene. Because, after he broke through the innate, even with the concentration technique in hand, it took him 3 months to condense the spiritual power seed. Su Chen's face was overjoyed. With the spiritual power seed, he could also use the various spiritual power methods described in the art of concentration. After thinking about it, Su Chen tried several times according to the method of using spiritual sharp thorns, and finally succeeded quickly. Su Chen's face was overjoyed. In this way, he had one more means of spiritual attack. He flipped through the book again, and found the method of spiritual peeping, which felt quite magical. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes and pulled a trace of spiritual power from the spiritual seed of Niwen Palace according to the introduction in the book, and floated it out. Soon, Su Chen suddenly felt that the dark world in front of him was bright again, and spiritual power became his eyes, allowing him to see clearly outside. According to the art of concentration, spiritual peeping can pass through physical obstructions, and walls can't block it at all. Thinking of this, Su Chen drove his spiritual eyes to float towards Li Qingyan's room. Then, he saw Li Qingyan who was changing clothes. Ahem. Su Chen coughed and quickly took back his spiritual power to Niwen Palace. He never thought that he would arrive at such a lucky time. He just ran into Li Qingyan who had just finished taking a shower and was about to change into new clothes. Her snow white skin and exquisite figure made Su Chen's heart beat faster. Although Su Chen had occasionally experienced Zhou Wanqiu's test many times, as well as Qin Yao Iao's various tricks, and even saw Li Qingyan's exposed upper body. However, Su Chen had never seen such a complete live version of changing clothes. Fortunately, it was mental power, and was not discovered, otherwise I would be scolded to death. Su Chen was very scared. Su Chen finally understood that this so-called mental peeping was actually a perspective, which was most useful for being a pervert. However, for Su Chen, this method might have an unexpected effect when used to treat people. After all, it's a big gain. Su Chen happily put away the 2 books and the remaining Kingling pills, and waited patiently for Li Qingyan next door to finish cleaning up. Next room, Li Qingyan changed into new clothes, and put on simple makeup. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. After Li Qingyan answered the phone, her expression changed several times, and finally she nodded reluctantly. Soon, she packed up her things and went to knock on Su Chen's door. Su Chen opened the door and saw Li Qingyan, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. He was slightly stunned, and the scene he had just seen involuntarily emerged in his mind. Ahem. Su Chen coughed and pulled his thoughts back. What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? Li Qingyan asked with some confusion. Su Chen shook his head quickly. No, are you done? Let's go after you're done. Strange. Li Qingyan complained, and then said that, I have something. Can I ask you for a favor? Su Chen looked at Li Qingyan and asked, can I say no? No. Li Qingyan denied it immediately. Then what else did you say to discuss with me? Su Chen complained. Then tell me, what is it? Li Qingyan stared at Su Chen, bit her lower lip and said, can you be my boyfriend? Su Chen was stunned. Li Qingyan explained quickly, it's temporary. It's a friend's birthday, and he asked me to go over. There will be a person I hate there, and he is pestering me. I want you to be my boyfriend, and make him give up. That's a shield. Su Chen complained. Li Qingyan stuck out a tongue, looking forward to it. However, Su Chen shook his head. I won't do it. I won't do such a thing. That offends people for no reason. You. Li Qingyan stared at Su Chen angrily. Then, her eyes quickly turned red and her mouth shrank. Su Chen, how could you do this? I almost got disfigured because of you, and I drove you to the provincial capital with great effort, and you tricked me into taking off my clothes, and taking advantage of me. Li Qingyan felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and finally she was about to cry. Su Chen said quickly, okay, I promise you, isn't that enough? That's right. Li Qingyan's face changed instantly and she laughed. It seemed that everything just now was an illusion. Su Chen was stunned. Women, they are all born actors. Su Chen said, let's make a deal first. Just play this role temporarily. Hearing this, Li Qingyan almost exploded. Do you think I will still rely on you, narcissist? Su Chen smiled and said nothing more. Let's go. I'll drive over. The two got in the car and drove to the destination. Li Qingyan introduced. This time we are going to my best friend Qian Qian's birthday party. However, that annoying guy will also go. When the time comes, you don't have to talk too much to him. Just sit next to me and act intimate with me. Su Chen nodded. Soon, the car drove to the side of a luxury hotel. Li Qingyan seemed a little surprised. Why did Qian Qian choose such a good hotel? Is she going to live on instant noodles from now on? The two parked the car and stepped in. After reporting the box number, a waiter led them to the box. Qingyan, my baby, you are finally here. As soon as they arrived at the door of the box, a sweet voice rang out. A fashionable woman came to greet them quickly. This woman's appearance is not bad, but it is far inferior to Zhou Wanqiu, Qin Yao Iao and the like, and it is far inferior to Li Qingyan. Moreover, it is obvious that she has undergone surgery. Not only that, her makeup style is a bit gaudy, and her clothes are quite revealing a deep cleavage, which makes her look a bit coquettish and wanton. Su Chen was a little curious that Li Qingyan could become good friends with this woman. Ah, Qingyan baby, you are finally here. I missed you so much after not seeing you for the past 2 days. You have become more beautiful again. I'm so envious. Before Qian Qian even walked up to her, she had already thrown out a set of words. Su Chen finally understood how this woman became Li Qingyan's bestie. Just with this little mouth chattering and deliberately praising people, normal people really can't stand it. I just happened to go home. I just came back this afternoon, and I have to go back tomorrow. There is something at home, so I'm in a hurry, Li Qingyan explained. Qian Qian covered her mouth and smiled. It's okay, as long as you can make it to my birthday party, baby. As she spoke, Qian Qian suddenly saw Su Chen. Her face changed and she asked, Qingyan, who is this gentleman? Oh, his name is Su Chen. He's my... Li Qingyan was a little embarrassed, but still said, he's my boyfriend. Qian Qian's face suddenly changed. Chapter 155. Are you worthy? Qian Qian's face changed slightly. Qingyan, don't be ridiculous. Isn't your boyfriend Mr. Han? When did he change to this Su Chen? Li Qingyan said seriously. Qian Qian, don't talk nonsense. Han Qiu Sheng has never been my boyfriend. You know very well that he is the person I hate the most. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I will ignore you. Having said that, Li Qingyan wanted to turn around and leave. Qian Qian quickly stopped Li Qingyan. Oh. Qingyan, don't be so impulsive. I'm just a little surprised. I've never heard you say it before. How come you suddenly have a boyfriend? Li Qingyan looked flustered and quickly said, well, Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly stepped forward and said, Qingyan and I have been talking, but I have been in Bincheng, so she didn't tell anyone. Yes. Li Qingyan nodded quickly. Su Chen and I have been talking. We used to be in different places. Today, he happened to accompany me to the provincial capital, so I brought him along. Qian Qian's eyes swept over Su Chen and Li Qingyan, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Okay, let's go into the box first. We'll eat and chat. Qian Qian said. The three of them walked into the box together. There were already some people sitting in the box. These people were colleagues and friends of Li Qingyan and Qian Qian, and most of them were young people. Seeing Li Qingyan come in, he hurriedly greeted her. However, after hearing that Su Chen was Li Qingyan's boyfriend, these people were all shocked and had strange expressions. Everyone asked Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan had no choice but to repeat what she had just said to Qian Qian outside. After explaining too much, Li Qingyan herself was a little confused whether what she said was true or false. On the other side, Su Chen looked at the seats in the box. He found that Li Qingyan was sitting next to Qian Qian. The other side of Qian Qian was empty, as if waiting for someone. Su Chen thought that, if his estimate was correct, that position should belong to that Han Xiao. Sure enough, Not long after, a young man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks ran into the box and shouted loudly, Han Xiao is here. In the box, everyone hurriedly stood up and looked at the door of the box. Wan Kai and Qian even trotted all the way and ran directly to the door to greet him. Is this to welcome the king? Su Chen felt funny. In the whole box, only Li Qingyan and Su Chen were still sitting in their original seats. The next second, the door of the box opened. A young man in a suit and leather shoes stepped in. This man was thin and pale, and he looked like he was exhausted by alcohol and sex. However, when everyone in the room saw him, they hurriedly left their seats and came forward to greet him. Mr. Han, I haven't seen you for a while. You are handsome again. Where has Mr. Han made a fortune recently? Take me with you when you have time. Wan Kai and Qian squeezed to Han Qiusheng's side, and she wanted to shrink into his arms, and said delicately, Mr. Han, it's my birthday party. You came so late. It's so annoying. I will punish you to drink later. Okay. I will definitely drink the wine of the beautiful Lady Wang, and I want you to feed me. Han Qiusheng teased. You are annoying. Wan Kai and Qian looked shy, which made Han Qiusheng laugh. Everyone cooperated very well. Mr. Han is so humorous. Haha. Mr. Han can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Kai and Qian, if you feed him mouth to mouth, I'm afraid you will get drunk before Mr. Han gets drunk. Haha. Everyone laughed. Su Chen whispered to Li Qingyan, your best friend is really good. Li Qingyan looked a little embarrassed. Kai and Qian is usually very nice, but every time she meets Han Qiusheng, she is always a little servile. She wanted to say kneeling and licking, but she always felt that she couldn't say it. Su Chen laughed secretly in his heart. This Wan Kai and Qian, it is obvious that she is deliberately trying to please Li Qingyan. A silly girl like Li Qingyan, who is deliberately flattered by others, thinks that the other person is good. Let me tell you. Su Chen wanted to give Li Qingyan a few words of advice, but suddenly found that the box had become quiet. Turning his head, Su Chen saw that Han Qiusheng was staring at him with a gloomy face, and the others all looked gloating. Damn. Han Qiusheng stepped on his leather shoes and slowly walked to the big dining table. Qingyan, who is this man? Han Qiusheng asked with a cold face. Li Qingyan hugged Su Chen's arm directly and said affectionately, this is my boyfriend, Su Chen. Han Qiusheng's face sank. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. Everyone did not dare to speak and looked at Han Qiusheng nervously. Han Qiusheng's eyes were fixed on Su Chen, and he said word by word, are you her boyfriend? Su Chen's face was normal, and he said lightly, yes. As he spoke, he put his arm directly on Li Qingyan's shoulder. Li Qingyan slid her head and leaned directly on Su Chen's shoulder. The two seemed very close. Li Qingyan was a little confused. Her body was slightly stiff. Although it felt quite comfortable, she always felt awkward in her heart. However, now in front of Han Qiusheng, she could only squeeze out a sweet smile to Su Chen. This bastard, he was pretending and making excuses at first, but now he takes advantage of me. What a bastard. Li Qingyan was smiling on her face, but she was madly complaining about Su Chen in her heart. If Su Chen heard it, he would definitely feel wronged. Han Qiusheng obviously doubted the relationship between the two, and he just acted more realistically. Sure enough, after seeing Su Chen's actions, Han Qiusheng's face became even uglier. Wan Kai and Qian hurried out to smooth things over. Mr. Han, don't stand anymore. Sit down and chat. Wait for the food and drinks to come up, and then everyone can chat slowly. Han Qiusheng was silent for a while, then walked straight to his seat. In the end, his seat was indeed on the other side of Wan Kai and Qian. After everyone sat down, they noticed the weird atmosphere and didn't dare to speak. Han Qiusheng looked at everyone and said lightly, everyone, relax a little. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started talking. Seeing this scene, Han Qiusheng looked at Li Qingyan with a little pride in his heart. As a result, she saw Li Qingyan lowering her head to talk to Su Chen, and suddenly a ball of evil fire rose in her heart. This guy is Han Qiusheng, the eldest son of the Han family, one of the 8 major families in the provincial capital. I hate him the most. As long as you help me make him give up, I will owe you a favor. Li Qingyan whispered. Su Chen said lightly, why do I need your favor? Your favor is worthless. If I have anything, can't I just go to your grandfather directly? Li Qingyan almost jumped up in anger. You bastard. How can my favor be worthless? I. She grunted for a long time and didn't expect that her favor would have any attraction to Su Chen. I don't care. If you don't do me this favor, I will twist you to death. As she spoke, Li Qingyan grabbed the soft flesh on Su Chen's waist and twisted it. Okay, I promise you. Su Chen cooperated with a grinning expression. Otherwise, with Li Qingyan's hand strength, Su Chen would not feel it at all. Li Qingyan then let go of her hand with a smug look on her face. Do you know how powerful I am? Su Chen looked at her, as if she were a fool. On the side, Han Qiusheng had just been showing off, but he saw the two of them flirting, and was immediately furious. But he couldn't get angry at the moment. Soon, the wine and food came up. Australian lobster, deep sea cod, premium abalone, South African bird's nest, all kinds of top quality ingredients were served directly to the table. Everyone exclaimed, wow, Qian, your birthday party is too grand, isn't it? I really didn't realize that Qian, you are a wealthy man. Qian also looked happy, but she still waved her hands and said, it's not me who's treating, it's Master Han. He heard that Qingyan came back from Bincheng and wanted to welcome her, so he set up such a table. It happened to be my birthday, and Master Han said he would celebrate it for me. I also took advantage of Qingyan. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Han Qiusheng and Li Qingyan. Han Qiusheng smiled and looked at Su Chen with provocation. Li Qingyan was a little embarrassed. So that's how it is. If it was Master Han, it would be normal. After all, Master Han is the most generous. I envy Qingyan. When she returned to her hometown, Master Han actually set up such a welcoming banquet. Everyone complimented. At the same time, they cast their eyes on Su Chen, who was watching the fun. Qian glanced at Su Chen and smiled. Su Chen, Master Han is treating Qingyan like this. As her boyfriend, do you have any feelings about Master Han? Han Qiusheng immediately looked at Qian with appreciation. This woman is indeed very sensible and knows how to deal with things. However, she just looks too vulgar. The other guests all had mocking smiles on their faces. After all, it was a living humiliation for their girlfriend to be asked about her feelings when she was invited to a banquet by another man. Go on. Su Chen, what do you think? Everyone urged. Li Qingyan's face turned cold, and she was about to speak. But Su Chen stretched out his hand and stopped her with a smile. Li Qingyan looked at him in surprise. Su Chen glanced at Han Qiusheng and said, I don't have any feelings. I just think that young Master Han fits the description of one word. What word? Han Qiusheng said confidently. Su Chen said lightly, stupid and rich. As soon as these words came out, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Taking the Enemy's Path. As soon as Su Chen's words came out, the whole box suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Su Chen, their eyes full of disbelief. They never thought that Su Chen would dare to belittle Han Qiusheng like this. Puff. Li Qingyan couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. However, she quickly covered her mouth and tried to straighten her face. Han Qiusheng's face was gloomy, as if water could drip. Su Chen, what do you mean? Why do you humiliate Han Xiao like this? Apologize to Han Xiao quickly. Qian was the first to stand up, staring at Su Chen and scolding him. That's right. How can Su Chen be so rude? Han Xiao kindly invited us to dinner, but this guy said such words. This kind of man is really shameless. Who said it wasn't? As expected of a small place, the quality is low. Qingyan is still looking for such a person as a boyfriend. It's definitely a wrong choice. Compared with Han Xiao, this Su Chen is simply rubbish. Others were also filled with righteous indignation and attacked Su Chen. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he wanted to eat Chen alive to vent his anger. Han Qiu stared at Su Chen with cold eyes. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Li Qingyan was a little anxious when she saw Han Qiu's face sullen. However, Su Chen said calmly, what is there to explain? Qingyan is my girlfriend. You invited someone else's girlfriend to a banquet, and you didn't benefit yourself at all. Are you stupid? As for the high money, the quality of the wine and food on this table is a good proof. Han Qiu glared and was about to get angry. You. Su Chen interrupted him directly and continued, I was just joking. Young Master Han shouldn't be angry, right? After all, I come from a small place and my quality is relatively low. The young master of a big family like young Master Han should be the most generous, and he will definitely not care about me, right? Su Chen's sarcasm copied all the words that others had just said. As a result, he kept all the words that Han Qiu wanted to say in his mouth. Young Master Han, you won't care about me, right? Su Chen asked with a smile. Han Qiu held it in for a long time, then said coldly, of course not. That's good. You scared me. Su Chen said slightly exaggeratedly, I thought that Mr. Han was like other shameless rich second generations and wanted to provoke me, cause conflicts between me and Qingyan, and finally steal my girlfriend. Of course I don't do that. Han Qiu felt aggrieved. Su Chen smiled secretly. Although this Han Qiu was a lustful and dissolute young man, he still had some face and was not as bad as Rang Rui's. On the side, Li Qingyan saw this scene and almost laughed out loud. She came close to Su Chen and whispered, you are so bad. Su Chen whispered, this is called walking the enemy's way and leaving the enemy with no way to go. Li Qingyan smiled and pinched Su Chen secretly with her little hand. Su Chen smiled, grabbed an Australian lobster, and handed it to Li Qingyan's plate. Here, eat this. Young Master Han spent money, we can't treat ourselves badly. Li Qingyan was amused in her heart, but she smiled at Su Chen and said, thank you, dear, you are so nice to me. I'm your boyfriend, I must treat you well. Su Chen said very cooperatively. On the side, Han Qiu was so angry when he saw the two of them being so affectionate. Damn it. It was obviously his own money, but now he can only watch Li Qingyan and Su Chen being intimate in front of him. He was right to be called stupid and rich. Now, Han Qiu felt that he was stupid enough. Seeing that Han Qiu's face was not good, Wanqiu and others were embarrassed. Young Master Han, come on, I'll toast you a glass. Wanqiu raised his glass. Han Qiu was upset, touched the glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Young Master Han has a good alcohol tolerance. Wanqiu praised him quickly. Others at the side also hurried to catch up. Mr. Han's drinking capacity is the result of years of experience in the battlefield. Qian, you've walked into trouble. That's right, I heard that Mr. Han can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. This is nothing. Come on, I'll toast Mr. Han a cup too. Seeing that Han Qiu was in a bad mood, everyone began to persuade him to drink. Han Qiu was not afraid. 1 cup here, half a cup there. After drinking for a while, his mood finally eased a little. However, even though he had a good alcohol tolerance, his face was a little red. Han Qiu's eyes were cast on Li Qingyan and Su Chen. As a result, he saw that the two were eating happily and didn't pay attention to others at all. Stimulated by the alcohol, Han Qiu's heart was boiling with anger. Su Chen, do you dare to compete with me in drinking? Han Qiu stared at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, you don't deserve it. Han Qiu was stunned, then he became furious. Say it again. Su Chen said, I'm serious. If you want to compete with me in drinking, you have to use good wine. The wine you have now is really ordinary. Besides, if we want to compete in drinking, you have to not drink a drop to be fair. After all, you have already drunk almost a bottle. Even if I win you, you may cheat and deny it. Han Qiu stared at Su Chen with red eyes for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in. The man was tall, muscular, and had an oppressive aura of Zhou Wanqiu. Su Chen took a look and realized that the man should be a master of Zhuanjin and Han Qiu Sheng's bodyguard. The middle-aged man walked in with a large box in his hand and put it on the table. Han Qiu Sheng opened the box and took out 12 bottles of wine from it. Damn. Romanican tea. Really? This wine must cost 6 figures. Damn. Is Mr. Han going to compete with Romanican tea? Too extravagant, isn't it? In the box, everyone exclaimed. Wanqiu and Qian looked at Han Qiu Sheng with a crazy look, as if it was burning to melt him. But Han Qiu Sheng stared at Su Chen, not even looking at Wanqiu and Qian. Su Chen, this is my wine collection. Romanican tea with a wine age of more than 20 years. The price of a whole box at the auction is about 1.5 million, and the price of a single bottle is more than 100,000. This wine should be qualified, right? Besides, aren't you afraid of winning unfairly? As long as you drink one more bottle than me, isn't it enough? Han Qiu Sheng said with a sharp look. Su Chen smiled and said, but why should I compete with you in drinking? Han Qiu Sheng was stunned. Su Chen, you coward. You just boasted about yourself, and now that young Master Han has brought out the wine, are you scared again? Wanqiu and Qian immediately jumped out and accused Su Chen. That's right. Just now he used the excuse that the wine was bad, but now he has no excuse and can only admit defeat. How funny. How could he possibly beat young Master Han? He is just bragging. Others followed suit and mocked. At this time, Han Qiu Sheng said, if you beat me in a drinking contest, I can agree to one condition. Su Chen smiled and said, then I will ask you not to appear in front of King Guyan anymore. Is that okay? You. Han Qiu Sheng was stunned, then gritted his teeth and said, okay. As long as you win, I will not bother Li Qingyan anymore. Li Qingyan's face lit up. She only realized, now that Su Chen's words just now were waiting for this bet. Han Qiu Sheng asked directly, how many bottles of wine should we open first? Su Chen smiled and said, open them all. Han Qiu Sheng was stunned. Young Master Han shouldn't feel bad, right? Su Chen asked. Han Qiu Sheng shouted coldly, open them all. Bang, bang, bang. On the side, a middle-aged man came forward and opened all the Romanican tea bottles. How do you drink it? Han Qiu Sheng asked. Su Chen smiled and said, just drink it. As he said that, he picked up a bottle of Romanican tea and drank it. Gulp, gulp. In the blink of an eye. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Su Chen drank a bottle of wine worth more than 100,000 yuan. Bang. Su Chen put the empty bottle on the table, wiped his mouth, and complained, this broken thing is worth more than 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Han Qiu Sheng's mouth twitched. The others were also speechless. In their opinion, Su Chen's way of drinking was simply a cow chewing a peony. Especially a few people who like to drink. Seeing Su Chen finish a bottle of wine worth 6 figures like this, their hearts were so painful that they wanted to bleed. Li Qingyan almost laughed out loud when she saw this scene. She found that, although Su Chen's behavior looked rude, it was inexplicably refreshing. Su Chen said, okay, I'll drink a bottle too. We are both on the same starting line. Now, let's start the official competition. Han Qiu Sheng swallowed his saliva and said, okay. He felt that Su Chen's alcohol tolerance seemed to be really extraordinary. He could even blow the bottle of wine, as if it were beer. Seeing Han Qiu Sheng nod, Su Chen picked up another bottle. Gulp, gulp. In less than half a minute, another bottle of Romanican tea went into his stomach. Su Chen pouted in disdain. It's your turn. He looked at Han Qiu Sheng. Han Qiu Sheng could only bite the bullet and learn from Su Chen and drank a bottle as well. Mr. Han, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Before he put down the bottle in his hand, Wanqiu and Qian and others hurried to praise him. However, on the other side, Su Chen picked up another bottle of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Han Qiu Sheng was frightened, but he could only follow. This time, he stopped 4 or 5 times in the middle before finishing a bottle. Su Chen didn't say anything and picked up another bottle. Han Qiu Sheng struggled to pick up another bottle and took 10 minutes to drink it. Su Chen picked up another bottle. Han Qiu Sheng couldn't even stand steadily and stared at it. It's your turn. Su Chen's face was calm. Han Qiu Sheng knew that he had hit a wall. He shook his body and picked up another bottle, but after drinking less than 2 sips, Han Qiu Sheng vomited directly. To be precise, he sprayed it. Chapter 157. You can go carry someone. Han Qiu Sheng couldn't hold it in any longer and started vomiting. His alcohol tolerance was pretty good. If he drank slowly, he could drink 2 or 3 bottles of red wine without any problem. But he didn't expect to meet Su Chen, this pervert. Instead of drinking slowly, he blew directly into the bottle. After 4 bottles of quick wine, Han Qiu Sheng couldn't hold it anymore. He turned into a little fountain and sprayed out all the wine. Wan Qian and others came very close to compliment Han Qiu Sheng. At this moment, no one ran away. Han Qiu Sheng vomited in circles, covering each of these people, especially Wan Qian. She was still supporting Han Qiu Sheng. As soon as she looked up, she met Han Qiu Sheng's yellow river water from the sky, which poured all over her head and face. Everyone quickly moved away. Only Wan Qian was caught by Han Qiu Sheng and didn't have time to run away. She looked extremely disgusting with her carefully dressed clothes and makeup, covered with wine and vomit. Wan Qian wanted to cry, but had no tears. She quickly found a trash can and vomited in Han Qiu Sheng, so she avoided the subsequent disaster. Wan Qian took paper to clean herself up and turned her head to look. As a result, she found Su Chen smiling and watching the fun. She was immediately furious and shouted, "Su Chen, you bastard. Look at what you did." Others seemed to have found a place to vent their emotions and jumped out to blame Su Chen. "Su Chen, why are you like this? Han Xiao was drinking with you just to express his enthusiasm. How can you be so rude?" "That's right. I'm convinced. People from small places really like to be brave and aggressive." Su Chen sneered. It was Han Qiu Sheng who insisted on drinking with him, so why is it his fault now? Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to everyone, but looked directly at Han Qiu Sheng. He said lightly, "Now, it seems that I have won. Please keep your promise in the future and stay away from King Ian." Han Qiu Sheng vomited for a while and seemed to be more sober. He held onto the table, his face full of pain. With the alcohol rising, Han Qiu Sheng stared at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes. "I won't keep the bet. What can you do? You are a country bumpkin from a small place. What can you do to me?" Su Chen sneered. "So Mr. Han can't afford to play. If you can't afford to play, why did you bet in the first place?" Han Qiu Sheng's face was ugly. There was a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Now, you are looking for death. Master Qin, beat this bastard up for me. I want him to stay in the hospital for a long time." The middle-aged man who followed Han Qiu Sheng put on a cruel smile on his face and stepped forward. Wan Qian and others quickly moved aside, looking at Su Chen with gloating eyes. They all heard that Han Qiu Sheng's bodyguard Master Qin was a martial arts master who could sweep hundreds of people single-handedly. Master Qin showed a cruel sneer on his face and said, "Boy, you'd better find an orthopedic hospital now and make an appointment in advance." Li Qingyan's face changed drastically. She quickly stood up and said, "Han Qiu Sheng, what are you doing? You lost the drinking contest, so you want to use your power to suppress others? You will only make me look down on you more." As she spoke, she pulled Su Chen and was about to walk out. Master Qin directly blocked their way. "Han Qiu Sheng, tell him to get out of the way," Li Qingyan said angrily. Han Qiu Sheng's body shook, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Qingyan, I will let you go, but this kid must go out lying down." Master Qin sneered and came forward. "Boy, have you made an appointment at the orthopedic hospital?" Su Chen said coldly, "You'd better think it over. If you really want to do it, you'd better make an appointment at the morgue first." "Arrogant," Master Qin shouted angrily, and his whole body was surging with Zhuwanqiu. He stepped on his feet and then punched Su Chen. The violent punch brought up a gust of wind and hit Su Chen hard. Su Chen pulled Li Qingyan to dodge and retreated a few meters away. "You get out first." Boom. Master Qin punched Su Chen's seat. In an instant, wood fragments flew. The dining table next to him was also directly cracked. Clang. Snap. The table wood flew, the dishes broke, and the soup flowed. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Although they had heard of the horror of martial arts monks, they never thought it would be so terrible. Suddenly, they screamed and ran out of the door. Li Qingyan was also pushed out by Su Chen. Su Chen was not afraid of accidentally hurting her. With him present, it was impossible for a master of Zhou Wanqiu to hurt her. What Su Chen was worried about was that Li Qingyan would not be able to bear the bloody scene that followed. Seeing everyone running out of the door, Han Kuai-Yusheng showed a trace of cruelty on his face. Master Qin, don't hold back. Master Qin sneered. Young master, rest assured, I will serve him well. Boy, prepare to die. After saying that, Master Qin rushed forward. With Zhou Wanqiu surrounding him, a fist, like a meteor hammer, hit Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen didn't even look at him, and punched him directly. The terrifying Yuanqi wavered, rolling in this world. At this moment, Master Qin's Zhou Wanqiu seemed to be like a drop of water encountering the sea. The terrifying pressure, like a substance, directly submerged Master Qin. Master Qin's face changed drastically in an instant. Yuan. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen's fist had already hit Master Qin's fist. Bang. A short collision sounded. Then, there was a sound of bone cracking, bone breaking, and bone exploding. Bang. Master Qin's entire arm was completely blown up. Then, Su Chen's punch broke through all defenses and hit Master Qin's shoulder fiercely. Boom. Master Qin flew backwards, as if he was hit by a high-speed train, and hit the wall behind him hard, sinking into it. Crack. The entire wall cracked into spider web-like cracks. Then, his body slid down the wall, leaving a long trail of blood. From then on, there was no life. Han Kuai-Yusheng stared at Su Chen in amazement. The next second, he screamed and cursed. Asshole, you dare to kill my bodyguard. You dare to kill the Han family's offering. You're dead. You're dead. Su Chen sneered and walked forward slowly. Han Kuai-Yusheng showed fear on his face and quickly stepped back. What do you want to do? I'm the eldest son of the Han family. If you dare to touch me, my father and grandfather will definitely kill you. Su Chen sneered. Don't you want me to stay in the hospital for a long time? Why don't you try this too? As he spoke, Su Chen grabbed Han Kuai-Yusheng, who was looking terrified. A stream of vitality rushed directly into Han Kuai-Yusheng's body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones exploding rang out. In a blink of an eye, Han Kuai-Yusheng was lying on the ground, and he fainted from the intense pain. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken. Su Chen sneered. This should teach you a lesson. After that, Su Chen turned and walked away. Outside the box, Wanqiu stared at Li Qingyan angrily. Li Qingyan, you know that young Master Han is interested in you. Why are you pretending? You had to bring such a country bumpkin to disgust young Master Han. Look at him, how much trouble he has caused. Li Qingyan was confused. This kind of Wanqiu was something she had never seen before. Qian, why am I pretending? I don't like Han Kuai-Yusheng at all, so shouldn't I reject him? Li Qingyan looked puzzled. Wanqiu was furious. Why don't you like Mr. Han? What qualifications do you have to dislike Mr. Han? You are just playing hard to get. You are a green tea bitch. Slap. Li Qingyan slapped Wanqiu in the face. Wanqiu was confused. How dare you hit me? Li Qingyan stared at her coldly and said, don't think that all women in the world are like you, only admiring vanity, kneeling down to lick the rich and powerful. At this moment, Li Qingyan took out the momentum of the eldest lady of the Li family and stared at Wanqiu fiercely. Wanqiu was shocked by Li Qingyan's momentum and didn't dare to fight back at all. She stared at Li Qingyan fiercely and said, you are so arrogant, just because Mr. Han likes you. Just wait, Mr. Han will definitely beat your lover to death today and then rape you. By then, you will be a plaything. Li Qingyan was immediately furious. But before she could make any move, other people around stood beside Wanqiu and started to sneer at her. Qian is right. You have completely offended Mr. Han today. He will definitely not treat you as a treasure anymore. Let's see if you can still pretend. The worst one is the boyfriend you found. Now, he is probably going to be beaten to death by Mr. Han. He deserves it. I heard that Mr. Han's bodyguard is a martial arts master. In a while, we may see someone being carried out. Haha. Everyone stood opposite Li Qingyan with sarcasm on their faces. Li Qingyan was panicked. At this moment, the door of the box opened. Su Chen walked out of the room and said slowly, "That's right. You can go and carry the person out." Chapter 158. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then, everyone saw Su Chen step out of the box, and the expressions on their faces were very exciting. "Su Chen, you are out," Li Qingyan shouted excitedly. Wanqiu and others looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. "How is it possible? How could Han Xiao let you out?" Wanqiu screamed out. Su Chen said lightly, "Why don't you go in and take a look yourself?" Wanqiu and others' faces suddenly changed, and they were about to rush into the box. "By the way, wait a minute," Su Chen suddenly said. Everyone stopped, and Su Chen walked directly to Wanqiu. "Country bumpkin, what are you doing?" Wanqiu said with contempt. Snap. Su Chen slapped Wanqiu in the face. Wanqiu was directly beaten out and fell to the ground. Puff. A tooth was spit out from her mouth. "Son of a bitch." Wanqiu fell to the ground. One side of her face was swollen. Blood kept coming out of the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of shock and anger. Su Chen stared at Wanqiu with cold eyes, and the terrifying pressure was overwhelming. Wanqiu felt like being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and her life was in danger at any time. She had a cold sweat on her back, and she didn't dare to say the words she wanted to curse. Other people around were also forced by Su Chen's momentum, and didn't dare to help. Su Chen said lightly, "I usually don't hit women, but you are a man with no morals. You should be taught a lesson." Apologized to Qingyan. Under the coercion of Su Chen's eyes, Wanqiu didn't dare to hesitate at all. Her eyes flickered, and she whispered, "Qingyan, I'm sorry." Li Qingyan stepped forward, took Su Chen's hand, and said, "Okay, let's go." She had a hunch that Su Chen must have done something earth-shattering in the box, and it would be better to run away as soon as possible. Su Chen glanced at everyone, turned around and followed Li Qingyan away. It was not until Su Chen and the other person disappeared that everyone felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. Why is this bastard country bumpkin so scary? I don't know. It feels like he's going to kill me at any time. Don't talk about this. Go ask Mr. Han. Yes, yes. Go into the box. Everyone rushed into the box. When they saw the scene in the box clearly, everyone gasped. "Ah. Mr. Han. Hurry up and save people." After a cry of surprise, everyone was in chaos. They finally understood what Su Chen meant by "you can go and carry people away." On the other side, Su Chen was pulled by Li Qingyan's hand and hurriedly left the hotel. Li Qingyan trotted for a while, looking a little panicked. Su Chen said, "Miss Li, shouldn't you let go of my hand? Our boyfriend and girlfriend role play is over. Are you taking advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of me?" Li Qingyan's face suddenly turned red and her steps stopped. "I'm just worried about you," Li Qingyan said angrily. "How did you get out? What did you do to Han Qiu? Why would he let you out?" Su Chen smiled. "Why did he have to let me out? I beat him down and walked out by myself. How is that possible? His bodyguard is a martial arts master," Li Qingyan said. Su Chen shook his head. "He's just a master of Zhou Wanqiu. He can't even beat Ranqingshan. What kind of martial arts master is he?" Li Qingyan was stunned. Su Chen was too young. She always subconsciously forgot that Su Chen had killed Ranqingshan. "What happened to them?" Li Qingyan asked nervously. Su Chen said, "Master Qin was beaten to death. Han Qiu had all his bones broken, and only half his life was left. Because I don't know whether you will stay in the provincial capital in the future. So I kept a hand to avoid you completely offending the Han family." After hearing this, Li Qingyan was stunned. Her voice was trembling. "Brother, should I thank you for holding back? You've already been like this. Haven't you completely offended the Han family?" Su Chen said calmly, "You didn't beat Han Qiu to death. How can this be considered a complete offense? Like the Rang family, they killed Rang Rui's first, then Ranqingshan, and finally attacked the Rang family, which can be considered a complete offense." Li Qingyan rolled her eyes. Do you think that the Han family will pretend that nothing happened just because you didn't kill Han Qiusheng? Su Chen smiled. Let them think whatever they want. If they dare to come, I will continue to beat them until they are convinced. Li Qingyan was a little speechless. Su Chen looked at Li Qingyan and asked, why don't you tell me? If I don't do this, how should I deal with it? Li Qingyan was stunned when she asked this question. Yes, all of this was provoked by Han Qiusheng. Everything Su Chen did was because of her. In fact, Su Chen could have avoided wading into this muddy water, but he was dragged over by himself and passively involved in the conflict with Han Qiusheng. Moreover, Su Chen finally helped her vent her anger and asked Wang Qian to apologize to her. Thinking of this, Li Qingyan felt a little embarrassed. That, Su Chen, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. Li Qingyan lowered her head to apologize. Su Chen was quite surprised. He thought that these young ladies were like Zhou Wanqiu, who were all very stubborn. As a result, Li Qingyan's sudden apology made him a little unsure of how to answer. What should we do now? Li Qingyan asked. Su Chen smiled. Sleep. Li Qingyan was stunned, and then a cloud of red mist rose on her face. Sleep? The two of us? Can sleeping solve this problem? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Li Qingyan was shocked and embarrassed, and looked at Su Chen with a puzzled look. Su Chen was confused, and then he directly hit Li Qingyan on the head with a bang. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? Su Chen said speechlessly. I mean, let's go back to the hotel and go to our own rooms to sleep. Then, let's see how the Han family reacts. We can deal with it as it comes. Ah, I thought. Li Qingyan's face suddenly turned red like a red apple. Thinking of everything she had imagined, Li Qingyan was embarrassed. You are so annoying. You can't even speak clearly. Li Qingyan kicked Su Chen in shame and anger, then turned away angrily. Su Chen looked puzzled. It's obviously your own imagination. Why do you blame me? In a somewhat charming atmosphere, Li Qingyan drove Su Chen back to the hotel. On the other side, the Han family was in a mess. In addition to Master Qin, Han Qiusheng also brought a driver. Therefore, Wang Qian and others quickly contacted Han Qiusheng's driver and asked him to go to the box to take the bodies of Han Qiusheng and Master Qin back to the Han family. The lobby of the Han family villa. Who on earth is this bastard who hurt my son like this? A middle-aged man roared angrily. He was Han Qiusheng's father, Han Daozheng. On the chair next to Han Daozheng sat an old man with silver hair. He was Han Qiu, the head of the Han family in the provincial capital. Han Qiu's face was gloomy and his eyes were like a cold blade. Daozheng, don't worry. Mr. Yu will be here soon. He is the most knowledgeable about physical injuries. Qiusheng will be fine. Han Daozheng's face was calmer. Soon, an old man wearing a green cloth shirt and a goatee strode into the hall. Han Daozheng hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Yu, you are just in time. Come and see my son Qiusheng. Save him. Mr. Han, don't worry. Let me check it first. As he spoke, Mr. Yu quickly squatted on the ground and checked Han Qiusheng. After a while, Mr. Yu stood up. Han Daozheng hurried forward and asked, Mr. Yu, how is my son? Han Qiu also hurried forward with a concerned look on his face. Mr. Yu said slowly, don't worry, you too. Young Master Qiusheng is not in danger of his life. The father and son breathed a sigh of relief. But, Mr. Yu said, young Master Qiusheng's bones have been broken in many places. It is estimated that he will need to rest in bed for a short time and recover slowly. Han Daozheng glared and said angrily, which bastard is so cruel? I can wake the young master up. You can ask him in person. Mr. Yu said slowly. Then, he tapped Han Qiusheng's body and head a few times. Han Qiusheng slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the figures of his father and grandfather, tears suddenly burst out. Grandpa, Dad, you must kill Su Chen and avenge me. Chapter 159 I have a talent. You can't learn it. Mr. Yu's medical skills are very good. Not only did he make Han Qiusheng sober again, but he also reduced his drunkenness a lot. Qiusheng, what happened? Han Daozheng asked hurriedly. Han Qiusheng's face was full of resentment, and he told him what happened in the box. Of course, the process was inevitably exaggerated. After listening, Han Daozheng was furious. Asshole. Han Qiu Sheng also echoed, that bastard is obviously a martial arts master, and he wants to compete with me in drinking. He is deliberately trying to kill me. He just wants to kill your only son. He knows that I'm a member of the Han family, but he still wants to embarrass me like this. It's obvious that he doesn't take our Han family seriously. Not only did he kill Master Qinzheng, but he also said that our Han family's offerings are just chickens and dogs, not enough for him to kill with one hand. Even if Mr. Yu went there, he would end up stepping on him to death. Han Qiu Sheng gritted his teeth. He hated Su Chen to the extreme. He knew that Han Daozheng valued his son Han Qiusheng the most. Han Qiu valued the reputation of the Han family, and Mr. Yu, a congenital strongman, valued face the most. Therefore, his words, both true and false, aroused the anger of the three people at the scene. Han Qiu said with a gloomy face, I want to see with my own eyes where the young man from this small place got the confidence to dare to humiliate my Han family like this. Mr. Yu said with a fierce look in his eyes, Master Han, let's go and meet him. I want him to know that it is not possible to do whatever you want just because you have some martial arts skills. At least, not in front of me. Let's go. Han Qiu is also a decisive person. Immediately, he called the servants to settle Han Qiusheng. Then, he took Han Daozheng, Mr. Yu and two Zhuanjin masters out to find Su Chen and others. Lying on the hospital bed, Han Qiusheng looked at the figures of his grandfather and father leaving, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yu is a congenital strongman, and there are two Zhuanjin masters, Liu Yuan and Yifang. Su Chen, you can die in peace. Han Qiu Sheng's smile pulled the wound, and he grimaced in pain. On the other side, Su Chen and Li Qingyan parked the car and walked towards the hotel. Suddenly, Li Qingyan stopped. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. Li Qingyan said, Su Chen, I've thought about it. Let's run away quickly. Run away overnight. Su Chen asked puzzledly, aren't you not good at driving at night? Do you have the confidence to drive on the highway at night? Li Qingyan said with a bitter face, I have to drive, even if I don't have the confidence. Brother, you have beaten Han Qiu Sheng now. His father dotes on him the most, and he will definitely bring people to trouble us. It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's run away quickly. Su Chen smiled and said, I told you, leave it to me. I can't say anything else, but I'm very good at fighting. No matter how many people come from the Han family, I can help you deal with it. Among the 8 major families in Bincheng, the Han family is the top 4 families. Su Chen dared to come and make trouble, so how could he be afraid of the Han family, the bottom 4 families? However, Li Qingyan didn't think so. TSK. Li Qingyan looked distrustful. Who knows if you are bragging? You say every day that you are good at fighting, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. Who knows if it is true or not? What if you can't do it? We will be in trouble. The more Li Qingyan spoke, the more panicked she became. Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel and get our things. As she spoke, Li Qingyan pulled Su Chen's arm and was about to walk quickly to the hotel. However, Su Chen stopped and did not move, no matter how Li Qingyan pulled him. Didn't you understand? Let's pack up and run away, Li Qingyan said anxiously. Su Chen shook his head and said, it's too late. The Han family has already found them. Li Qingyan was stunned. Following Su Chen's gaze, she saw 5 figures walking quickly towards the 2 of them under the dim light. The people who came were Han Qiu, the old patriarch of the Han family, and Han Daozheng, the father of Han Qiu Sheng. The other 3 were the offerings they brought, the innate strongman Mr. Yu, and the 2 Zhuanjin masters Liu Yuan and Yifang. Li Qingyan's face instantly became panicked. She never thought that the Han family would act so quickly. Su Chen had expected this. As a powerful force in the provincial capital, it was too easy to find out their addresses. Su Chen, Li Qingyan, right? Han Qiu stared at the 2 with cold eyes. Su Chen nodded. Yes. What do you want to say? Han Daozheng cursed. You are the bastard who broke all the bones of my son. I will let you taste this feeling too. Master Liu, Master He, try to capture this bastard alive. Liu and Yifang stepped forward with disdainful smiles on their faces. Boy, you'd better not resist, otherwise you will only suffer more. After speaking, the two Zhou Wanqiu masters flashed and grabbed Su Chen together. The two gathered their palms into claws and mobilized the terrifying Zhou Wanqiu, which was extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two hands had already grabbed Su Chen's shoulders. Ah! Li Qingyan exclaimed. Liu and Yifang had a cruel smile on their faces. The next second, bang, bang, two loud explosions. Two figures flew backwards like cannonballs. The originally flat ground was plowed into a deep pit by the two people in an instant. Boom. The two people rolled and fell to the ground, spitting blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Everyone was stunned. Li Qingyan stared at Su Chen and swallowed her saliva. Before, although she heard that Su Chen killed Ran Qingfeng, made a big fuss in the Ran family in the provincial capital, and knocked down Master Qin and Han Qiusheng, she had never witnessed Su Chen's fighting ability with her own eyes. At this moment, she really understood. Just now, she could fully feel the terrifying speed and momentum of Liu and Yifang, the two masters of Zhou Wanqiu. However, such a terrifying two people were kicked away so easily, and they looked half dead. This Su Chen, it seems that he is not bragging, he is really good at fighting. Li Qingyan stared at Su Chen. On the opposite side, Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng were also stunned. Two Zhou Wanqiu worshippers were knocked down so easily, which only proves one thing. You are actually a congenital strongman. On the side, Mr. Yu was shocked and said the guess of Han Qiwei and his son. Su Chen smiled faintly. Why, is there any problem? Who stipulated that only old men like you can be congenital strongmen, and young handsome men like me are not allowed to do it? Hearing this, Li Qingyan almost laughed out loud. Mr. Yu's face was full of anger. Arrogant boy. Don't think that you can run rampant after breaking through to the congenital strongman. I have killed congenital strongmen before. Kneel down now and serve the Han family. I can still save your life. Don't make a mistake. Su Chen smiled and said, if you take these two people from the Han family and kneel down and kowtow to me together, I may allow you to serve me. Looking for death? Mr. Yu roared and stomped his feet. The terrifying vitality rioted and cracks burst out of the ground instantly. Mr. Yu's figure was like a tiger descending from the mountain, rushing straight towards Su Chen. Mountain shaking fist. In an instant, terrifying energy condensed on Mr. Yu's fist. A mountain-shaped energy condensed and formed and smashed towards Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen did not have too many tricks and went straight to meet it. The energy of heaven and earth condensed towards Su Chen like an air cannon and suddenly attacked Mr. Yu's energy mountain. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded. A huge deep pit was directly blasted out of the surrounding ground. Dust rose and smoke filled the air. Su Chen shouted, not bad. It's fun. Take a few more punches from me. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's figure rushed into the dust and fog. The two figures suddenly flew up and down, and the terrifying energy collision turned the surroundings into ruins. A moment later, a figure flew backwards and retreated. Several people looked over and were stunned for a moment. The person who retreated was actually an old man, Mr. Yu. At this moment, his face was full of shock and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Why is your vitality so strong? Mr. Yu was puzzled. Su Chen smiled and said, good talent. You can't learn it. Mr. Yu looked ugly. Boy, talent is not a reason for you to be arrogant. I will let you know today that in front of me, Yuzizan, innate is also a waste. After saying that, Yuzizan shouted angrily, purple jade skill. In the blink of an eye, Yuzizan's skin began to gradually become crystal clear. At first glance, it was like a jade statue. Su Chen was quite surprised. This Yuzizan actually has such a special body training method. Li Qingyan's eyes widened even more. She was just an ordinary person. How could she have seen such a magical scene? On the side, Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng smiled at each other. Yuzizan once killed a congenital strongman. That time, he used the purple jade skill. Yuzizan hit his hands together, making a crisp sound. Dang. Dang. Then, he punched Su Chen hard. Chapter 160, Counterattack against the innate strongman. Fist shadows filled the sky, and the vitality was surging violently. Yu Zizhen's body was covered with crystal jade light, and he rushed towards Su Chen at a rapid speed. Su Chen's eyes showed a light of eagerness to try, and he went straight to meet him. Dang. 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 Su Chen's fists and Yu Zizhen's fists hit each other fiercely, making a crisp sound. This time, Yu Zizhen did not give in at all, but felt that he was getting braver and braver. Su Chen's fists were slightly numb. Yu Zizhen's set of body training skills really has some tricks. Little bastard, let me show you a real strong man. Yu Zizhen shouted, gave up defense, and rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen's figure flashed quickly, punching and palming at Yu Zizhen. Dang. Dang. However, Su Chen's fists hit him, but it was like hitting on a stone slab. Yu Zizhen didn't care about Su Chen's attack at all, and even if he took 2 hits, he would still punch Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen's figure flashed at a very fast speed, and avoided Yu Zizhen's attack. Yu Zizhen laughed wildly. Little bastard, I can be hit by you countless times, but if I hit you once, you will be seriously injured. After saying that, he punched Su Chen again. Su Chen flashed and dodged his attack. Yu Zizhen directly blasted a big hole, and then stood up, and continued to chase Su Chen. Su Chen was like dancing on a sword, dodging Yu Zizhen's attack while fighting back. This scene, in the eyes of ordinary people, is like Yu Zizhen suppressing Su Chen. Sure enough, there is a gap between innate strongmen. Although Su Chen is talented, and has become an innate strongman at a young age, he can only keep running away in front of Mr. Yu. Han Daozheng said excitedly. A trace of worry flashed across Han Qiu's face. This Su Chen is so young, but he has achieved such a great achievement. I'm worried that, if he doesn't kill the tiger, he will suffer from it. Dad, don't worry. Now Mr. Yu has completely gained the upper hand. I believe it is only a matter of time to kill Su Chen. Han Daozheng advised. On the side, Li Qingyan was worried. Su Chen, you must win. If you can't beat me, run away. She prayed in her heart. At this time, the battle situation changed. Su Chen retreated again, and then looked at Yu Zizhen with a smile. Okay. What? Are you scared? Do you want to kneel down and kowtow to serve the Han family? Yu Zizhen sneered. Su Chen said lightly. No. I just want to inform you that I have seen your Hunai Gong, a good technique. But, it's just a good turtle shell. Now you bring those 2 Hans to kowtow to me, and I'm willing to accept you as my younger brothers. Yu Zizhen's face suddenly darkened. You are looking for death. Swish. Yu Zizhen's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Su Chen. Go to hell. A stream of green energy exploded, and hit Su Chen directly. Su Chen sneered. Flame key. Suddenly, the surrounding key seemed to be burning, and the yellowish white flames swept the green key. Boom. Yu Zizhen took 2 steps back, his face ugly. What kind of skill is this? The key is so hot and overbearing. Su Chen said lightly. The skill that kills you. Then, he rushed forward. The key with heat waves bombarded Yu Zizhen's body, leaving traces on his jade body, but did not cause any substantial damage. Ha ha ha. Even if your skill is not simple, it is ineffective against my Hunai Gong. Die. Yu Zizhen laughed arrogantly. Su Chen sighed in his heart. The skill Zhuanqiu has 5 levels of flame key cultivated, and the colors of the flames are white, yellow, red, purple, and black. Now, the color of the flame in Su Chen's key is only yellowish white, which can only slightly change the color of Yu Zizhen's Hunai Gong. If the flame energy can be trained into black flames, Yu Zizhen will be burned to ashes the moment it touches. However, Su Chen is not without a solution. Spiritual sharp spikes. Su Chen mobilized his mental power to form spiral mental sharp spikes and stabbed at Yu Zizhen. In an instant, Yu Zizhen, who was still laughing wildly, was stunned for a moment. He only felt a pain in his head, and his eyes went black, and he could no longer see everything in front of him. The jade on his body also disappeared quickly. Su Chen took the opportunity and punched Yu Zizhen hard, carrying a huge amount of burning flame energy. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Zizhen flew backwards. He opened his eyes, blood flowed in his mouth, and there were also broken internal organs. Spiritual attack, you. Then, he tilted his head and died on the spot. Su Chen's expression was indifferent. People who are good at physical exercises generally don't pay much attention to mental training. Grandpa is right. He walked up and touched Yu Zizhen's body. Soon, Su Chen found a book on him. There were 3 big characters on it, Han Yu Gong. Su Chen's face lit up. He was very interested in Yu Zizhen's method of cultivating the physical body. At this time, everyone else at the scene was stunned. Li Qingyan was surprised and happy. She exclaimed, "Ah, Su Chen, you are so amazing." She ran up happily and hugged Su Chen's arm. Just now, she saw Su Chen struggling to support. As a result, in a blink of an eye, Su Chen killed Yu Zizhen. Su Chen smiled. "I really don't trust your skills in driving at night, so I can only kill him." If Yu Zizhen heard that he was killed because Su Chen didn't dare to take Li Qingyan's night train, I don't know if he would be angry and come back to life. Hate. Li Qingyan was shy. Su Chen turned his eyes to the Han family father and son. At this time, Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng were staring at Yu Zizhen, who was lying on the ground. They were so scared that their bodies were cold. Seeing Su Chen's gaze, Han Qiwei and his son shuddered suddenly. He gritted his teeth and pulled his son directly to Su Chen. Li Qingyan was a little nervous and hid behind Su Chen. As a result, he saw, bang, Han Qiwei pulled Han Daozheng and knelt straight in front of Su Chen. "Mr. Su, we father and son did not recognize the great man. Please forgive us. You just said that, as long as we kneel in front of you, you are willing to let us serve you. We will do it now. Please spare our lives." After saying that, they kowtowed to Su Chen together. Li Qingyan was shocked. The Han family was one of the 8 major families in the provincial capital. Li Qingyan had long heard of the reputation of the Han family. But now, the father and son of the Han family knelt in front of him, which made him a little unbelievable. Su Chen was also a little stunned. He didn't expect that the father and son of the Han family would be so straightforward. Su Chen just said that, as long as they knelt in front of him, he would accept them as his younger brothers. But those words were just teasing Yu Zizhen. Now, the father and son of the Han family really knelt down, and Su Chen was a little hesitant whether to kill them. "Qingyan, do you think we should kill them? After all, the conflict between me and the Han family was caused by Han Qiu Sheng's harassment of you." Su Chen asked. Li Qingyan was stunned. The life and death of the heads of the 8 major families in the provincial capital was actually in her hands. This put her under great pressure. Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng also stared at Li Qingyan closely, pleading on their faces. Seeing this scene, Li Qingyan's heart softened and said, "It's better not to kill them. Although that Han Qiu Sheng harassed me, he didn't go too far. Now that he and the Han family have been punished, let's leave it at that. If they commit the same crime again, we will no longer show mercy." Hearing Li Qingyan's words, the Han father and son were relieved. At this time, Su Chen's voice rang out. "This time, I'll let you go. However, the death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot be escaped." Su Chen's words made the father and son's heart lift again. Han Qiwei quickly said, "If you have any requests, just ask." Su Chen nodded. "This Han Qiwei is very sensible. You two, each of you will get a spiritual medicine as ransom. Any objection?" Su Chen asked. Han Qiwei shook his head repeatedly. "No objection, no objection." Su Chen nodded. He looked at the 3 corpses of the Han family and asked, "You can deal with these 3 corpses by yourselves, right?" "No problem," Han Qiwei said. Su Chen smiled and pulled Li Qingyan up. "Then we will leave first. The spiritual medicine will be delivered to our hotel. You should know the address. Of course, you can also find an expert to kill me for revenge." Han Qiwei lowered his head quickly. "I dare not." Then, Su Chen and Li Qingyan walked back to the hotel. Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng, father and son, got up from the ground. Han Daozheng looked humiliated. "Dad, are we really just going to let it go? If we don't let it go, what else can you do?" Han Qiwei's eyes were complicated. Mr. Yu was the most powerful master in our Han family, but he died at the hands of Su Chen. Who else can you ask to deal with him? What if the person you invited is not Su Chen's opponent? Our Han family will be completely wiped out. Hearing this, Han Daozheng could only shut his mouth. Han Qiwei picked up his mobile phone and made a call. "I'm Han Qiwei. Take out all the 3 spiritual herbs in our Han family's warehouse and send them to me." Soon, Han Qiwei hung up the phone. Han Daozheng heard the content of the call and was full of dissatisfaction. Dad, didn't that Su Chen say that he would use 2 spiritual herbs to exchange for the lives of both our father and son? Why did you take out all the 3 spiritual herbs in the warehouse? We have already kowtowed to him and apologized. Now, why are we rushing to please him? Han Daozheng looked dissatisfied. Bang! Han Kiwi slapped him in the face. Han Daozheng was confused. Chapter 161. It's not shameful to be a dog. Han Daozheng covered his face and looked at his father in confusion. He really couldn't understand why his father, the head of the Han family, had to kowtow to Su Chen after Su Chen killed so many family worshippers. He even handed over all the 3 spiritual medicines that the Han family had collected for many years. Son, I know you are not convinced in your heart and even feel cowardly. But you have to understand one thing, your current unconvinced is directed at what has already happened. Han Kiwi said slowly. However, as the future helmsman of the Han family, you have to pay more attention to the future. Qiu Sheng was injured, Qin Zheng, Liu Yun, He Fang, and Mr. Yu were killed, and we father and son were forced to kneel down. These things have already happened. No matter how unconvinced and angry you are, it will not help. As the heir to the head of the family, the first thing you should consider at any time is what the future of the Han family will be like. Han Daozheng's face changed slightly, and he seemed to understand a little. Han Kiwi continued, if we give 2 spiritual herbs to Su Chen, then these 2 spiritual herbs are really just the money we pay for his life. However, if we give him 3 spiritual herbs, the extra 3rd one will be our favor. The Han family was not ranked high among the 8 major families in the provincial capital. Now Mr. Yu, a congenital strong man, has been killed by Su Chen, and 3 Zhuanjin masters have also died. The strength of the Han family's worship has been greatly reduced. In the future, there is no guarantee that no one will attack us. Su Chen is so young, but he was able to kill Mr. Yu. It will be good for us to cling to him in advance. It's not shameful to be a dog. The key is to see whose dog you are. We will be Su Chen's dogs, and when his martial arts skills are further improved, we may have the opportunity to follow him to the top of the provincial capital and at least become one of the top 4 families. Even if we don't talk about the future, Su Chen now can become a safe haven for our Han family. Therefore, we must give him this 3rd spiritual medicine to establish this friendship. Han Daozheng was shocked, and only then did he understand his father's deep meaning. Father, I'm sorry. You are right. Han Daozheng bowed his head deeply and apologized to Han Kiwi. Han Kiwi said lightly, I didn't blame you, but taught you how to be a family head. This time, although my Han family seems to have suffered heavy losses, but in the future, it may be a blessing in disguise. Han Kiwi looked at the hotel not far away. There, Su Chen stayed. On the other side, Li Qingyan and Su Chen walked back to the hotel. At this time, Li Qingyan was no longer panicking at the beginning, but chattering and jumping. Su Chen, you are so amazing. I finally understand why my grandfather has so much confidence in you. That Mr. Yu, it's like a magic trick. His whole body becomes like that, and you can still defeat him. It's amazing. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He was in a good mood. From Mr. Yu, he got a body refining method Han Yu Gong. In addition, the Han family will send 2 spiritual medicines later. Spiritual medicines are different from ordinary medicinal materials. They are all natural treasures that have grown for many years by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Even in my grandfather's medicine garden, there are very few spiritual medicines. Because the growth environment of spiritual medicines is mostly natural and difficult to cultivate artificially. So far, Su Chen has only obtained the spiritual medicine Ebony Flame Ganoderma. However, today, he will harvest 2 more. In addition to the 2 billion cash, concentration technique and Kingling pills obtained from the Rang family, Su Chen feels that the world is really beautiful. This place in the provincial capital is really good. I have only been here for 1 day, and I have harvested so much. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. If the Rang family and the Han family heard what he said, they might vomit blood. Li Qingyan and Su Chen arrived in front of their room. Li Qingyan still looked excited and was still talking to Su Chen. But Su Chen was not in the mood to listen to her express her excitement. He walked directly into his room and blocked the door. Okay, miss, go to bed early. Tomorrow, you have to get up early to drive. Su Chen said. Li Qingyan was furious. What do you mean? You are afraid that I will go to your room. What's wrong? Su Chen smiled. I had 2 fights today. I'm too tired. Go to bed early, good night. After that, he walked directly into the room. Bang. The door closed. Li Qingyan looked at the 2 doors. Unbelievable. From childhood to adulthood, when has a man treated her like this? There are several trains of men vying to send her home. Now, she wants to go to Su Chen's room, but she is turned away. As for the reason Su Chen gave, that he was too tired, Li Qingyan didn't believe it. When he was fighting Yu Zizhen downstairs just now, he was like a bull, and he would be tired now? This bastard, he did it on purpose. Su Chen, you bastard, you actually locked me out. Are you still a man? Bastard. Li Qingyan kicked the door fiercely. Ouch. Li Qingyan grinned, cursed and went back to her room. Su Chen heard the movement outside the door, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just along the way, he heard Li Qingyan keep praising you are so awesome, and then she used her limited vocabulary to describe the scene of the battle just now. Now that he is back in the hotel, he really doesn't want to continue listening. Besides, Su Chen has more important things to do. Su Chen sat on the bed and took out the Hanyu Gong found from Yu Zizhen. Body training method. This is also a good thing. Su Chen's face was very excited. Although his grandfather laid a very talented foundation for him and taught him many magical medical skills, however, he did not teach him much in terms of training methods. Su Chen opened the Hanyu Gong and flipped through it. Not long after, he put down the book, sat cross-legged on the bed, and circulated the vital energy in his body according to the route described in the book. Not long after, there was a sound of rolling vital energy, like waves surging. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds rang out. The skin on the surface of Su Chen's body slowly formed a thin film. The color was bluish, as if covered with a layer of green jade. Compared with Yu Zizhen, it was obviously much lighter. Su Chen reached out and took a fruit knife and slashed it towards his palm. Crack. The fruit knife broke into 2 pieces. Su Chen's face lit up. This Hanyu Gong, he had just practiced it for the first time, and it could actually harden the skin to this extent. Su Chen put down the fruit knife and continued to practice and study cross-legged. Not long after, dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Su Chen's nose twitched, and then his face showed joy. He quickly got up and walked to the door. He opened the door. Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng were waiting outside the door. In addition to these 2 people, there were 2 bodyguards carrying a stretcher, and lying on it was Han Qiusheng, who had just had a conflict with Su Chen today. At this time, Han Qiusheng's face was as hen, and after seeing Su Chen, he quickly lowered his head to avoid his sight. Seeing Su Chen open the door, Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng quickly bowed respectfully. Mr. Su, excuse me, we have prepared the elixir for you. As he spoke, Han Qiwei took out 3 exquisite wooden boxes from his pocket and handed them to Su Chen respectfully. Su Chen's face lit up, and he took the wooden boxes. He opened them one by one and saw that the first wooden box contained a blood-red fruit with a burst of fragrance. Su Chen just smelled it and felt his blood surging, and his blood flow accelerated. Red blood fruit. Su Chen's mouth curled up. This kind of fruit has a great effect on increasing blood. If it is used to refine medicine, it has infinite medicinal uses. The second wooden box was opened, and Su Chen's surprise became even stronger. Earth green spirit mushroom. Su Chen opened the third wooden box, and this wooden box contained the inner substance of mutton fat white jade, and inside it was a green vine with fine textures. Dragon bone black vine. Su Chen was overjoyed. However, he quickly calmed down and looked at Han Qiwei. Master Han, we agreed to send 2 spiritual herbs. What do you mean by sending 3 now? Han Qiwei smiled flatteringly. Mr. Su, although you only asked for 2 spiritual herbs, our Han family is willing to be on good terms with you. This third one is the gift from my Han family to Mr. Su. In addition, the reason why my Han family and you are enemies is because my bastard grandson is ignorant. Now, I brought him here to let him apologize to you. You are willing to fight and kill, and our Han family has no complaints. As he spoke, Han Qiwei kicked Han Qiusheng on the single rack and cursed, "Bastard, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Su." Han Qiusheng was kicked so hard that tears almost fell. But he also knew the severity of the situation and hurriedly said to Su Chen, "Mr. Su Chen, I didn't recognize the real talent. Please forgive me." Su Chen looked at the Han family and immediately understood the Han family's thoughts. Don't hit a smiling person. He naturally understood this truth. Besides, he was really reluctant to give up any of the 3 spiritual herbs. Okay, let's write off the past. Su Chen accepted the 3 spiritual herbs and smiled lightly. Han Qiu showed a relaxed smile on his face. Although Su Chen did not guarantee anything, his current attitude was already a good start. Okay, in that case, we will no longer bother Mr. Su. If you have any errands in the future, please feel free to contact our Han family. Han Qiu said politely. Then, he was going to leave his mobile phone number to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Han Qiu and smiled. This old guy is really a monkey, and he is very good at taking advantage of others. Su Chen did not put on airs and directly gave his contact information to Han Qiu. In the future, if the head of the Han family hears any news about spiritual herbs in the provincial capital, you can help me collect it, or contact me directly. Su Chen said. Han Qiu was overjoyed, of course. Chapter 162 Not relying on Su Chen. After the conversation, Su Chen and the Han family parted ways. Han Qiu and Han Daozheng were very excited. They were not afraid of Su Chen making requests at all, but they were afraid that he would not make requests. If Su Chen said nothing, he would be dismissive of the Han family's goodwill. Now that he has made a request, it means that he is willing to cooperate with the Han family. The Han family has achieved its goal. Han Qiusheng was lying on a stretcher, feeling very tired and aggrieved. He also understood that he might never be able to avenge his hatred in his lifetime. On the other side, Su Chen put the 3 wooden boxes on the table with a smile on his face. These 3 spiritual herbs are of great use to him. As for the Han family, it doesn't matter. However, the Han family took the initiative to show goodwill, and he could only accept them for the sake of the 3rd herb. In addition, Su Chen also considered another point. In the future, if the Zhou family catering group develops to the provincial capital, it should be able to reduce a lot of trouble if the Han family, one of the 8 major families, comes to escort it. Thinking of this, Su Chen thought of the Yao family, which is also one of the 8 major families in the provincial capital. Although Yao Zhenfeng had a good relationship with him, if he went to the Yao family when he had trouble, he would always owe them a favor, and Su Chen didn't like this feeling. In comparison, it was much more convenient to go to the Han family. In the past, old man Yao kept telling me to visit him when I came to the provincial capital. This time, I didn't go to see him. If he knows about it in the future, I'm afraid he will call me and nag me again. Su Chen laughed secretly. However, he quickly put aside his random thoughts and continued to sit cross-legged on the bed to practice. Su Chen spent the whole night practicing concentration technique and pure jade gong. The next day, when Su Chen got up early in the morning, he sent several messages to Li Qingyan, but she didn't reply. If Su Chen hadn't felt that Li Qingyan's breath was still in the room, he would have rushed in directly. However, after calling Li Qingyan to no avail, Su Chen had to use the technique spiritual peeping and concentration technique again. A ray of spiritual power floated out from Su Chen's spiritual seed, passed through the wall, and slowly appeared in Li Qingyan's room. In an instant, all the scenes in Li Qingyan's room appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen looked at Li Qingyan's bed and saw a figure in a piece of silk, lying on the bed. The quilt had been kicked off, half on the ground, half on the bed, only covering the lower half of the legs. The palm-sized piece of cloth could not cover the seductive beauty at all, and the seemingly leaking appearance added to the temptation. All this was exposed in front of Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned and quickly withdrew his spiritual power. This girl, she is so dishonest when sleeping, and she sleeps so soundly. Su Chen was helpless. Li Qingyan was still sleeping, and he couldn't wake her up now, so he could only wait patiently. How about I take this time to find Mr. Yao? Su Chen suddenly had an idea. However, in the end he shook his head and gave up the idea. If he went to find Yao Zhenfeng, the old man would definitely keep him for dinner. After a little trouble, He might not be able to return to Bincheng until the afternoon. Su Chen was a little worried about not going back for such a long time. Because, in Yaowan Valley, he killed Ding Dong Heo. The Ding Dong Heo was the subordinate of the White Dragon King, and Su Chen was worried that he would do something. After a struggle, Su Chen gave up the idea. At this moment, Yao's villa, Yao Zhenfeng, who was just remembered by Su Chen, was lying on the hospital bed. He was dying, his face was like gold paper, he took in less air and exhaled more, and he would spit out a mouthful of black blood from time to time. It seemed that he was about to die. In the whole Yao's villa, countless people walked around anxiously, and it felt like a mess. What's the matter? Have you thought of a way to save my dad? Yao Zhenfeng's son Yao Shan looked impatient, staring at the dozen doctors in front of the bed. Each of these doctors is a medical expert and a master of traditional Chinese medicine in the provincial capital. In the past, when these doctors faced ordinary patients, they all had an easy job. However, at this moment, they were no longer as arrogant as before, and each of them was like an eggplant hit by frost. Mr. Yao, the old master's illness is too strange. We have checked it with several instruments, but we can't see what's wrong at all. A middle-aged doctor wearing glasses said. Another old man in tank suit said, although I can roughly judge that Mr. Yao has symptoms of poisoning, I can't tell what kind of poison it is. Is there no other way to detoxify my father? Yao Shan said anxiously. The old man in tank suit shook his head. How can we detoxify if we are not even sure of the poison? Moreover, the old man's breath is getting weaker and weaker now. I'm afraid he can only hold on for another hour at most. Yao Shan shook his hand fiercely. All the doctors were a little ashamed and bowed their heads in silence. I hope the miracle doctor I invited can come in time. Yao Shan murmured. The old man in tank suit asked, Mr. Yao, which doctor did you invite? If it's an ordinary doctor, it's probably useless even if he comes. Yao Shan said, it's a doctor on the saint hand list, and he's in the top 10, Bian Sanson. The doctors were surprised and happy when they heard this name. Is Dr. Bian in our provincial capital now? That's great. He's a doctor on the saint hand list. Maybe he has the means to change fate, said the old man in tank suit. Yao Shan nodded. Although Dr. Bian is not in our provincial capital, he is in Bincheng next door. I contacted him yesterday, and he said he would come early this morning. He should be here soon. The doctors were overjoyed. Good people will be blessed by heaven. With Dr. Bian, this poison should not be difficult to cure. The old man will definitely be fine. The status of the saint hand list in the hearts of these doctors is still very high. What's more, Bian Sanson is in the top 10. At this time, more than a dozen doctors were full of expectations. None of them left, waiting here, wanting to see the medical skills of the doctor on the saint hand list. While waiting anxiously, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful young girl running in. It was Yao Zhenfeng's granddaughter, Yao Nana. Dad, how is grandpa? Yao Nana looked anxious, with red eyes. She had rushed back from another province. Yao Shan hurriedly explained, and Yao Nana's tears immediately flowed out. Dad, let's contact Su Chen quickly. He is very powerful and will definitely find a way to save grandpa. Yao Nana cried. Yao Shan frowned slightly. Before, Yao Zhenfeng and Yao Nana had been talking about how powerful Su Chen was. Because they were optimistic about Su Chen, the Yao family not only transferred the interests of many Bincheng Entertainment City Food Center projects, but also supported the Zhao family when the Zhao family and the Zhao family fought. In fact, Yao Shan was not very happy about these things. Forced by the old man Yao Zhenfeng, Yao Shan could only do this, but he did not have much good feelings for Su Chen. At this time, hearing his daughter mention Su Chen again, Yao Shan said coldly, no need for that Su Chen to come. I have invited the top 10 doctors on the saint hand list. Your grandpa will be fine. Dad, let me call Su Chen again. His medical skills are really amazing. Definitely better than that doctor on the saint hand list. Yao Nana insisted. On the side, the old man in tank suit interrupted and said, Miss Yao, you are relatively young. You may not understand. Medical skills are something that can only grow with the accumulation of age and experience. It is difficult for a young person to compare with a doctor in a normal hospital, let alone compare with a doctor on the saint hand list. Other doctors also echoed. Yeo Nana looked unhappy, but she insisted, I don't care, I believe Su Chen has the ability. I'm going to call him. Yeo Shan looked unhappy. You kid, why are you so stubborn? Your grandpa can only hold on for an hour now. Even if you notify Su Chen now, he won't be able to come to the provincial capital in time. Now the only hope is to beat up the genius doctor. Yeo Nana's tears fell immediately. I'm going to call Su Chen. She left only this sentence and ran out. Yeo Shan looked helpless and said to the doctors, please forgive me, I'm young and haven't seen much of the world. I took it seriously when someone fooled me. The doctors laughed and didn't take it seriously. Yeo Nana ran outside and called Su Chen directly. Su Chen, my grandpa is poisoned and keeps vomiting blood. The doctor said that he can only hold on for another hour. What should I do? Woo woo. Yeo Nana burst into tears after she finished speaking. In the hotel, Su Chen received the call and his face changed slightly. He comforted her. Don't worry. Give me an address. I'll go to your house now. My grandpa can only hold on for another hour. You won't have enough time to come here from Bincheng. Su Chen said. Don't worry. I'm in the provincial capital now. Yeo Nana was overjoyed, wiped her tears quickly, and sent her home address to Su Chen. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Su Chen hung up the phone. After he finished speaking, he looked at the next room and saw Li Qingyan was still sleeping. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Li Qingyan to explain the situation. Then, he rushed to the Yeo family villa. On the other side, after Yeo Nana hung up the phone, she ran back excitedly. As a result, as soon as she arrived at the door, she caught up with Yeo Shan and a group of doctors going out. Dad, Su Chen is in the provincial capital. He said he would come to our house soon to treat Grandpa. Grandpa is saved. Yeo Nana said excitedly. Yeo Shan was not excited, but smiled faintly and said, your grandfather can definitely be saved, but not by that Su Chen, but by Dr. Bayan. Now, Dr. Bayan is at our doorstep. Come with me to greet him. The smile on Yeo Nana's face rose. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Grandpa is saved. The smile on Yeo Nana's face rose. She didn't quite understand why her father always had some opinions about Su Chen. But before she could say anything, Yeo Shan had already led a dozen doctors outside. Since my father has so much confidence in that divine Dr. Bayan, I'd like to go and see if this guy is as good as Su Chen. Yeo Nana thought to herself and followed. Yeo Shan and others were waiting at the door. Soon a luxury car drove up and slowly stopped. An old man in a white sweatshirt stepped out of the car. It was Bayan Sanson who had just arrived from Bincheng. Yesterday, Bayan Sanson wanted to treat Su Chen to a meal and said that he would leave immediately because he was entrusted by someone to come to the provincial capital. As soon as Bayan Sanson got out of the car, Yeo Shan immediately stepped forward. He said respectfully, Divine Dr. Bayan, you are finally here. I'm Yeo Shan. This is my daughter Yeo Nana, and this is. Yeo Shan wanted to introduce other doctors to Bayan Sanson, but Bayan Sanson interrupted him directly. Don't introduce them yet. I heard that the patient's condition is very urgent. Let's go see the patient first. Bayan Sanson said. Yes. Yes. Yeo Shan nodded repeatedly. The doctors couldn't help but show respect. He is indeed one of the top 10 doctors on the saint hand list. He is indeed a kind-hearted doctor. Even Yeo Nana, who was standing by, looked at Bayan Sanson with a much softer look. She didn't interrupt again, but followed everyone to Yeo Zhenfeng's ward. On the bed, Yeo Zhenfeng's face was pale and his lips were black. Even with advanced medical equipment to help prolong his life, he still looked like he would die at any time. Bayan Sanson hurried forward, put his hand on Yeo Zhenfeng's wrist, and felt his pulse. For a moment, everyone held their breath, for fear of disturbing Bayan Sanson. Soon, Bayan Sanson frowned slightly, and then opened his slightly closed eyes. Bayan, How is it? What happened to my dad? Yeo Shan asked first. Bian Sansan's face was not looking good. Wait a minute. Then, he went forward to check again, checking Yeo Zhenfeng's pupils, mouth, chest and other parts. Turning his head, looking at the people with expectant faces, Bian Sansan slowly said, the old man should be poisoned. The old man in Tang suit immediately raised the corner of his mouth. His initial guess was right. What poison? The old man in Tang suit asked. Can it be cured? Bian Sansan pondered for a moment. I'm not sure what poison it is. Everyone was shocked, and Yeo Shan and Yeo Nana were even more disappointed. However, Bian Sansan continued. However, although I can't be sure what the poison is, I can try to force the detoxification. Yeo Shan was immediately overjoyed and said, please ask Dr. Bian to remove the poison for my father. Bian Sansan shook his head. In fact, I only have 5 layers of confidence. If it fails, it is very likely to stimulate the toxicity and let the old Yeo family master die of poisoning. Ah. Yeo Shan and Yeo Nana were both stunned. Yeo Shan gritted his teeth and said, my father can only hold on for another hour now. Now I have no choice but to trust you. Dr. Bian, please help my father detoxify. If you fail, I will never pursue the matter. Bian Sansan nodded, took out the silver needle, and was about to step forward. Wait a minute. Yeo Nana immediately spoke up to stop him. Bian Sansan looked at Yeo Nana and asked, Miss Yeo, do you have any objections? Yeo Nana quickly said, Dr. Bian, please wait a little longer. I have also invited another doctor for Grandpa. I want to wait until he sees Grandpa before deciding on the treatment plan. Okay. Nana, what are you talking about? Yeo Shan quickly scolded. Yeo Nana's words clearly showed her distrust of Bian Sansan. Sure enough, Bian Sansan's face darkened slightly. Yeo Nana also knew that she had spoken out of turn, but she had no choice but to interrupt her grandfather's life and death. Dr. Bian, it's not that I don't have confidence in you. It's really about my grandfather's life and death. I have to pay special attention to it. Let's wait a little while. The doctor I invited will be here soon. Yeo Nana insisted. Nana, if you make trouble again, don't blame me for kicking you out. Yeo Shan's face turned completely black. Dad. Yeo Nana's eyes were pleading. However, Yeo Shan glared at Yeo Nana fiercely. Shut up. Yeo Nana could only lower her head and keep silent. Yeo Shan turned his head and bowed slightly to Bian Sansan. Dr. Bian, I'm really sorry. This child was bewitched and regarded a person of about her age as a miracle doctor. Bian Sansan smiled. He suddenly thought that Su Chen's age seemed to be about the same as Yeo Nana. In fact, I know that there is indeed a miracle doctor of about the same age as Miss Yeo. But that kind of person can only be found in billions of people. Miss Yeo is likely to have been deceived. Bian Sansan said. Yeo Shan hurriedly smiled. Yes. But this silly girl still thinks she has met a medical genius. Drive Bian, I have already scolded her. Don't worry, just treat my dad. Bian Sansan nodded and picked up the silver needle again. Soon, Bian Sansan used his famous skill 3 needles to rejuvenate Yang to insert needles into Yeo Zhenfeng's major acupoints. In the blink of an eye, Yeo Zhenfeng's skin quickly turned red and blood rushed into his body. Not long after, Yeo Zhenfeng's face slowly turned rosy and the black on his lips gradually faded. The doctors were all surprised. This seems to be the famous skill of Dr. Bian, the 3 needles to rejuvenate Yang, which can mobilize the patient's vitality the fastest. Sure enough, there is no false reputation under the great reputation. Old Yeo's complexion began to recover. When everyone was praising, suddenly, a painful groan sounded. Yeo Zhenfeng's face showed pain. The next second countless black bumps began to appear on his body and face. Not good. The toxicity has been stimulated. The old man in Tang suit shouted. Bian Sansan's face changed. His subordinates changed their movements and quickly adjusted the layout of the silver needles. Plum blossom needle array. Bian Sansan looked serious, and the silver needles seemed to be random, but they formed a plum blossom shape. In an instant, the black bumps quickly subsided. Yeo Zhenfeng's face became ruddy again. The doctors were very surprised. The old Chinese doctor in Tang suit came forward to observe for a long time, and then said excitedly, "It's the plum blossom needle array." In addition to the 3 needles to restore yang, Dr. Bayan has also mastered the lost formation of plum blossom needle array. Now old Yao will definitely be worry free. Yao Shan was overjoyed. He looked at Yao Nana beside him and said, "Do you see, with Bayan Sansan here, your grandfather will definitely be fine." Yao Nana didn't speak and looked at the bed with worry in her eyes. Although, she also knew that Bayan Sansan was very powerful. But from the bottom of her heart, she still believed in Su Chen more. Bayan Sansan was relieved when he saw Yao Zhenfeng's appearance. Fortunately, I learned this plum blossom needle formation from Mr. Su. Otherwise this nameless poison might really make me fall. Bayan Sansan was thankful. At this moment, puff, Yao Zhenfeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, his face was covered with horrible black lines, and his whole face was tangled together, as if he was suffering from unspeakable pain. Dad, Grandpa, Yao Shan and Yao Nana were immediately shocked and cried out in grief. Bayan Sansan hurried forward to check, but the more he checked, the uglier his face looked. It was because he found that, although the vitality in Yao Zhenfeng's body was mobilized by the silver needle, it still couldn't suppress the poison. At this time, the poison had already erupted in his body. "Drive Bayan, please save my dad. Drive Bayan, please save my grandpa." The father and daughter of the Yao family begged Bayan Sansan. Bayan Sansan said regretfully, "You too, it's not that I don't want to save Mr. Yao. It's just that, as I said before, I'm only half sure of suppressing the poison. But I underestimated the poison. Even though I used 2 medical secrets, it still didn't work, and instead caused the poison to explode. The old man probably has 5 minutes left. Please accept my condolences. I'm really sorry." Bayan Sansan bowed deeply to the father and daughter of the Yao family to express his apology. Yao Shan looked painful, his eyes slightly closed, and tears slowly fell. But Yao Nana kept shaking her head and said, "No, I don't believe it. My grandpa can definitely be saved. When the miracle doctor I found comes, he will definitely be able to save grandpa." Bayan Sansan looked at Yao Nana and said, "Miss Yao, this poison is too rare. I'm afraid only the 3rd ranked poison king on the saint hand list can come, and there is hope of finding an antidote within 5 minutes. As for the others." Bayan Sansan suddenly thought of Su Chen, and he changed his words. "Even if there really is such a miracle doctor who can detoxify strange poisons, I'm afraid he won't be able to get to the provincial capital within 5 minutes. Yao Nana's face was full of tears, and she shouted angrily, "No! The person I found can definitely save grandpa. He will be here soon. He can definitely save grandpa." Yao Shan held back his tears, looked at Yao Nana, and said in a deep voice, "Nana, stop messing around. There are still a few minutes left. You should stay with your grandpa. Stop making noises. Let your grandpa go with peace of mind." Other doctors also tried to comfort her. "Yes, Miss Yao, please believe in the judgment of the divine Dr. Bayan. The dead are the most important. Miss Yao, please keep your voice down. Miss Yao, don't be fooled by the swindlers outside." Surrounded by the crowd, Yao Nana looked painful. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, her cell phone suddenly rang. Yao Nana looked down. She quickly wiped the tears from her face and looked very happy. "The divine doctor I found is here. Grandpa is saved." Then, she ran out the door. Bayan Sansan looked at the divine doctors and shook his head slowly. This silly girl must have been fooled. And Yao Shan's face darkened. Chapter 164 Master, why are you here? Yao Nana ran out to greet Su Chen. Yao Shan's face was not very good. In his opinion, Su Chen was a charlatan who had cheated father Yao Zhenfeng and daughter Yao Nana in Bincheng. Now he was even more excessive, and actually came to the Yao family to cheat. Yao Nana ran to the door, and saw the tall Su Chen at first sight. "Mr. Su, you are finally here. Please go and see my grandfather." As she spoke, Yao Nana's tears flowed again, as if she had found someone to confide all her grievances. Su Chen said quickly, "Miss Yao, don't worry. Let's talk while we walk." Yao Nana nodded, and hurriedly led the way while explaining, "My grandpa has been slowly falling into a coma since a few days ago. He started vomiting blood these 2 days, and he was completely in a coma last night. By today, he was already breathing weakly. My dad has consulted many doctors, but none of them have found out what's wrong. Today, a miracle doctor invited by my dad gave my grandpa acupuncture, and it worked at first, but then, as the two walked and talked, Yeonana explained all the processes to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, and he already had an idea in his mind. Don't worry, I'm here, and I won't let Grandpa Yeo get into trouble. Yeah. Yeonana burst into laughter. Just as the two walked to the door of the ward, Yeo Shan came out and blocked their way. Dad, this is a miracle Dr. Su Chen. Please let him go in to see Grandpa. He will definitely be able to save Grandpa. Yeonana introduced. However, Yeo Shan's expression was still calm. Thank you Mr. Su for coming, but the miracle doctor we invited has already reached a conclusion. I don't want to bother the old man anymore. Please go back. Yeo Shan said calmly. Su Chen and Yeonana were both stunned. Especially Su Chen. He could clearly feel that Yeo Shan had a strong hostility towards him. Yeonana even shouted, Dad, what are you doing? Su Chen is here to detoxify Grandpa. Now, only he can detoxify Grandpa and save Grandpa. Yeo Shan said coldly, Nana, were you drugged by him, or what? Medical skills are broad and spiritual, and many doctors have spent their whole lives studying, and have not achieved much. How high can the medical skills of a young boy like him be? As he spoke, Yeo Shan looked at Su Chen coldly, and said lightly, I tell you the truth, Su Chen, even if you can deceive my old man and my daughter, you can't deceive me. You know that my Yeo family is one of the top 4 of the 8 major families in the provincial capital, so you come here to deliberately build relationships, right? Today you want to make trouble for the old man, and then say that it's too late to take over, so that you can cheat my Yeo family of a favor, right? The old man has been very kind to you, but you even want to take advantage of the old man's death. Are you still human? Yeo Shan's eyes were cold, and there was a bone-chilling chill in his words. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Chen is not that kind of person. Yeonana looked at Yeo Shan in disbelief. She didn't expect that her father's hostility towards Su Chen would be so strong. Su Chen looked at Yeo Shan and said indifferently, although your Yeo family is one of the 8 major families, it has no appeal to me. You have been a cunning and scheming person all your life, but you shouldn't judge others like this. If it weren't for Mr. Yeo and I being friends, I would have just left, based on what you said just now. Yeo Shan sneered. It sounds good, but go. Yeonana looked anxious and looked at Su Chen with a pleading look. Su Chen nodded gently at her. Then, he turned to Yeo Shan and said, I want to treat Mr. Yeo, not for the sake of your Yeo family, nor for the sake of your Yeo Shan, but because of my friendship with Mr. Yeo and your daughter's plea. Get out of the way, let me save the old man. If I can't save the old man, I'm willing to let the Yeo family deal with me, regardless of life or death. Yeo Shan was shocked, and his eyes flickered. For a moment, he was actually shocked by Su Chen's momentum. He said, okay, then I'll give you this chance. If you can save my dad, I'll kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you. I don't want it. Su Chen left a word, pushed Yeo Shan away, and walked into the house. Humph. Yeonana also snorted at her father to express her dissatisfaction. Yeo Shan was furious. He shouted at the two of them, this damn girl, you haven't woken up yet. You still expect Su Chen to cure your grandfather. Dream on. Even Bian Sanson, who is in the top 10 of the Saint Hand list, can't do anything. What right does Su Chen have? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure ran out of the room. It was none other than Bian Sanson. He ran and shouted excitedly, Master, why are you here? Bian Sanson ran to the door and bowed to Su Chen fiercely regardless of the shocked eyes of others. For a moment, Yeo Shan was dumbfounded. He felt that his ears seemed to be hallucinating. However, Su Chen's words broke his fantasy. Su Chen was quite surprised to see Bian Sanson. He smiled faintly and said, I said, you don't have to call me master. Bian Sanson scratched his head and said, I'm used to it. Besides, you taught me the plum blossom needle formation, so it's only right for me to call you master. Yeo Shan followed behind and was completely stunned. This Su Chen actually taught Bian Sanson, a genius doctor who is one of the top 10 doctors on the Saint Hand list. However, Su Chen did not continue to talk about this topic, but asked, "Why are you here? I wanted to invite you to dinner yesterday, and I said goodbye to you, but I was invited to treat the old master Yao." At this point, Bian Sansin looked a little embarrassed, but I didn't expect that the poisoning the old man was too strange, and I turned over here. Fortunately, you happen to be in the provincial capital, and this is also the great fortune of the old master Yao. At this point, Bian Sansin said to Yao Shan, "Mr. Yao, your Yao family is lucky. Mr. Su happened to be in the provincial capital. This is the old man's life not to die." Ha ha ha. Bian Sansin laughed excitedly. However, Yao Shan didn't know whether he should laugh or laugh. A dead poker face, the expression was frozen, but the corners of his mouth were forced to hook a stiff smile. Su Chen said coldly, "Mr. Yao doesn't believe in my medical skills. I'll go check on Mr. Yao first." After saying that, Su Chen walked away without even looking at Yao Shan. Yao Nana hurriedly followed. Yao Shan was stunned, his face turning green and red. Bian Sansin also noticed something was wrong and asked hurriedly. Yao Shan was a little embarrassed, but he still told Bian Sansin everything. After listening, Bian Sansin was furious. "Yao Shan, I don't know what to say to you." Bian Sansin was so angry that he couldn't kick him. If it weren't for Su Chen's consideration for the sake of Mr. Yao and your daughter, your Yao family would have to wait for the funeral. With your level, you still want to inherit the position of patriarch of the Yao family in the future. Give it to your daughter quickly. You have no vision at all. Bian Sansin usually doesn't develop in the provincial capital at all, and coupled with the transcendent status of the saint-handless genius doctor, he doesn't care about Yao Shan's power at all, and directly criticizes him crazily. Yao Shan looked unhappy, but he could only lower his head and mutter, "Who knows, he's not a liar. He's so young." Bian Sansin was furious and said, "What's wrong with being young? Haven't you heard that heroes come from youth?" Yao Shan was speechless and had a lot of complaints in his heart. "Just now, you said that a young genius doctor like this could only be found among billions of people. Now, it has changed to heroes come from youth. It's true that people are two-faced, and they can do it anyway. Stop talking nonsense. Go in quickly and see how my young master treats it." Bian Sansin threw down a sentence and rushed back to the room. At this time, Su Chen was already standing in front of Yao Zhenfeng's bed, examining him carefully. Yao Nana was standing aside, looking at Su Chen with a nervous face. On the side, more than a dozen doctors were talking and guessing Su Chen's identity. When Bian Sansin came and briefly introduced Su Chen's identity, everyone was shocked. "What? This young man is actually your master, Mr. Bian? Did he pass on your plum blossom needle formation to you? I have to get closer to see if I can learn anything. And me. Don't squeeze me." The doctors immediately pushed each other to get to the front. Seeing this scene, Yao Shan's mood became even more complicated. In his heart, he had a little more expectation that Su Chen would cure Yao Zhenfeng. But when he thought that, if Su Chen really succeeded, he would have to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Soon, Su Chen judged the result. 9 extremes life transforming needles. Plum blossom needle formation. 9 consecutive sets of 9 extremes life transforming needles. 3 by 3. Formed 3 sets of plum blossom needle formation. 3 sets of plum blossom needle formation formed a more complex plum blossom. Su Chen mobilized the vitality in his body, and in an instant, a scorching breath rushed out. His hand swept across the tail end of the 99 and 81 silver needles. In an instant, the boiling flame vitality rushed along the silver needles to Yao Zhenfeng's meridians. Crash! The sound of rushing water resounded in Yao Zhenfeng's body. Soon, his body turned red visibly. Hiss, hiss. Puffs of black smoke slowly came out from Yao Zhenfeng's 7 orifices and the hairs on the surface of his skin. Everyone felt dizzy and nauseous after smelling a little. "Back off. Don't smell this black mist," Su Chen shouted. Everyone quickly backed off. Su Chen shouted again, "Wake up." Then, he slapped Yao Zhenfeng on the forehead. Puff! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. Yao Zhenfeng's eyelashes flickered, and he woke up faintly. On the side, Yao Qingshan was stunned. Chapter 165. Haha, I don't care. Yao Zhenfeng woke up slowly. What happened to me? Yao Zhenfeng said softly. His voice was a little dry. After all, he had been unconscious for quite a long time. Su Chen stepped back a few steps to make room for Yao Nana and Yao Shan. At this time, Yao Nana rushed forward immediately. Grandpa, you woke up. Great. I thought you would never wake up again. Woo woo. Yao Nana couldn't hold back and burst into tears in an instant. Yao Zhenfeng hurried to comfort her. Seeing his father speaking freely, Yao Shan also showed ecstasy on his face. However, when his eyes glanced at Su Chen not far away, the joy on his face rose. He suddenly remembered that he had made a bet with Su Chen. Now that Su Chen has saved his father, he wants to kneel down and kowtow to Su Chen to apologize. In an instant, the joy in Yao Zhenfeng's heart was reduced by half. On the side, Bian Sanson stood proudly beside Su Chen, looking proud of it. It seemed that the person who detoxified Yao Zhenfeng was himself. The other doctors all looked at Su Chen with admiration and shock. They seemed to be a little bit unbelievable that such a difficult poison could be cured by a young man. Yao Zhenfeng comforted Yao Nana for a while, then turned to look at Yao Shan on the side. He asked, Shan, which miracle doctor saved me? Did you invite the miracle Dr. Ban? Yao Shan looked a little ugly, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Bian Sanson hurried forward and apologized. Old Patriarch Yao, I'm Bian Sanson. I don't deserve the title of miracle doctor. The poison you were infected with is quite tricky, and I failed. Yao Zhenfeng looked at Yao Shan on the side with a look of surprise. Shan, if the miracle Dr. Ban failed, which miracle doctor will help me detoxify and prolong my life? Yao Nana looked up at her father, and for some reason she felt a little bit of revenge in her heart. Who made my father not believe in me? Let's see what you say now. Yao Shan looked embarrassed, and finally gritted his teeth and whispered, It's Su Chen, the divine doctor. Yao Zhenfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he struggled to look up and looked around. Little friend Su Chen, are you here? Yao Zhenfeng asked. Su Chen had to stand up, and said with a smile, Grandpa Yao, I'm here. Yao Zhenfeng's face was immediately full of smiles. Su Chen, you are indeed my lucky star, and you saved my life again. Su Chen smiled, you are a lucky person. I just happened to be in the provincial capital, otherwise I might not be able to make it. Ha ha ha. Yao Zhenfeng laughed, and he continued, since you are in the provincial capital today, don't leave. Stay and have a meal with me, an old man, and I will treat you well. Yao Shan's face changed slightly. After his father Yao Zhenfeng got older, he preferred quietness and rarely invited people to his home for dinner, unless they were people he valued very much. Su Chen was undoubtedly such a person. However, facing Yao Zhenfeng's invitation, Su Chen shook his head. Mr. Yao, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. I have urgent matters to attend to in Bincheng. I have to hurry back. Su Chen said. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yao Zhenfeng's face. He continued, no. You finally came to the provincial capital. It would be unreasonable for me not to entertain you once. Don't persuade me. If I were not busy, I would definitely stay with you. Su Chen smiled and changed the subject. By the way, the poison you were poisoned with is called the soul stirring powder. This poison wears away the mind and dissipates the qi in blood. It is usually taken from food. You should pay attention to whether you have eaten anything special recently. Su Chen looked serious. His trick was effective. Speaking of poisoning, Yao Zhenfeng thought seriously. Soon, Yao Zhenfeng seemed to think of something, and his face was slightly gloomy. Okay, I guess what happened. I will be more careful in the future. Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Then, he asked Yao Nana to find a small bottle. Find a place where no one is around. Cut your finger and squeeze out a drop of blood, then add some water to dilute it. Su Chen handed the vial to Yao Zhenfeng. Old Yao, take this liquid first. If you accidentally get poisoned in the future, you can drink it first, and then contact me as soon as possible. Yao Zhenfeng nodded, and then looked at Su Chen with some regret. You really don't want to stay and accompany me, an old man? Yao Zhenfeng's expression actually felt like a child playing tricks. Su Chen smiled and said, Old Yao, please don't embarrass me. I really have something to do. If I have time later, I will definitely come to visit you. After saying that, Su Chen turned around and was about to leave. There was no movement from the White Dragon King, and Su Chen was still a little worried. He wanted to go back to Bincheng as soon as possible, just in case. Su Chen was about to leave. Suddenly, Yao Shan stopped him. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Yao Shan. Drive Su. I haven't fulfilled the bet yet. Yao Shan's face flushed red, full of shame. He is the future head of the Yao family, the top figure in the entire provincial capital, but he has to kneel down and apologize to a young man. How can he not be ashamed? Su Chen stopped, glanced at Yao Shan, and said lightly, I said that I detoxified old Yao for the sake of old Yao and your daughter. It has nothing to do with you. So, I don't care about your kneeling apology at all. After the voice fell, Su Chen pushed Yao Shan away and left directly. In an instant, Yao Shan's face turned red. Although Su Chen did not ask him to kneel down and apologize. But Su Chen's attitude is more humiliating than asking him to kneel down. Shan, come here. What's the bet you just told Su Chen about? Tell me clearly. On the side, Yao Zhenfeng had already sat up on the bed, staring at Yao Shan with anger in his eyes. He roughly guessed what happened. Yao Shan walked to the bed with his head down, and did not dare to speak. Yao Zhenfeng slapped the bed. Yao Shan was startled, and quickly told him everything that had happened before. After hearing this, Yao Zhenfeng flew into a rage. Slap. He slapped Yao Shan in the face. You bastard. You ignored everything I told you, didn't you? I told you that Su Chen is a genius in both medicine and martial arts. You must make friends with him. At the critical moment, he can save another life. Last time and this time, he has saved my life twice. You are just stubborn and don't believe it, right? Yao Shan's face was full of sorrow. Dad, I was wrong. I really wanted to apologize to Su Chen just now, but he just left. Yao Zhenfeng said angrily, does he care about your kneeling and kowtowing? Does he care about your apology? Su Chen is a genius among men. Does he care who you are? If it weren't for me making friends with him, if I hadn't decided to give the Bincheng Entertainment City Food Center project to the Zhao family, if I hadn't supported the Zhao family when the Zhao and Zhao families were fighting, based on your attitude, Su Chen wouldn't care about my life or death at all. I'm an old man, and I was almost killed by you, a brainless bastard. He didn't want to stay at the Yao family for dinner. Maybe he was angry with you. I'll beat you to death. Yao Zhenfeng became more and more angry as he spoke, and he was about to beat Yao Shan again. Yao Shan quickly admitted his mistake. On the side, Yao Nana saw her father being scolded by her grandfather. Although she felt a little happy, she still hurried forward to persuade him. Grandpa, don't be too angry. From the look of Su Chen, he doesn't look like he is angry because of my father, but there may be something else. Yao Nana said. Yao Zhenfeng blew his beard and glared. You are also speaking for your father, right? Yao Nana quickly denied. No, Grandpa. I just think that according to Su Chen's personality, he would not take my father's attitude seriously at all. If he really wanted to stay, he would have found an excuse to leave because of my father. My father, he doesn't have such a big role. Yao Shan didn't know whether he should be happy or sad when he heard his daughter's words. However, Yao Zhenfeng nodded. You have a point. Yao Zhenfeng glared at Yao Shan. Look at your daughter, then look at you. Damn it, you have studied with me for so many years, but you are not as good as Nana. Yao Shan smiled awkwardly. You still dare to laugh? Yao Zhenfeng glared. Yao Shan quickly frowned. Yao Zhenfeng said coldly, I'll give you a task. Go and find out what happened to Su Chen. Try to help him solve it, and then get his forgiveness. If he doesn't forgive you, don't come back. Yao Shan nodded quickly. Yes. What are you still standing there for? Go check it out. Yao Zhenfeng glared at Yao Shan fiercely. Yao Shan ran out quickly. On the other side, Su Chen walked out of the Yao family villa and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time and nothing happened to old Yao. He was about to take a taxi back when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. Su Chen picked up the phone. There was a roar from the opposite side immediately. Chapter 166 White Dragon King's men are coming to kill us. Ah. Su Chen, you bastard. Where have you been? Last night, you wouldn't let me go to your room. Did you sneak out and do something bad? You haven't come back yet until so late. You're having a lot of fun. Li Qingyan's voice bombarded Su Chen's eardrums through the megaphone. Not long ago, she just got up, washed up, and went to knock on Su Chen's door. As a result, after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Finally, she was sure that Su Chen was not in the room at all. In an instant, many images came to Li Qingyan's mind. Last night, Su Chen didn't let me into his room, just to trick me into going back to my room to sleep, so that he could do something bad. He must have sneaked away as soon as I entered the room. Then, he played outside all night. This bastard must have gone to some dance hall, nightclub, or red light district, and I don't know how many girls he ordered. These stinky men, every one of them is a bad guy. Su Chen is even worse. I took the initiative to go into his room, and he pretended to be good. In the end, he ran out to find a girl. Am I not even as good as those girls? This bastard. The more Li Qingyan thought about it, the more she got angry. Finally, she couldn't help it, so she called Su Chen angrily. On the other end of the phone, Su Chen looked puzzled. He practiced all night. When did he go out to do bad things? Su Chen said, what a mess. I was in the room last night and came out this morning to do something. Li Qingyan didn't believe it. This is your first time in the provincial capital. What can you do? Don't quibble. You are a big pervert. Su Chen was too lazy to explain to her. Okay. Say whatever you want. Wait for me for another 10 minutes. I will go back to the hotel. After that, Su Chen hung up the phone directly. Beep. Hearing the hang-up sound from the receiver, Li Qingyan's anger became even greater. Su Chen, you bastard, you have a bad temper. You go out to fool around by yourself, and you dare to hang up my phone. Li Qingyan was so angry that she kicked Su Chen's door hard. Ouch. As a result, she almost sprained her ankle again. On the other side, Su Chen put down his phone, sighed, and was quite helpless. He found that these women always spoke in a weird way. Zhou Wanqiu was like this, and Li Qingyan was the same. Su Chen felt that it was really difficult for him to communicate with women. Thinking of Zhou Wanqiu, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. He came to the provincial capital by himself, but he seemed to have forgotten to tell Zhou Wanqiu. Damn it. Does this count as staying out all night? Su Chen was very upset. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it anymore. He would deal with it when he got back to Bincheng. Soon, Su Chen returned to the hotel. When he arrived at the door of the room, Li Qingyan was waiting in the corridor with an angry face. Haha. People who practice martial arts are amazing. They fooled around all night and their legs didn't feel weak. They can still walk back. Li Qingyan frowned and had a mocking smile on her face. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this and asked directly, have you packed your things? If so, let's check out and go back to Bincheng. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Li Qingyan felt like he was punching cotton. Su Chen, you are really too much. You didn't come back all night without any explanation. Li Qingyan said. Su Chen said helplessly, I got up early in the morning. But you are still sleeping, and I went out for a short time. Do you believe this? Li Qingyan said. Su Chen was helpless, believe it or not. Hurry up and pack up, and go back to Bincheng. Humph. Li Qingyan was angry, snorted coldly, and turned to go downstairs. When she walked to the front desk and checked out, Li Qingyan's eyes turned. She whispered, Miss, did my colleague not sleep in the room all night last night? The front desk attendant smiled while checking out. No. I was on duty from last night to this morning's overnight shift. After you went back to the room last night, this gentleman didn't come out. This morning, this gentleman seemed to have something urgent and went out. Hearing the words of the front desk attendant, Li Qingyan was stunned. She looked at Su Chen again, and her face suddenly felt a little hot. It turned out that she was really wrong. She also brained so many sensual and colorful romantic scenes for Su Chen, and scolded him. Thinking of this, Li Qingyan suddenly felt very embarrassed. Su Chen saw Li Qingyan standing at the front desk in a daze, and raised his voice and said, Hey, miss. What's wrong? Do you want to stand here and greet people at the hotel? Li Qingyan blushed. She said with shame and anger, you are the one who greets people. Don't talk. I get annoyed when I hear you talking. Then, she lowered her head and blushed and hurried to the parking lot, fearing that Su Chen would see her embarrassment. Su Chen followed silently. Li Qingyan drove the car, and Su Chen continued to sit in the passenger seat. However, on this return trip, Li Qingyan's face turned red, and she didn't talk to Su Chen, which surprised Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Li Qingyan and asked, are you okay? I see your face is a little red. After saying this, Li Qingyan's face turned panic. What's wrong with my blushing? I feel refreshed. Li Qingyan quickly fought back like a frightened cat. Su Chen was confused. He didn't even understand whether he had offended this young lady. There was no way. Su Chen had to shut up. After a long time, Li Qingyan's panic and embarrassment slowly subsided. In silence, the car drove fast, getting closer and closer to Bincheng. Ding-ling-ling. Su Chen's cell phone rang suddenly. Li Qingyan was curious and wanted to turn her head to see, but finally forced herself to hold it back. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He glanced at Li Qingyan and then picked up the phone. Hello. Who are you? A pleasant voice came from the other side immediately. Hello, Mr. Su Chen, it's me, and Linglang. Su Chen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that An Linglang would contact him suddenly. Although he didn't give An Linglang his contact information, it was not difficult to find his number with An Linglang's means. Miss An, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Chen asked. An Linglang's voice seemed a little anxious. Mr. Su, I have some bad news to tell you. The White Dragon King already knows that you killed Ding Dong Heo. He has already spread the word that he wants to kill you. I heard that he is going to send his third disciple, the speedy Crossing Xianjiu, to Bincheng. Crossing Jiushan is a genuine innate strongman. You must be more careful. If you can't help it, just hide first. I will rush to Bincheng now, hoping to help you reconcile the conflict with the White Dragon King. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Thank you for the news, Miss An. You don't have to worry about reconciling the conflict. If the White Dragon King is determined to kill me, I will let him taste the taste of failure. Su Chen said lightly. And Linglang was a little anxious. Mr. Su, you may not know how powerful the innate masters are. Crossing Xianjiu once killed more than a dozen Zhuanjin masters alone in a mission of the White Dragon King. Moreover, it is said that he once fought with the invincible Yang Wudi, dodged 3 punches from Yang Wudi, and lasted for 1 minute under Yang Wudi before being defeated. You must not underestimate him. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. He was not very interested in Crossing Xianjiu, but was a little curious about Yang Wudi. This Crossing Xianjiu was a famous innate master, but he could only hold on for 1 minute in the hands of Yang Wudi. Moreover, he seemed to be quite proud of it. In this way, Yang Wudi's strength is probably extremely terrifying. He killed Yang Wudi's youngest apprentice, Iron Fist Feng Dao, and he might have a big fight with Yang Wudi sooner or later. Su Chen felt that he should have been prepared early. Hey, Mr. Su, did you hear what I said? And Linglang's voice sounded again on the opposite side. Su Chen shook his head and temporarily stopped thinking about Yang Wudi. He continued, thank you Miss An for your reminder. He is just a congenital strongman. I don't take him seriously. Hearing Su Chen's words, An Linglang was silent for a while. At this time, An Linglang's mobile phone seemed to be taken away by the pretty widow. Then, an angry voice sounded, Su Chen, why are you so stubborn? We kindly reminded you, but you still pretended. You still don't take the congenital strongman seriously, and you continue to pretend. I'm going to Bincheng to see if you will be beaten into a pig's head by Crossing Xianjiu. Arrogant, really mean. It was the voice of the pretty widow. After she finished scolding, she hung up the phone directly. Su Chen was scolded and scratched his head. Puff. In the driver's seat next to him, Li Qingyan tried to hold back her laughter. The pretty widow was very loud, and she heard some of it. Although Li Qingyan didn't know what happened, she was inexplicably happy when she heard Su Chen being scolded. Su Chen said speechlessly, laugh if you want to, then step on the gas. Let's go back to Bincheng quickly, I have something urgent to do. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingyan's laughter suddenly rang out. On the other side, and Linglong looked helpless as she looked at the angry pretty widow. Both of them looked a little gloomy. Chapter 167 Go to Bincheng together. And Linglong looked at the pretty widow Ling Yuru helplessly. Sister Ru, you shouldn't talk to Su Chen like that. And Linglong said in a gentle tone. Pretty widow Ling Yuru said indignantly, I'm still being polite. Look at what that bastard Su Chen said. He said he was just a congenital strongman and didn't take him seriously. Didn't he just kill Ding Dong Heo? Why is he so arrogant? I admit that Su Chen has become a master of Zhuanjin at such a young age, which is indeed amazing, but this is not a reason for him to be arrogant. Especially when facing the god of speed crossing Xianjiu. Ling Yuru kept talking, full of anger. No matter what, we still have to save him. If not for anything else, just for his medical skills. And Linglong looked helpless. Hearing this, Ling Yuru also fell silent. The last time Su Chen left Yaowang Valley, he left her 2 words, one for her training route, and the other for on Linglong's condition. Both methods have played an extraordinary effect. The 2 people who originally did not believe in Su Chen's medical skills now placed their hopes on him. Pretty widow Ling Yuru was silent for a while, and then asked again, didn't Mr. Zhu in the provincial capital agree to save Su Chen? And Linglong shook her head, and said with some disappointment, Su Chen offended no one else, but the White Dragon King. Even Mr. Zhu is unwilling to offend easily. And Linglong was silent for a while. Mr. Zhu's attitude towards us seems to be getting more and more impatient. I think we should make plans early. If Su Chen can escape from crossing Xianjiu this time, we can ask him to solve the hidden danger for us, and facilitate our next move. Ling Yuru's face was slightly cold. In other words, we must save Su Chen. And Linglong nodded. Over the years, I have also saved some money. I hope to impress crossing Xianjiu and the White Dragon King. Humph. Ling Yuru seemed to think of something, and snorted coldly. I'm worried that, even if we do this, that bastard Su Chen won't appreciate it. Looking at Ling Yuru who had a lot of complaints about Su Chen, and Linglong smiled helplessly. Okay, stop complaining. Let's speed up, and get to Bincheng earlier. On the highway, the red BMW is running at full speed. Although Li Qingyan often angers Su Chen, she also understands the seriousness of the matter. She knows that Su Chen may have encountered something, and needs to rush back to Bincheng, so she didn't deliberately go the other way. Su Chen looked out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Han's Villa. Han Kiwei looked down, and saw the call from Su Chen, and was very surprised. He quickly picked up the phone, and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Han Kiwei. Do you have any instructions? Han Kiwei's tone was very respectful. Su Chen got straight to the point and said, Master Han, there is someone I want to ask you about. Do you know crossing Xianjiu, the speedy guardian? How strong is he? Han Kiwei was slightly stunned, and then said, Mr. Su, I know this person. He is the 3rd disciple of the White Dragon King in our provincial capital. It is said that his cultivation has reached the terrifying innate realm. Crossing Xianjiu has amazing combat power, and has a record of killing innate masters. Moreover, he is particularly good at body movements. Many martial arts masters can't even touch the corner of his clothes when fighting him. Su Chen nodded. No wonder crossing Xianjiu is called the Speedy Guardian. He is indeed unique. Now that he knows the characteristics of the other party, Su Chen is prepared. Han Kiwei was also a smart man. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Su, I will sort out the detailed information of crossing Xianjiu and his past battle records, and send them to you later. Su Chen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Han. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? It's my honor to help you. Han Kiwei said with a smile. By the way, Mr. Su, what do you want to do with crossing Xianjiu's information? Su Chen said calmly, kill him. Han Kiwei was stunned. Even after Su Chen hung up the phone, Han Kiwei still didn't come back to his senses. On the side, Han Daozheng asked with a puzzled look on his face, Dad, what's wrong with you? Han Kiwei swallowed and said, something big is going to happen. Su Chen wants to kill the god of speed crossing Xianjiu. Ah. Han Daozheng also cried out, why? Crossing Xianjiu is the 3rd disciple of the White Dragon King, and has been in the provincial capital How could he have a conflict with Su Chen? Han Kiwi shook his head. I don't know. Han Daozheng looked anxious. Although Mr. Su has entered the innate realm, however, crossing Xian Jiu is not an ordinary innate powerhouse. If the two of them face off, I feel that Mr. Su will lose more than he wins. If Su Chen accidentally gets killed by crossing Xian Jiu, then our investment last night will be wasted. Han Kiwi nodded. That's right. So, we have to go to Bincheng. Han Daozheng asked, Dad, what are we going to do? Han Kiwi looked into the distance and said calmly, since we have chosen Su Chen as the future supporter of the Han family, we have to go down one path. If Su Chen is defeated by crossing Xian Jiu in the end, as a father, I will give up this old face and make peace with crossing Xian Jiu to get a glimmer of hope for Su Chen. Su Chen is so young, as long as he is given time, he will be rewarded in the future. Han Daozheng nodded, and said nothing more. His father's vision has always been better than his own. Since he has made up his mind, he will just do it. After the two finished chatting, they hurriedly got in the car and headed to Bincheng. On the other side, Yao's villa, Yao Zhenfeng's room. Yao Shan rushed in with a panic. Dad, it's bad. Something happened. Yao Zhenfeng glared at him fiercely and said angrily, asshole, your dad is still fine. Not dead yet, nothing happened. You are just hoping that I will die, right? Ever since he knew that Yao Shan was rude to Su Chen, Yao Zhenfeng couldn't stand him at all. Yao Shan shrank his head and smiled awkwardly. Dad, I'm not talking about you. Next to the bed, Yao Nana covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Who are you talking about? Yao Zhenfeng glared. I asked you to find out why Su Chen left the provincial capital so quickly. Did you get any results? Yes. Yao Shan said quickly. Yao Zhenfeng asked, what's the reason? Yao Shan cleared his throat and said, Dad, you don't know, a big thing happened these 2 days. Ding Dong Heo, a subordinate of the White Dragon King, was killed. The White Dragon King sent his third disciple, the God of Speed, crossing Xian Jiu, to seek revenge. Yao Zhenfeng looked puzzled and said angrily, I asked you to find out why Su Chen was so anxious to leave Bincheng. Why are you telling me about the White Dragon King? As he said this, Yao Zhenfeng turned around and looked for something to hit Yao Shan. Yao Shan said quickly, Dad, don't worry. I'm talking about Su Chen. The man who killed Ding Dong Heo seems to be Su Chen. He is anxious to return to Bincheng to deal with crossing Xian Jiu. Yao Zhenfeng was stunned and slowly put down the things in his hand. At the side, Yao Nana also looked anxious. Grandpa, what should we do? Crossing Xian Jiu, the God of Speed, is very powerful. I remember that more than a dozen masters of Zhou Wanqiu were defeated one by him, and he also killed innate masters of the same level. I think Su Chen is probably not his opponent. Yao Zhenfeng was silent for a while, and suddenly looked up and said, Shan, don't you want to get Su Chen's forgiveness? You take Nana to Bincheng now. If Su Chen can't beat crossing Xian Jiu, you will save him at all costs. Remember what I said, at all costs. Yao Shan was stunned and looked up at Yao Zhenfeng. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear? Yao Zhenfeng shouted angrily. Yao Shan nodded quickly. Okay, I'll go right away. Then, Yao Shan and Yao Nana hurried to the garage. Soon, the garage door of the Han family villa opened. The two drove quickly towards Bincheng. On the other side, we are here. Get out of the car. Su Chen was still thinking in his heart, and Li Qingyan's words rang in his ears. He looked out the window, and was slightly stunned. He was already outside the Zhao family villa. Just now, Su Chen was thinking about crossing Xian Jiu, and he was a little distracted, so he forgot to ask Li Qingyan to stop the car in advance. Unexpectedly, she drove him directly to the door of the Zhao family villa. At this time, it was a little unrealistic to get off the car farther away. I hope Zhou Wanqiu is not at home. Su Chen thought secretly. Li Qingyan saw Su Chen was in a daze, and spoke again. Get off the car? What, are you reluctant to get off? Okay, then I'll go. Thank you for driving me back and forth. Su Chen came back to his senses, thanked him, and got out of the car quickly. Li Qingyan didn't say anything more, stepped on the accelerator, and the red BMW started slowly. Su Chen looked around, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid that Zhou Wanqiu would suddenly appear somewhere. However, what you fear will come true. Chapter 168. You've learned a lot from Su Chen. Su Chen watched Li Qinggai drive away. Then, he looked around with a guilty conscience. At this moment, a light snort came. Su Chen looked up and saw Zhou Wanqiu on the second floor of the Zhou family villa, looking over here with a dark face. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, Zhou Wanqiu turned around and left the windowsill. Damn. Su Chen sighed in his heart. What you fear is what will come. Shaking his head, Su Chen didn't think too much. Anyway, he was misunderstood by Zhou Wanqiu more than once or twice. Too many lies don't bite. Su Chen stepped into the gate of the villa, and as soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Wanqiu coming towards him. Su Chen looked at Zhou Wanqiu, still youthful and beautiful, but her beautiful face was a little tired. Although covered with exquisite makeup, Su Chen, who had amazing eyesight, still found that Zhou Wanqiu's eyes were red and bloodshot, and there were faint dark circles around her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that Zhou Wanqiu didn't get enough rest last night. However, Su Chen didn't know whether all this had anything to do with him. The two men approached. Su Chen was about to explain what happened last night. At this time, Zhou Wanqiu spoke first. Su Chen, you are so capable, now that you even stay out all night. You didn't come back all night, and I was worried that something happened to you. But in the end, you went out to fool around with a woman all night, and had someone send you to the doorstep. Have you forgotten our agreement? You are really getting more and more excessive. Humph. After saying that, Zhou Wanqiu glared at him fiercely, and without waiting for Su Chen to speak, she brushed past him and walked out the door. Looking at Zhou Wanqiu's angry look, Su Chen could only smile helplessly. Zhou Wanqiu walked out of the villa, took out her mobile phone directly, and called her best friend Guan Qingqing. The purpose, of course, was to accuse Su Chen of his crime. Hey, Qingqing, that bastard just came back. You would never have thought that the bastard was sent back by a woman. This guy's really too much. Now he doesn't even pretend. Not only did he not come home all night, he even dared to let his lover send him home. I'm almost mad at him. I thought he didn't come back all night because something happened, and I was worried about him all night. But what happened? He went out to fool around. Zhou Wanqiu became more and more angry. On the other side, Guan Qingqing comforted Wanqiu. I don't think Su Chen is that kind of person. Do you want to ask him clearly? Not like. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be false? Zhou Wanqiu said angrily. Besides, even if I ask him, he will definitely not tell the truth. Now he has been dazzled by the colorful world of the city, and even his soul has been seduced away by those vixens. How can he tell the truth? Hearing this, Guan Qingqing laughed. She smiled and said, Wanqiu, I feel that you are now just like Su Chen's little wife, jealous all the time. Ah. Zhou Wanqiu was suddenly ashamed and annoyed. Guan Qingqing, shut up. Would I be jealous of Su Chen? Never in this life. Guan Qingqing smiled and said, then why didn't you sleep well last night? Why are you still worried about him? Why are you so angry when you saw him being sent home by a woman? A trace of panic flashed across Zhou Wanqiu's face, and she quickly explained, because that bastard is the grandson of my grandfather's good friend. If something happens to him, my grandfather will definitely be sad. Besides, if grandpa or my mom sees those vixens sending him back, they will definitely be suspicious. Really? Guan Qingqing asked with a smile. Zhou Wanqiu affirmed, of course it's true. Can I, the president of Zhao's catering group, really like a country bumpkin like him? Hearing this, Guan Qingqing teased, that's hard to say. Anyway, recently when you chat with me, the topic is basically Su Chen. Who knows if you really like him? Zhou Wanqiu was immediately embarrassed and said, Qingqing, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will rush to your house and spank you. Guan Qingqing laughed and said, haha. Come on. It seems that you have learned a lot from sleeping in the same room with Su Chen. I'm not. Zhou Wanqiu's face suddenly flushed. Guan Qingqing, you slut, I must go to your house today and teach you a lesson. As she spoke, Zhou Wanqiu directly took a taxi. She wanted to teach Guan Qingqing a lesson. She didn't rest well last night, so she didn't dare to drive. On the other side, Su Chen had just walked into the villa, and Zhou Wanqiu saw him, and immediately came to meet him. Zhou Chen, you're back. Wanqiu is really something. She asked someone else to accompany a client, but she insisted on letting you go. Are you exhausted? Su Chen was stunned, then reacted. It should be that Zhou Wanqiu made up an excuse of accompanying a client for herself in order not to make Zhou Wanqiu worry. This saved him a lot of trouble. Su Chen took over the conversation and said, Aunt Zhou, I'm fine. Where's grandpa? Is he okay? Zhou Wanqiu pointed to the bedroom and smiled. Your grandpa is resting. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Then you go first. I'll go see grandpa. Then, Su Chen walked to the door of Zhou Wanqiu's bedroom, glanced at Zhou Wanqiu who was still sleeping, and then closed the door silently. Although Zhou Wanqiu has recovered, he is old after all, and it takes a process for him to recover after being injured. It is normal to be sleepy during this period. Seeing that everyone in the Zhou family is fine, Su Chen is relieved. After that, he said hello to Zhou Wanqiu and found a quiet corner in the villa area. Su Chen sat cross-legged. He was going to improve his strength before the arrival of the god of speed crossing Xianjiu. Su Chen flipped his hand and a wooden box appeared in his hand. He opened the wooden box and a bright red fruit appeared in front of him. It was one of the 3 spiritual medicines obtained from the Han family in the provincial capital, the red blood fruit. Although the red blood fruit is not as rare as the ebony flame Ganoderma, it is also a powerful spiritual medicine. The ebony flame Ganoderma has a unique effect on cultivating fire-attributed vitality and treating cold diseases. The red blood fruit has a huge effect on the cultivation of ki, blood and vitality. If there is enough time, I can find other auxiliary medicinal materials to refine the pill with the red blood fruit, and the effect should be better. However, time is a bit tight now. Su Chen muttered to himself, a little regretful. But fortunately, the difference is not particularly large, it's acceptable. Su Chen raised his hand and threw the whole red blood fruit into his mouth. The red blood fruit melted in his mouth and then turned into a warm current, flowing into the body along the throat. Bang! A stream of fiery energy suddenly burst out from Su Chen's body and blasted out in all directions. The huge medicinal power of the red blood fruit was like a torrent, rushing along his meridians to his limbs and bones. The energy in Su Chen's body was like fuel to a raging fire, running wildly. Steady! Su Chen shouted, restrained his mind, and ran the Zhuanshan flame energy to tightly control the running energy in his body. In an instant, the flame energy was like a wild horse with a rein, slowly stabilizing. Although it was still very fast, it was no longer running wildly. At this moment, the medicinal power of the red blood fruit began to be absorbed quickly. The energy in Su Chen's body grew rapidly. This growth rate is much faster than simple cultivation. Moreover, the color of the flame of Su Chen's flame energy also changed from white to yellow, slowly turning to light yellow, dark yellow. Later, it turned into yellow with red. Su Chen was overjoyed. The flame energy is divided into 5 levels according to the color of the flame in the energy: white, yellow, red, purple, and black. This time, I actually relied on the vermilion blood fruit to allow the flame energy to break through to the second yellow flame, and even to the red one. In this way, the power of the flame energy will probably be even higher. At this moment, Su Chen was looking forward to the enemy arriving soon. Let him try the power of the yellow flame energy. Chapter 169. The sky is broken. Su Chen had a smile on his face. If he were to fight Yu Zizan again, Su Chen was confident that he could break his jade body with just the flame energy. The Zhuxu fruit had a huge medicinal power, and there was still a lot of it left in his body. Su Chen thought about it and directly activated the pure jade technique. The next second, Su Chen's skin instantly turned jade and became crystal clear. Suck it. Su Chen's skin turned jade and spread to the deeper muscles. In the pure jade technique, the division of physical training is divided into skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow. Now, Su Chen wanted to use the remaining medicinal power to break through to a higher level. The flame of the flame energy can burn the mental power, and it should also be able to train the physical body and assist in the practice of the pure jade technique. Su Chen was a person who dared to think and do. Directly mobilize the yellow and red energy flame to burn his own body. Ah! Su Chen cried out in pain. After the flame energy evolved to yellow and red, the lethality was too amazing. But Su Chen found that the place where the flame energy burned was madly absorbing the medicinal power of the red blood fruit. It works. Su Chen was overjoyed and then continued this painful and happy body training journey. At this moment, a luxury car with a provincial license plate got off the Bincheng expressway station and slowly drove into Bincheng. The driver was a man in sunglasses and a suit. In the back seat, there was a man in his 50s, resting his eyes. The man was wearing a black training suit, and the whole person looked neat and tidy. This person was the third disciple of the White Dragon King of the provincial capital, the famous god of speed in the martial arts world, Crossing Zhou Wanqiu. "Mr. Crossing, where are we going?" asked the driver. Crossing Zhou Wanqiu slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed. He slowly took out a photo. This is a screenshot of a video in which Su Chen and Qin Yao picked medicinal materials in Yaowang Valley. This woman is called Qin Yao. Let's go directly to the Qin family, teach them a lesson first, and then let Su Chen take the initiative to come to see me. Crossing Zhou Wanqiu said lightly. Yes. The black-clad driver didn't say anything else and drove directly to the Qin family villa. Qin family villa. Qin Wentian was sitting in the study, handling company business. At this time, a lively and hot figure jumped in. It was Qin Yao. Qin Yao entered Qin Wentian's study and saw Qin Wentian handling official business. She pouted a little boredly and then touched here and there. Swish. A painting broke into two halves in Qin Yao's hands. Qin Wentian's mouth twitched when he saw it. This painting is a masterpiece of ancient calligraphy and painting masters, worth millions. Qin Yao saw Qin Wentian's expression and quickly stuck out his tongue. Sorry, Dad. I used too much force when I opened the scroll. You won't be angry with me, right? Qin Yao said pitifully. Seeing this, Qin Wentian squeezed out a smile and said, It's okay. It's okay. It's just a painting. That's good. Thank you, Dad. Qin Yao put the broken scroll back to its original place and walked to another corner. Qin Wentian took a look and quickly put down the documents in his hand. Because that corner is his most precious porcelain collection area. If Qin Yao is accidental again, he will really cry. Qin Wentian quickly said, Yao, what's so good about those porcelains? Come and chat with Daddy. Okay, Dad. Qin Yao immediately agreed, with a sly smile on his face. The two faced each other, and Qin Wentian said, Yao, you usually hate coming to the study the most. Why did you come today? Qin Yao smiled sweetly. I just want to come and see Daddy. Qin Wentian didn't believe it, but he was still very happy in his heart. Qin Yao asked, by the way, Dad, can you tell me about the White Dragon King in the provincial capital? Qin Wentian was stunned. Why are you suddenly interested in the White Dragon King? I just heard that he is very powerful in the provincial capital, so I'm curious. Qin Yao said coquettishly. Qin Wentian smiled and said, the White Dragon King can't be said to be very powerful, but it should be said to be very terrifying. You know that there are 8 major families in the provincial capital. Among them, the White Dragon King's family is the top one. And under the White Dragon King, there are endless martial arts masters and talented people. His sphere of influence is not limited to the provincial capital, but spread across cities across the province. It is said that we also have people from the White Dragon King in Bincheng. It can be said that he is the most powerful person in the entire Dongzhou province. After hearing these words, Qin Yao's face changed slightly. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, what? Did you have a conflict with the White Dragon King? Qin Yao shook his head. No. Hearing this, Qin Wentian breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the teacup and prepared to drink a sip of water to calm down. However, at this time, Qin Yao said, it was Su Chen. He killed the White Dragon King's subordinate, Ding Dong Hao. Cough cough cough. Qin Wentian almost choked himself. After a long time, he returned to normal. He stared at Qin Yao. Yao, when did it happen? Tell me more clearly. Qin Yao also knew that it was a serious matter, so she quickly told him the details of the Medicine King Valley. After listening, Qin Wentian felt his head expand. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Wentian said anxiously. Qin Yao looked innocent. I saw Su Chen didn't care, so I thought it was not a big deal. I was just curious today, and after checking some information about the White Dragon King, I was a little worried, so I came to ask you. Qin Yao's voice became smaller and smaller, and he became less and less confident. Qin Wentian stared. Isn't this a big deal? It's almost a big deal. Isn't it a big deal? Dad, I don't think Su Chen cares much. Why are you so scared? Qin Yao was still a little unconvinced. Qin Wentian was helpless. Su Chen is a genius in medicine and martial arts, so he must be a little arrogant. But a genius cannot provoke a giant of the level of the White Dragon King. He just came out of the village and has no idea how terrifying the White Dragon King is. Qin Yao was a little panicked. Dad, what should we do now? Qin Wentian frowned. Call your grandpa first. Let's discuss it. Qin Wentian said. Qin Yao then took out his mobile phone and called Wang Xingzhu. Beep, beep. At this moment, boom. A loud noise exploded. Qin Yao and Qin Wentian's faces changed, and they rushed outside. I saw that the door of the Qin family villa collapsed. Many bodyguards of the Qin family also fell to the ground. A man in his 50s stepped over the bodies of the bodyguards and walked in slowly. Qin Wentian's face changed slightly, and he stepped forward and blocked Qin Yao behind him. Who are you, and what are you doing in my Qin family? Qin Wentian asked angrily. The middle-aged man smiled and said, my name is Crossing Xianjiu, and I'm a disciple of the White Dragon King. Hearing this, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao's faces changed instantly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Su Chen is the innate master. Qin Wentian and Qin Yao looked at each other. An ominous premonition came to their minds. The person who came was actually the White Dragon King's man. Looking at this fierce momentum, it must be sent by the White Dragon King to seek revenge. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. Mr. Crossing, what are you doing here this time? Crossing Xianjiu smiled coldly, looking for someone. As he spoke, Crossing Xianjiu said to Qin Yao, Miss Qin, please call Su Chen. Qin Wentian and Qin Yao felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, they came for Su Chen. Qin Yao said, I don't know any Su Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, Crossing Xianjiu snorted coldly, if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers. The next second, the terrifying vitality fluctuated. Qin Yao felt a strong suction force coming, and the whole person flew towards Crossing Xianjiu uncontrollably. Yao! Qin Wentian shouted, trying to protect his daughter. As a result, before he could react, Qin Yao had fallen into Crossing Xianjiu's hands. Crossing Xianjiu grabbed Qin Yao's neck and lifted her up high. Qin Yao's face flushed because of suffocation. Let go of my daughter. Qin Wentian roared and rushed towards Crossing Xianjiu. Crossing Xianjiu waved his hand casually, and a terrifying energy directly hit Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian flew backwards, as if hit by a train, hit the wall hard, and slid to the ground. Puff. Qin Wentian vomited a large mouthful of blood. He felt that all his internal organs were displaced. But even so, Qin Wentian still crawled towards Crossing Xianjiu. Let go of my daughter. Crossing Xianjiu was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Wentian, but looked at Qin Yao coldly. Such a beautiful face and such a hot body are rare. Little beauty, don't waste your life for irrelevant people. Say, where is Su Chen? Qin Yao closed her mouth tightly and did not speak. You're still so stubborn. Then I'll let you have a taste of disfigurement. As he spoke, he extended an index finger. The terrifying vitality swayed at the fingertips and slowly approached Qin Yao's beautiful face. At this moment, Qin Yao's body trembled. Her heart was extremely complicated. She hoped that Su Chen would come down from the sky to save her. At the same time, she hoped that he would not show up, so as not to die at the hands of Crossing Xianjiu. At this time, Su Chen was in a critical stage of cultivation. Zhao family villa district. Su Chen was still sitting cross-legged. Huolala. The sound of the tide came from the meridians in his body. The cultivation of Hunai Gong has been greatly improved. At this moment, Su Chen, from skin to flesh, is transparent and crystal, no worse than the previous Yuzizan. Swoosh. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A flame of yellow and red flashed in his pupils. Su Chen slowly stood up and chopped the boulder next to him with a hand knife. Puff. There was no fluctuation of vitality, but the boulder was pierced like tofu. Su Chen smiled and put away the Huanyu Gong. He stretched out his palm, condensed the flame vitality, and jumped with yellow and red flames. He struck out with a palm. Boom. It was like a thunder from the sky. A boulder broke instantly. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Ding ling ling. Su Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking down, it turned out to be Qin Yao's uncle Wan Tao. Su Chen answered the phone with doubts. Wan Tao's anxious voice came. Su Chen, go to the Qin family quickly. Go and save Yao. Su Chen was stunned and asked quickly, what happened? Wan Tao said anxiously, I don't know. Just now, Yao suddenly called my dad. After my dad answered the phone, no one spoke on the other end. My dad listened for a while and found that something happened in the Qin family, so he rushed over. Before he left, he asked me to contact you. Su Chen's mind trembled and a name emerged in his mind. The god of speed, crossing Xianjiu. I know. I'll go there now. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen rushed out. Qin fairy, don't get into trouble. Su Chen was very anxious and his pace was frantically accelerated. However, Su Chen stopped halfway because two women blocked his way. It was An Linglong and pretty widow Ling Yuru. Ling Yuru got straight to the point. Su Chen, we are here to help you. As long as you help Miss Linglong and I solve our physical problems, we will help you calm the anger of the White Dragon King. Su Chen's face was cold. No need. Get out of the way. Ling Yuru's face suddenly became ugly. She was about to get angry when she was stopped by An Linglong. An Linglong said, Mr. Su, crossing Xianjiu is a congenital strongman with amazing combat power. Even if you can kill Ding Dong Heo, you can't be his opponent. You are a cultivation genius. What you lack now is only time. Why take risks and lose your life at this time? Su Chen was anxious and didn't bother to argue with them at all. Get out of the way, he shouted, and then walked away. Ling Yuru was furious. You don't listen to my kind advice. I'll let you know that your Zhuanjin cultivation is not invincible. And Linglong's face changed slightly, and she shouted, Sister Ru, no. But she was too late. Ling Yuru's figure flashed, her fingers formed into claws, and she grabbed Su Chen's shoulder. However, Su Chen didn't even look back, and punched back. Boom. The flame energy was like a wave, surging towards Ling Yuru. Ling Yuru's face changed drastically. The Zhuanjin that she was proud of was like a small boat, and was instantly submerged. Bang. Pretty widow Ling Yuru flew backwards. Thump. 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 She retreated dozens of steps before she could barely stabilize her body. Your meridians are injured. If you use Zhuanjin again, your meridians will be broken. Su Chen left a word and disappeared quickly. Puff. Ling Yuru spurted out a mouthful of blood, her face full of disbelief. Sister Ru, you are already injured. Why are you fighting? And Linglong hurried forward. Ling Yuru said, since I used the method Su Chen said, the strength of my meridians can fully allow me to fight against the master of Zhuanjin. And Linglong was puzzled. Then why did you vomit blood and get injured just now? Because. Ling Yuru said bitterly, Su Chen used Yuan Qi. He is not a master of Zhuanjin, but a congenital strongman. What? And Linglong was shocked. Sister Ru, are you sure? Ling Yuru smiled bitterly. Absolutely right. Su Chen's punch was Yuan Qi, not Zhuanjin. This is why he dared to fight crossing Xianjiu. Linglong, what should we do now? And Linglong bit her teeth lightly. Even if he is a congenital master, he will not be crossing Xianjiu's opponent. I think we still have to keep up with him. In case he loses, we can try to save his life. Ling Yuru nodded. Then, the two quickly followed. Qin's villa. Crossing Xianjiu had a perverted smile on his face. His fingers were wrapped with vitality, like a sharp scalpel. You really won't tell me? Then I'll let you taste the feeling of disfigurement. Crossing Xianjiu snorted coldly and slid his fingers. Puff. A terrifying scratch instantly appeared on Qin Yao's beautiful and delicate face, and blood poured out. Ah! Qin Yao screamed in pain. Crossing Xianjiu's face had no mercy or sympathy, but a perverted smile. What he enjoyed most was the feeling of destroying beauty. Tears and blood mixed and flowed on Qin Yao's beautiful face. Crossing Xianjiu had a cruel smile on his face. Little beauty, it's just a scar now. If you keep talking tough, I'll draw a chessboard on your face, which will definitely look better. Ha ha ha. His voice was as cold as a prison. Qin Yao's eyes showed fear, and tears were like a broken dam. But she still kept her mouth closed. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Crossing Xianjiu snorted coldly and scratched Qin Yao again. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the villa. Stop it, you bastard. A figure, with a terrifying aura, rushed into the field like lightning. Chapter 171, Killing the Innate Strong. Qin's villa. The figure who just broke in stopped. His face was full of anger, and he glared at Crossing Xianjiu. Arsehole, let Yao go. It was Qin Yao's grandfather, Wang Xingzhu. Qin Yao and Qin Wentian had discussed before that they would contact Wang Xingzhu. As a result, as soon as the two of them got through to Wang Xingzhu, Crossing Xianjiu broke in. Wang Xingzhu answered a phone and found that no one was talking. When he heard the movement of the Qin family clearly, he guessed that something big might have happened. He hurriedly left a message to his son and daughter-in-law, call Su Chen, and tell him that Yao is in trouble, and then rushed to the Qin family. As soon as he arrived here, he saw Crossing Xianjiu disfigure Qin Yao. Arsehole, let Yao go. Wang Xingzhu was furious. He stepped hard, his figure flashed, and he was in front of Crossing Xianjiu in an instant. Then, he punched Crossing Xianjiu fiercely. In a rage, Wang Xingzhu did not leave any spare strength, mobilized all his body's Zhuanjin, and hit it out brazenly. Puff. The terrifying Zhuanjin was added, and the air made an explosion. However, Crossing Xianjiu showed disdain on his face. He continued to hold Qin Yao with one hand, and hit with the other hand at will. Boom. The terrifying vitality was like a river bursting its banks. Wang Xingzhu's Zhuanjin, which originally looked impressive, was instantly submerged like a flame. Bang. A loud bang exploded. Wang Xingzhu felt a huge force coming, and was instantly blown away. His body was like a rag, thrown more than 10 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Wang Xingzhu struggled to stand up, his body swaying, and the bones in his hands were broken. He was full of shock. You are actually a congenital master. Wang Xingzhu couldn't understand how his son-in-law Qin Wentian and his good granddaughter Qin Yao could offend such a strong man. Crossing Xianjiu was full of disdain. You dare to attack me with your little Zhuanjin. You are really looking for death. Wang Xingzhu looked ugly. He was still thinking about going forward, but before he could move his feet, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The gap between the innate master and the master of Zhuanjin is too huge. The suppression of the Zhuanjin by the Yuan Qi is a qualitative difference. Qin Wentian fell to the ground, looking at the miserable scene of his father-in-law, with despair in his eyes. Crossing Xianjiu smiled coldly, and once again condensed a wisp of Yuan Qi, and waved it in front of Qin Yao. If you don't say anything, I will cut off half of your face. Qin Yao wanted to dodge, but Crossing Xianjiu's big hand was like a steel clamp, preventing her from moving at all. Crossing Xianjiu's fingers were getting closer and closer to Qin Yao's face. The fear in Qin Yao's beautiful eyes was getting more and more. Crossing Xianjiu lost his patience and roared, "Since you are still stubborn, then you go to hell." As he said that, he directly hit Qin Yao in the face with a palm. Qin Wentian and Wang Xingzhu looked desperate. At this moment, boom. A loud noise exploded in my ears. A stone, like a cannonball, flew towards Crossing Xianjiu. Crossing Xianjiu frowned, put Qin Yao down, and punched her. Bang. The stone exploded, and dust flew everywhere. A figure burst out, and punched Crossing Xianjiu hard. Crossing Xianjiu raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth and punched hard. Boom. The terrifying vitality fluctuations rushed in all directions with the two of them as the center. In an instant, dust flew around and rocks collapsed. Thump, thump, thump. A figure retreated from the dust. It was Crossing Xianjiu, the god of speed. Crossing Xianjiu stared at Su Chen with wide eyes and seemed a little shocked by Su Chen's youth. "Are you Su Chen?" Crossing Xianjiu's face was full of solemnity. Su Chen ignored him at all and helped Qinyaoiao up. At this moment, there was a terrible scratch on Qinyaoiao's delicate face, from the corner of the eye to the jaw, deep enough to see the bone. The blood kept dripping, adding to the horror. Qinyaoiao's face was full of anxiety. "Su Chen, go quickly. This person is very powerful." Su Chen did not speak, but stared at the terrifying scratch on Qinyaoiao's face, and his murderous intent became stronger. Qinyaoiao noticed Su Chen's gaze, and his eyes immediately dodged. Her heart ached, but she forced a smile again and said, "It's okay. I'm so beautiful, and this scar will only deduct 10 points at most. I still have 90 points." Listening to Qinyaoiao's words of comfort, Su Chen's heart was full of anger. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely cure you, and I guarantee that you will be more beautiful than before." "Really?" Qinyaoiao's face was full of surprise. "If you can stay beautiful, no one wants to become ugly." Su Chen nodded, then helped Qin Wentian and Wang Xingzhu up, and let the three sit together. "Wait a moment, wait for me to kill this bastard, and then come to treat you." After speaking, Su Chen turned and looked at Crossing Xianjiu. His eyes were full of murderous intent. "Su Chen, you are actually a martial arts master?" Crossing Xianjiu looked serious. Originally, when he heard that Su Chen was a master of Zhuanjin, it was already surprising enough. Now, he found out that Su Chen was actually a master of Xianxin, which shocked him even more. Even Yang Wudi, the invincible divine fist who shocked the whole province, has not reached the Xianxin realm at this age. Crossing Xianjiu's mind moved, and he said, "Boy, I see that you have some talent for cultivation, so I will give you a chance. If you are willing to surrender to my master, the White Dragon King, I'm willing to forgive you for killing Ding Dong Heo on behalf of my master. In the future, you can run rampant throughout the provincial capital and even the whole province. How about it?" Seeing that Crossing Xianjiu actually began to win him over, Su Chen's face showed a trace of mocking smile. "I will also give you a chance. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I can leave you a whole body," Su Chen said lightly. Crossing Xianjiu was immediately furious. "Arrogant boy. You are looking for death." The next second, he stomped his feet fiercely, and the whole ground exploded instantly. Crossing Xianjiu's figure left a trail of after images, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Su Chen. Soul-breaking claw. Crossing Xianjiu gathered his fingers into claws, and with the horrible fluctuations of vitality, he grabbed Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen did not dodge at all, but directly punched him. Bang! A simple and direct collision. Crossing Xianjiu did not gain any advantage from this grab, but was instead knocked back 3 steps. What a strong vitality. Crossing Xianjiu was shocked. Su Chen's vitality was not inferior to his at all. In a head-on fight, he could not gain any advantage at all. Come again. Crossing Xianjiu did not believe in evil, and his figure left a trail of after images, and he attacked Su Chen frantically. Su Chen's response was even simpler and more direct, punching and palming, directly confronting him head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of vitality exploding was endless. Crossing Xianjiu was shocked. Su Chen was not very skilled in resisting at the beginning, but it became easier and easier later. It was as if he had just been promoted to Xianxin and was using him for training. After a long time of attack, Crossing Xianjiu was a little anxious. He finally admitted in his heart that Su Chen was an opponent of the same level as him. Wind Shadow 9 flashes. The next second, Crossing Xianjiu's speed exploded. In the violent fluctuations of vitality, after images surrounded Su Chen one by one. Su Chen finally understood why Crossing Xianjiu was called God of Speed. His speed was indeed amazing. The next second, Crossing Xianjiu hit Su Chen with a palm. Su Chen went up with a punch, but the result was that he hit the air. Not good. Su Chen's heart moved, and he directly activated the Hanyu Gong. Swish. Crossing Xianjiu's figure had appeared behind Su Chen, and with one claw, the clothes on his back were torn. Clang. It was like the sound of metal and stone hitting each other. If Su Chen hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been seriously injured. Crossing Xianjiu returned without success, and looked at Su Chen in surprise. At this moment, Su Chen's body was like jade glass, crystal clear. Body training technique, Hanyu Gong? What's your relationship with Yu Zizhen? Crossing Xianjiu also knew the goods. Su Chen said coldly, I'm the one who sent him to death. And you have to be the same as him. Haha, don't think that you are invincible, just because you have a body training technique. You have to touch me first. Crossing Xianjiu shouted angrily, and the whole person seemed to turn into a gust of wind, directly surrounding Su Chen. For a while, it seemed that there were dozens of Crossing Xianjiu besieging Su Chen. Although Su Chen had the Hanyu Gong in his body, he could only passively resist. Not long after, wounds of various sizes appeared on his body. However, Su Chen found it difficult to touch Crossing Jiushan. Su Chen, Qin Yao and others became worried. At this time, Crossing Xianjiu laughed triumphantly and said, Su Chen, you can't catch me, so you can only be beaten. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, if you delay for a while, you will definitely die when you are seriously injured. Su Chen looked calm. Since I can't catch you, I won't catch you. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen shouted in a low voice. Flame energy. In an instant, Su Chen compressed all the energy in his body and then exploded directly on the spot. The terrifying heat, accompanied by the yellow and red flame, exploded directly on the spot, like a powerful bomb. Bang! There was a loud roar. Ah! Crossing Xianjiu screamed. The next second, two figures were blown away directly. Even Su Chen's Hanyu Gong was blown black, and Crossing Xianjiu was even more miserable. He flew out horizontally, bloody and fleshy, and a smell of burning filled the air. The smoke and dust had not yet dissipated, and Su Chen's figure approached instantly. Crossing Xianjiu was dazed by the explosion, and before he could come to his senses, Su Chen approached him. Without waiting for him to make any more movements, Su Chen stepped forward and stomped on him. Bang! Crossing Xianjiu's legs exploded instantly. Ah! Crossing Xianjiu screamed and fell to the ground. He screamed madly, his eyes showing madness and anger. Asshole! My legs! Before he finished speaking, Su Chen stepped forward again. He stepped on his chest with a sudden force. Crack! Crack! Crossing Xianjiu's ribs were all broken instantly. Ah! This time, he could only scream. Su Chen stepped forward again and broke Crossing Xianjiu's hand bones and other bones. For a moment, Crossing Xianjiu had collapsed on the ground, completely unable to move. Su Chen's eyes were cold, and he spat fiercely. Asshole, can't you run? Keep running. Chapter 172, White Dragon King, have you eaten too many toads? Ah! Crossing Xianjiu wailed in pain and rolled on the ground. He never thought that Su Chen would use such a self-mutilation method to fight for his life. The power of the flame energy is amazing. When it is detonated at such a close distance, even if it is a range damage, it is unbearable for the innate strong. Su Chen relied on the Hanyu Gong and was prepared in his heart, but he was still injured. Crossing Xianjiu was completely unprepared. How could he guard against this hand? A flaw caught by Su Chen is a complete loss. At this time, almost all the bones in his body were broken by Su Chen. Half a minute ago, he was still suppressing Su Chen and making Su Chen unable to touch the corner of his clothes, but in the blink of an eye, he fell into this miserable state. This made him extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Outside the Qin family villa, and Linglang and pretty widow Ling Yuru, who had just arrived, were also dumbfounded. The two of them chased Su Chen and ran here. As soon as they arrived, they saw that Crossing Xianjiu had the upper hand. The two of them wanted to find an opportunity to enter the scene and act as peacemakers. As a result, within a few seconds, the situation suddenly changed, and Crossing Xianjiu had been disabled by Su Chen. The two looked at Su Chen's figure like a god of war, and took a deep breath in shock. Sister Ru, Su Chen's strength is really that of a congenital master. Moreover, he is a strong one among congenital masters. No wonder he doesn't need us to make peace. And Linglong smiled bitterly. Ling Yuru sighed. Then what should we do now? I don't know. And Linglong shook her head. Let's see what happens. On the other side, Qin Yao Iao, Wang Xingzhu and others were ecstatic. Wang Xingzhu was even more certain that he had made the right bet. Qin Yao Iao was so excited that he stood up, ran to crossing Xianjiu, and kicked him twice. Bastard. Weren't you fierce just now? Try to touch me again. Qin Yao Iao cursed and kicked crossing Xianjiu. Ah. Crossing Xianjiu was kicked to the point of breaking his bones, and he curled up on the ground in pain. But what made him even more uncomfortable was the humiliation of being kicked by Qin Yao Iao like a dog. Wait for me. Ah. He wanted to say something harsh, but was kicked in the mouth by Qin Yao Iao. You dare to scare me? Let you scare me. I'll kick you to death. In the blink of an eye, crossing Xianjiu's face was already full of shoe prints. A generation of innate strongmen. How could he have suffered such grievances? Tears of humiliation flowed from crossing Xianjiu's eyes, and Linglong and Ling Yuru were also dumbfounded. Qin Yao Iao was tired of kicking, so she ran to Su Chen, hugged Su Chen's arm, and said excitedly, "My benefactor, you are so awesome. You saved me again, and let me get revenge." Su Chen looked at the scar on Qin Yao Iao's face and said apologetically, "You don't have to thank me. It should be me who apologizes to you. If it weren't for me, you and Uncle Qin wouldn't be injured. Let me treat you first." As he spoke, Su Chen called Sun Zongjing first and asked him to send some necessary medicinal materials. Some of these herbs were used to replenish the bodies of Wang Xingzhu and Qin Wentian, but more of them were used to treat Qin Yao Iao's facial injuries. Then, Su Chen used silver needles to treat Wang Xingzhu and Qin Wentian. When it came to Qin Yao Iao, Su Chen only helped her stop bleeding and disinfect her, and the rest had to wait for Sun Zongjing to deliver the medicine. Qin Yao Iao looked at Su Chen who was treating her wounds, and asked nervously, "My benefactor, don't lie to me. Can my face really recover?" Su Chen smiled. "Don't worry. Are you still unsure of my medical skills? I promise you will be more beautiful than before." Seeing Su Chen's guarantee, Qin Yao Iao was relieved, and said with a smile, "Anyway, if I can't become beautiful, and can't get married, I will hold you responsible." Su Chen was stunned, then smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely let you get married." Qin Yao Iao pouted, "You big wooden man, a straight man." Su Chen smiled. On the side, Qin Wentian and Wang Xingzhu saw this scene and quickly smiled. Wang Xingzhu stepped forward, pointed at crossing Xianjiu who was still groaning on the ground and asked, "Su Chen, what do you think of crossing Xianjiu? How should we deal with him?" Su Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "Just kill him." As he spoke, he turned and walked towards crossing Xianjiu. At this moment, an anxious female voice sounded, "Don't kill him." The next second, two figures rushed in from outside the villa. It was Linglong and Ling Yuru. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "You two have stopped me once just now, and now you want to stop me from killing people. Do you think I, Su Chen, won't kill you?" Hearing this, Linglong and Ling Yuru's faces instantly turned ugly. However, Linglong still said, "Su Chen, you can't kill crossing Xianjiu. He is the third disciple of the White Dragon King. If you kill him, I'm afraid the White Dragon King will be furious, and you will never have peace." Su Chen smiled coldly. When the White Dragon King sent him to trouble me, did he worry that he would never have peace? And Linglong was speechless. Ling Yuru was dissatisfied and wanted to say, "You are worthy of making the White Dragon King restless." But she changed her mind and thought that Su Chen, at this age, was already a congenital strongman. If he could not kill him with one blow, it would really give the White Dragon King a headache. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them, and walked directly to crossing Xianjiu. Crossing Xianjiu was lying on the ground, with blood all over his body. At this time, he no longer had the temperament of a congenital strongman, just like a beggar. Crossing Xianjiu showed fear on his face, and moved his body back. "Su Chen, you can't kill me. I'm the third disciple of the White Dragon King. If you let me go, I will persuade my master to forgive your mistakes." "Forgive me?" Su Chen sneered. "It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. See if I can forgive you first. As he spoke, Su Chen stretched out his palm, and the terrifying vitality condensed. Crossing Xianjiu was so scared that tears flowed. At this time, a loud shout came. Spare his life. The next second, a middle-aged man as round as a ball rushed into the Qin family villa and ran towards this side. Seeing this man, Qin Wentian's eyes widened. Master Jing, why is he here? Su Chen saw that Qin Wentian knew this man, so he dispersed his vitality. Qin Wentian introduced him in a low voice. Su Chen, this man is Jing Weibing. He is the master of the Jing family, the first family in Bincheng. Su Chen was stunned. Isn't the number one family in Bincheng Zhou Changling's Zhou family? Qin Wentian shook his head. Although Zhou Changling and Li Xiaolei have both been the richest people in Bincheng, that was just the calculation of wealth on the surface. However, Jing Weibing's Jing family does not participate in those calculations at all. Moreover, the Jing family has a complex network of power in Bincheng, and there are many industries that no one even knows belong to the Jing family. It is said that Zhou Changling also seemed to have taken action against the Jing family, but he suffered a great loss and dared not to move again. Therefore, in Bincheng, there is a saying that the richest man takes turns to sit, and the Jing family is smiling. Su Chen looked puzzled. Then what does Jing Weibing want to do here? I don't know. The Jing family has always been low-key. I only know that their family is powerful, but I don't know if there are others standing behind them. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Su Chen stopped talking. The two looked at Jing Weibing. He saw his round figure jogging all the way to the front of the crowd. Jing Weibing was panting. He first looked at crossing Xianjiu on the ground, his face slightly ugly. Qin Wentian, isn't this a bit too much? Jing Weibing came up and started to blame. Su Chen and Qin Wentian's faces suddenly darkened. Su Chen said coldly, if you speak in this tone of accusation again, I will make you look like this. You. Jing Weibing's tone stagnated. However, when he saw Su Chen's cold eyes, his heart suddenly shuddered. He just remembered that Su Chen in front of him was a bad guy. Qin Wentian saw the tense atmosphere and said, Master Jing, why did you come to my Qin family? Ahem. Jing Weibing cleared his throat and said, I came to you to pass on the order of White Dragon King Beiyi, ordering you to release Mr. Crossing Xianjiu. Haha. Su Chen sneered and looked at Qin Wentian. At this moment, both of them had already understood that the White Dragon King was behind Jing Weibing. On the side, and Linglong and Ling Yuru were also shocked. What a powerful White Dragon King. This hand is really long. Even the first family in Bincheng is his people. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, it's very simple to let me release Crossing Xianjiu. Tell your White Dragon King to bring 10 billion plus 3 spiritual medicines, and I will let Crossing Xianjiu go. And Linglong and Ling Yuru stared at Su Chen with beautiful eyes. This guy's too bold, and he actually opened his mouth directly. Jing Weibing was stunned and looked at Su Chen in surprise. Are you threatening the White Dragon King? You can understand it this way. Su Chen said lightly. Jing Weibing gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll call the White Dragon King now. Soon, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After whispering a few words, Jing Weibing directly let go of the external voice. A low voice came. Su Chen, release Crossing Xianjiu. I forgive you for killing Ding Dong Heo. If you surrender to me, I'm willing to accept you as my disciple. Su Chen sneered. White Dragon King, have you eaten too much toad? Why are you so arrogant? One sentence. Will you pay the ransom? With one sentence, everyone was stunned. No one thought that the White Dragon King, with such a noble status, would be scolded by Su Chen like this. The White Dragon King also paused for a long time, as if he was catching his breath. After a long time, the White Dragon King spoke again. Su Chen, are you challenging my temper? You talk too much nonsense. Su Chen said coldly, since you don't want to agree, forget it. I never wanted to let this bastard go. As he said that, Su Chen directly slapped Crossing Xianjiu with a palm, and the terrifying flame energy suddenly exploded. Boom. Ah. Crossing Xianjiu screamed, and there was no sound. The scene was quiet in an instant. Chapter 173 Prepare the coffin. Su Chen slapped him. Crossing Xianjiu's body exploded directly. Under the terrifying high temperature of the flame energy, Crossing Xianjiu only let out a scream, and then his body and clothes burned violently. Everyone was stunned. Qin Wentian and Wang Xingzu swallowed their saliva. Su Chen's move was too sudden. Jing Weibing was so scared that he took several steps back and almost lost his mobile phone. At this moment, he finally understood Su Chen's temper and looked at Su Chen with a look of fear. And Linglong and Ling Yuru were shocked. How could they not understand why Su Chen, who could obviously use crossing Xianjiu to make peace with the White Dragon King, suddenly took action? Only Qin Yao looked excited. She looked at Su Chen with admiration and was so excited that she almost jumped up. Wow, benefactor, you are so tough. So manly, I like it. Qin Yao approached Su Chen and whispered. Su Chen smiled helplessly. He was just tired of the condescending tone of the White Dragon King and Jing Weibing, so he was too lazy to talk to them. Sure enough, Jing Weibing was dumbfounded, and the White Dragon King on the other end of the phone call was silent. Lot Long, Mr. Crossing is dead. Jing Weibing reported the situation here in a low voice. Soon, the White Dragon King's angry voice sounded. Su Chen, I will make you regret what you did today. Su Chen said lightly, I'm waiting. But I give you a suggestion. Try not to send a congenital master like Crossing Xianjiu again, lest I capture them again. White Dragon King, you are still reluctant to spend money to redeem them, and you will only lose your life in vain in the end. After all, the next ransom, I want to increase it to 20 billion. 5 kinds of spiritual medicine. Crash. There was a crackling sound from the other side of the phone, as if something was thrown to the ground. It can be imagined that the White Dragon King must be extremely angry. Su Chen's words completely angered him. The White Dragon King was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Su Chen, you are very good. I will remember you. You'd better prepare a coffin for yourself. You will need it soon. Plop. The phone was hung up. Jing Weibing looked at Su Chen with a look, as if he was looking at a dead person, and said coldly, Su Chen, prepare your funeral well. Su Chen said indifferently, if you keep talking nonsense, I will ask you to prepare your funeral now. Do you believe it? Jing Weibing's tone stagnated, but he dared not speak again. He snorted coldly, called the bodyguard to take Crossing Xianjiu's body and leave quickly. At this time, and Linglong said, Mr. Su Chen, although you felt relieved just now, but I think you are still too impulsive. This time you have completely offended the White Dragon King to death. Su Chen asked back, if I don't kill Crossing Xianjiu, will the White Dragon King thank me? And Linglong was speechless for a moment. She also knew that, whether Su Chen killed him or not, the White Dragon King would attack Su Chen. It's an offense anyway, why bother yourself? Su Chen said indifferently. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had asked for a lower price just now, he could have used Crossing Xianjiu's waste and exchanged it for 1 or 2 spiritual herbs. Alas. Although it makes me feel better, I lost at least 1 spiritual herb. It's all the fault of the White Dragon King. He is not polite at all and doesn't even have the attitude to ask for help. How can this business be done? Su Chen shook his head helplessly. If An Linglong and Ling Yuru heard what Su Chen was thinking, they would definitely be speechless. At this time, Qin Wentian said with a worried look on his face, Su Chen, the White Dragon King's strength is top-notch in the provincial capital. If you offend him like this, I'm afraid you will have endless troubles in the future. Not only you, the Zhao family may also be affected. Wang Xingzu also echoed, yes. The White Dragon King has been operating for many years, and I'm afraid he has minions throughout the province. This time, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Su Chen said, since this kind of person has been offended, there is no turning back. Next, we can only fight back and block the water. If the White Dragon King sends a strong man, an innate strong man, I'm not afraid at all. And the god realm above the innate master is known as the land immortal. I'm afraid that even the White Dragon King cannot easily use it, and, after a while, even if a strong man in the god realm comes, I dare to fight. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was shocked. The god realm can even fight. How domineering is this? Wang Xingzu didn't really believe it in his heart. The higher you go in martial arts practice, the harder it is to make progress. Moreover, Su Chen is now a congenital master. It is so difficult for him to break through to the divine realm. But the person who said this was Su Chen, which made Wang Xingzhu feel a little hopeful. After all, what Su Chen has been doing is to make the impossible possible. On the other side, pretty widow Ling Yuru was full of disbelief. Even if Su Chen killed Crossing Xianjiu, she didn't believe that Su Chen could make further progress in a short time. However, Su Chen didn't bother to care whether she believed it or not. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Su Chen's cell phone rang. After answering the call, Yao Nana's voice came from the other side. Mr. Su, I'm in Bincheng now. Where are you? Crossing Xianjiu, a subordinate of the White Dragon King, has come to Bincheng. Where are you? We'll find you now. Su Chen felt warm in his heart and reported his location. Don't worry, I've solved it. Su Chen wanted to explain. At this time, another call came in. Su Chen had to say, come to the Qin family villa first. I have another call. Su Chen transferred the call to another call. Yao Nana was a little dazed when she heard the beep, beep on the phone. On the side, Yao Shan asked, Nana, what's wrong with you? Su Chen, where is he? Let's go quickly. If he lets Crossing Xianjiu kill me, I will be beaten to death by your grandfather. Yao Nana glanced at her father. Dad. Su Chen said that he is in the Qin family villa. In addition, he seems to have solved Crossing Xianjiu. What? Yao Shan's eyes widened immediately. On the other side, Su Chen answered the second call. On the other side, Han Qiwu's voice rang. Mr. Su, where are you? I'm in Bincheng now, and I will find you immediately. If Crossing Xianjiu attacks you, you can say that you are my Han family's offering. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that this Han family would care so much about him. It seems that they have decided to stand on his side completely. Su Chen decided to return the favor. He smiled and said, I'm in the Qin family villa now. In addition, don't worry about Crossing Xianjiu. I have killed him. What? Han Qiwei cried out. The two chatted for a few words and hung up the phone. In the backseat of the luxury car, Han Qiwei looked a little dazed, but full of smiles. Han Daozheng next to him asked in confusion, Dad, what's wrong with you? How is Su Chen? Han Qiwei came back to his senses and laughed. Son, we bet on the right horse. Mr. Su killed Crossing Xianjiu. Han Daozheng was also stunned and then overjoyed. The powerful and fierce innate strongman Crossing Xianjiu was not Su Chen's opponent. With time, who else in the martial arts world will be Su Chen's opponent? At this moment, the Han family father and son finally confirmed that Su Chen is definitely a real thigh and must hold tight. Su Chen hung up the phone and was in a good mood. Among the 8 major families in the provincial capital, 2 are on his side. This feeling is very good. At this time, Sun Zongjing arrived and brought the medicinal materials that Su Chen needed. Thank you, Mr. Sun. I'll go to boil the medicine first. Su Chen thanked and then took the medicinal materials and prepared to go to the kitchen to boil the liquid medicine. Seeing this scene, and Ling Lang seemed to have found an opportunity to make a conversation. She hurried forward and Ling Yuru followed. Mr. Su, I often boil medicine in Medicine King Valley. Do you need my help? And Ling Lang said softly. Su Chen looked at her and said lightly, no. As long as you two stop stopping me, it will be considered as helping me. And Ling Lang and Ling Yuru's faces flushed, and they felt a little embarrassed. They knew that Su Chen was teasing them about their previous obstruction. Ling Yuru said a little unconvinced, then we are also doing this for your own good. We don't want to see you killed by Crossing Xianjiu. Su Chen said lightly, make sure I stay alive, and then go to treat you too, right? You. Ling Yuru was speechless. Their ultimate goal is indeed to let Su Chen treat them, not to really want to protect Su Chen. And Ling Lang sighed in her heart. She slowly said, Mr. Su, I admit that Sister Ru and I did have other purposes and underestimated you. Please forgive us. But we are sincerely seeking medical treatment and hope you can help us. Su Chen said indifferently, save you? Sure. What's the benefit? Seeing Su Chen asking for a reward openly, and Ling Lang felt a little strange. When Su Chen treated Wang Xingzhu, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao, he never mentioned any reward. What she and Ling Yuru did was really wrong. If she had stood on Su Chen's side from the beginning instead of thinking of using the White Dragon King's matter as a bargaining chip, perhaps Su Chen would have regarded her as a friend. and Ling Lang said, if Mr. Su is willing to treat me and Sister Ru, the power of my medicine King Valley can be used by you. Haha. I don't care. Su Chen said indifferently, and then turned to leave. Ling Yuru was immediately dissatisfied and said, Su Chen, although you are extraordinary in martial arts, do you know how powerful my medicine King Valley is? How powerful? Is it more powerful than the White Dragon King? Su Chen asked back. Ling Yuru paused for a moment, but said stubbornly, even if he is not as powerful as the White Dragon King, he is still better than you, a commander without troops. Before Su Chen could speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Who said Mr. Su is a commander without troops? Everyone turned around and saw two cars with provincial license plates driving into the yard. Yao Shan, Yao Nana, Han Kiwei, and Han Dao Heng got out of the car almost at the same time. The four of them bowed to Su Chen and said respectfully, hello, Mr. Su. Ling Yuru was stunned. Chapter 174. Is this called a commander without troops? Ling Yuru was stunned. And Ling Lang was also a little dumbfounded. Just now Ling Yuru said that Su Chen was a lone commander, but now people from the Han family and the Yao family in the provincial capital have come. Moreover, judging from the attitude of these two families towards Su Chen, they seem to be very respectful. Could it be that the people from these two families are supporters of Su Chen? Ling Yuru and Ling Lang looked at each other, somewhat unbelievable. I'm fine, don't worry. Su Chen smiled faintly. Wait a moment, I'll go and boil the medicine first. Su Chen boiled the medicine and walked out again. He hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, an emergency brake sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. A Bentley drove into the Qin family villa from outside, and Li Xiaolei and Li Chunren trotted down from the car. Li Xiaolei ran to Su Chen, looked him up and down, and then said with relief, Mr. Su, I heard that the White Dragon King sent people to deal with you. Are you okay? Su Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, thank you for your concern, Mr. Li, I'm fine. On the side, Wang Xingzu smiled and said, old man Li, you are late. Su Chen has already killed Crossing Xianjiu. Li Xiaolei was shocked. Crossing Xianjiu's notoriety was so great that even he had heard of it. Now, he was defeated by Su Chen. Li Xiaolei said, Mr. Su, if you kill Crossing Xianjiu, the White Dragon King will definitely not let it go. Whatever you want to do next, my Bincheng family will be ready to take Mr. Su's orders at any time. And Ling Lang and Ling Yuru looked at each other again. The Bincheng family was once the richest family in Bincheng, and its power was not too small. Now, they are willing to stand on Su Chen's side when Su Chen offended the White Dragon King. This surprised the two of them. However, what surprised them even more was still to come. As soon as Li Xiaolei finished speaking, Han Kiwei from the Han family said, Li Xiaolei, the opponent is the White Dragon King. You, a small family in Bincheng, can't help much, so don't get involved. As for Mr. Su, we have the Han family in the provincial capital, so we don't need you. Li Xiaolei was stunned. Wow. There are people from the 8 major families in the provincial capital who are eyeing Su Chen. Before Li Xiaolei could refute Han Kiwei, Yao Nana said, Master Han, I think your Han family should take a break first. After all, the Han family is only one of the lower 4 families among the 8 major families, and can't stand the tossing. When it comes to fighting against the White Dragon King, it's better for my Yao family to help Su Chen. Li Xiaolei was even more shocked. Even the Yao family, one of the top 4 families among the 8 major families, got involved. Han Kiwei said, Yao Nana, you seem to be only the 3rd generation of the Yao family, and you don't have the right to make the decision. I'm the head of the Han family, and I have the full power to decide the affairs of the Han family. Our Han family fully supports Mr. Su. Yao Nana looked at Han Kiwei angrily. This old man actually used his status to make a fuss. However, as the head of the Han family, his words do carry more weight. Dad, do you still remember what Grandpa told you? Yao Nana pulled the corner of Yao Shan's clothes. Yao Shan had been embarrassed to speak just now, and now he quickly stood up. Old Patriarch Han, Nana can't make decisions on behalf of the Yao family, but I, Yao Shan, can, right? In addition, I came to Bincheng with my father's instructions to support Mr. Su at all costs. So, if Mr. Su wants to go to war with the White Dragon King, my Yao family is willing to act as a pawn. On the side, and Linglong and Ling Yuru saw the Han family and the Yao family competing for favor in front of Su Chen, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially Ling Yuru, thinking about how she had just mocked Su Chen for being a lone commander. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into at this moment. Li Xianlei saw the two families in the provincial capital competing for favor in this way, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Now, he is not the only one who has discovered Su Chen's potential. Well, I can persuade my brother Li Xiaoshu. He is the head of the Li family in the provincial capital. Li Xianlei had to move out of the Li family in the provincial capital to increase his voice. However, before he finished speaking, Yao Shan and Han Kiwi turned to him and said, "Forget it. Will Li Xiaoshu listen to you?" When facing Li Xianlei, Yao Shan and Han Kiwi were still able to unite the front. Li Xianlei suddenly looked embarrassed. At this time, Su Chen bowed and said politely, "Thank you, Mr. Li." In any case, Li Xianlei has supported him for a long time in matters big and small in Bincheng, and Su Chen doesn't want to see him embarrassed. Han Kiwi saw Su Chen's attitude and immediately understood that Su Chen and Li Xianlei have a good relationship. He was startled and quickly changed his words. "Mr. Li is so righteous. Our Han family is willing to work with the Bincheng Li family to help Mr. Su solve his problems." Yao Shan also reacted and changed his words. "Mr. Li, if there is a chance, our provincial Yao family is willing to cooperate with the Li family." Su Chen said. Yao Shan and Han Kiwi began to show goodwill to Li Xianlei again. This scene made Linglong and Ling Yuru completely dumbfounded. Ling Yuru's face was slightly hot. The Yao, Han, and Li families are all top families in the province. Only the Bincheng Li family is slightly weaker, but it is not worse than the Medicine King Valley, and the Han family and the Yao family are much stronger than the Medicine King Valley. As a result, now all three families are rushing to help Su Chen and work for him. Can this be called a commander without troops? And she just used the power of the Medicine King Valley as a bargaining chip to trade with Su Chen. It's ridiculous. At this moment, Ling Yuru was completely convinced and didn't dare to say anything more. And Linglong glanced at Ling Yuru and sighed slightly in her heart. She stepped forward and said to Su Chen, "Mr. Su, Sister Ru just spoke without restraint. You should set the conditions. If Sister Ru and I want to be treated, what medical expenses do we need to pay?" Su Chen said calmly, "It's very simple. Just bring the elixir." "What? You actually want elixir?" Ling Yuru couldn't help it. "Can you guarantee the treatment effect?" Su Chen said calmly, "No guarantee. You can treat it or not." "You." Ling Yuru was immediately furious. Su Chen glanced at her calmly, and Linglong quickly grabbed Ling Yuru. "Sister Ru." And Linglong said solemnly. Ling Yuru saw in Linglong's eyes and had to shut up. And Linglong looked helpless. Just now, Su Chen's decisive killing of crossing Xianjiu also made her see Su Chen's temper. Su Chen is a guy who is soft and not hard. If Ling Yuru says something unpleasant again, Su Chen will get angry and may really refuse to take action. Seeing that the bad-tempered Ling Yuru stopped talking, Su Chen smiled, and Linglong also breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Su, I only have one spiritual medicine in my hand now, which is considered as the medical expenses for one person. I will use 3 billion to pay for the medical expenses of the other person. Is that okay?" And Linglong said in a negotiating tone. When Ling Yuru heard this, there was a bit of reluctance on her face, but under Linglong's gaze, she didn't say anything more. Su Chen thought about it and nodded. "Okay." Then, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down some names of medicinal materials. "Prepare these medicinal materials first, and then come to me, and I will help you treat. In addition, don't forget to bring the medical expenses," Su Chen said. And Linglong nodded and left with Ling Yuru. After the two walked far away from the Qin family villa, they breathed a sigh of relief. This Su Chen, I'm so angry. If I can beat him, I must hang him up and beat him. Ling Yuru screamed in anger, and Linglong smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Ru, Su Chen is only in his early 20s, but he has already cultivated his martial arts to the innate realm. Even crossing Xianjiu died in his hands. So, he has the capital to be arrogant. Besides, I'm afraid he is the only one who can heal our bodies. Hearing this, Lin Yuru was helpless. That's why I'm angry. This bastard actually blackmailed us for a spiritual herb, which we saved up for a long time. And Ling Lang smiled and said, forget it. It's our fault for misjudging his strength and not making friends with him in advance. Look at how the Qin family and the Li family are treated in front of Su Chen now. Even the Yao family and the Han family in the provincial capital have come to curry favor with him. So, don't feel that we are at a disadvantage. We will give him whatever he wants. If we can take this opportunity to make friends with him, the gain will be enough to make up for all our losses. What's more, he will help us heal our bodies. Lin Yuru said reluctantly, is this Su Chen worth it? Now, he has offended the White Dragon King. We just tried to please him, and he died. Isn't it a waste of effort? And Ling Lang said, the Han family and the Yao family are not afraid, so why should we be afraid? Besides, at least we can get medical treatment, which is not too bad. Lin Yuru's brows relaxed. Okay. Anyway, I think this kid is too arrogant. He is arrogant because of his talent. If he is not careful, he will fall at any time. Lin Yuru muttered. But Ling Lang said lightly, I think he may be able to pass the White Dragon King. By then, our entire Dongzhou province martial arts world will respect him. Lin Yuru was stunned and murmured, is this Su Chen really that powerful? In the Qin family villa, Su Chen didn't know that he had so much potential in Ling Lang's eyes. At this time, Qin Wentian asked the servants to clean up the villa and asked the Han, Yao and Li families to sit down. Yao Shan also took this opportunity to apologize to Su Chen. He even wanted to kneel down and apologize to Su Chen according to the previous agreement, but was rejected by Su Chen. After all, Su Chen and Yao Nana have a good relationship. If her father really kneels down to him, it will inevitably be awkward between the two. Besides, Yao Shan's attitude when he came to Bincheng this time also made Su Chen unwilling to care about him. Seeing that Su Chen forgave him, Yao Shan was relieved. Qin Wentian entertained everyone, and Su Chen applied the medicine to Qin Yao. After it was boiled, when it was time to remove the medicine, Qin Yao was a little nervous. My benefactor, will I really return to my original appearance? You didn't lie to me, did you? Qin Yao said pitifully. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry. If it gets ugly, I can change it. Qin Yao was amused. Uncover the gauze wrapped on her face, wash her face, and a beautiful and delicate face appeared in the mirror again. Her face was rosy and as beautiful as a peach blossom. Ah. Benefactor, I love you so much. Qin Yao was surprised and jumped on Su Chen, giving Su Chen a face hugger again. Just when Qin Yao was praising Su Chen, there was another person who was complaining about him. It was Su Chen's wife Zhou Wanqiu and her best friend Guan Qingqing. Chapter 175, Crisis of Zhao's Catering Group. At this moment, in Guan Qingqing's bedroom, Zhou Wanqiu and Guan Qingqing were disheveled, occasionally revealing their springtime beauty. Their faces were flushed and sweaty. It was obvious that the two had just had a fight. Zhou Wanqiu panted and said, I told you to keep talking nonsense all day long. Do you know you are wrong now? If you dare to talk nonsense again in the future, I will tickle you and spank you. Guan Qingqing's temples were also red, and she said angrily, I was just talking nonsense. I was just talking nonsense. You damn girl, you have been so energetic recently. It must be because of the training with Su Chen. Ah. You still say it. Zhou Wanqiu was immediately embarrassed and pounced on him again. Suddenly, a burst of laughter and playfulness rang out in the boudoir again. After a long while, the room became quiet again. The two women were so tired that they lay on the bed with their legs spread out, and they had no energy to fight anymore. After panting for a long time, Zhou Wanqiu finally calmed down. She said, Qingqing, I just don't understand. What's so good about that bastard Su Chen? Can't he just fight and treat illnesses? Why do so many women get close to him? Last time it was Qin Yao from the Qin family. This time, it's another woman. Guan Qingqing stopped playing around and asked, are you sure? Zhou Wanqiu said, of course I'm sure. Although I didn't see clearly who the woman in the BMW was, I'm sure that woman was not Qin Yao. Besides, that BMW has a license plate from the provincial capital. Guan Qingqing laughed and said, Wanqiu, your fake husband is great. He can even win over the rich women in the provincial capital. Just count how many cars have been given to him. The red Ferrari, the pink Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and now there's a BMW with a provincial capital license plate. He's only been out of the village for a few days, and he's already won over so many rich women. What a talent. Listening to Guan Qingqing's qizzing, Zhou Wanqiu said angrily, I don't know if those rich women are blind or have problems with their brains. They are so fascinated by a country bumpkin. Guan Qingqing gave a wicked smile and said, Wanqiu, do you think Su Chen has any special skills? What special skills? Zhou Wanqiu was stunned. Then, she realized what Guan Qingqing meant. Zhou Wanqiu blushed. Guan Qingqing deliberately said, you are close to the water and the moon is the first to come. Why don't you try it? Ah. You little slut, you are slutty again. Why don't you try it? Zhou Wanqiu's face flushed. Guan Qingqing said nonchalantly, I can try it, as long as you, the wife of the main room, are not jealous. Anyway, I haven't tried it yet, just treat it as a maidservant for you, the eldest lady, to try the quality of the son-in-law in advance. Tell me, should I try it on your bedroom bed, or on my bed? Do you want to watch and guide me? Guan Qingqing's tiger words made Zhou Wanqiu unable to resist. Qingqing, you wife. I won't pay attention to you. Zhou Wanqiu blushed and pulled the quilt over her face. In her mind, some inappropriate images flashed through her mind. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, Zhou Wanqiu's cell phone rang suddenly. She quickly got out of the quilt and picked up the phone. After answering the call, Zhou Wanqiu's face changed quickly. What? Okay, I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wanqiu's face was no longer red, but pale. Guan Qingqing saw her abnormality and asked, Wanqiu, what's wrong? Zhou Wanqiu said with a gloomy face, my dad called me and said that something happened in the company. He has rushed to the group. Isn't Uncle Zhou still recovering? Can he be discharged from the hospital? Guan Qingqing asked. Zhou Wanqiu said, it's not a big problem, the main thing is to rest. But this time the Zhou catering group encountered a more serious thing, so he rushed over in a hurry. Guan Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. After all, it might be related to the secrets of Zhou catering. Then you go quickly. Zhou Wanqiu nodded, picked up her things and left quickly. On the other side, the Qin family villa. After Qin Yao's face was perfectly restored, Qin Wentian and Wang Xingzhu also breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Wang Xingzhu. He was still counting on his granddaughter to take down Su Chen. Seeing Qin Yao recover, the stone in his heart finally fell. Everyone chatted in the hall for a while. The Han family father and son and the Yao family father and daughter knew that Su Chen had a close relationship with the Qin family and the Li family, so they did not put on airs, but instead spoke in a flattering manner. For a while, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. At this time, Yao Shan said, Mr. Su, you killed Crossing Xianjiu this time. The White Dragon King will not let it go. You must be more careful. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked, I'm not afraid of the White Dragon King causing trouble, but I'm worried that other people will be implicated because of me. If he sends people to attack and kill the people around me directly, I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue them in time and there will be losses. Yao Shan said, I think Mr. Su should not worry about this matter. You are a martial arts cultivator. The White Dragon King may send experts to attack and kill you. But he may not necessarily kill the Zhou and Qin families, but more likely to use commercial means to show you a warning. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked, then Crossing Xianjiu before? Yao Shan explained, before, Crossing Xianjiu didn't really want to kill Miss Yao, but just use the threat of disfigurement to force out your whereabouts. It's okay for martial artists to kill each other. However, if martial artists kill ordinary people indiscriminately, someone will cause trouble for them. Even the White Dragon King doesn't want to cause such trouble. Su Chen was stunned. This was the first time he heard such a statement. Is there anyone who cares about this? Who is it? Su Chen asked. Yao Shan smiled and said, in fact, the government also has a martial arts organization, which is specifically aimed at crimes committed by martial arts monks against ordinary people. These people are very difficult to deal with. Once they find real evidence, even the White Dragon King will find it difficult to deal with them. Su Chen asked. Then I also killed the Zhao family before. Does that also count as attacking ordinary people? Yao Shan shook his head and said, since the government wants to manage martial arts monks, it is natural to make these people who have mastered powerful forces convinced. I have also heard about the Zhao family. They have sent warriors to deal with you several times. In this way, as long as your counterattack is not too excessive, it is reasonable. If you kill the entire Zhao family, including servants, drivers, chefs and other irrelevant people, you will definitely not escape accountability. Su Chen nodded. It seems that the government is not a one-size-fits-all approach. However, Su Chen still doesn't want to have too much contact with these people. When Su Chen was about to ask for more details, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding ling ling. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was Zhang Yu's call. Su Chen had not been to work in the past few days, and he did not know why Zhang Yu was looking for him. He answered the phone. On the other side, Zhang Yu's nervous voice came. Brother Chen, where are you? Come to the company quickly. Our Zhao's catering group has encountered big trouble again. Then, Zhang Yu explained. Su Chen frowned slightly, and he said, I'll be back right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen apologized to everyone and left quickly. Yao Shan, Han Kiwi and others looked at each other in surprise. What's wrong with Mr. Su? Han Kiwi murmured. It seems that he has encountered something difficult. Yao Shan looked worried. I feel that it may be the White Dragon King who made a move. When this was said, everyone was shocked. So soon? Yao Nana blurted out. A trace of worry appeared on everyone's face. The White Dragon King's move might not be simple. On the other side, after leaving the Qin family, Su Chen quickly rushed to the Zhao's catering group. When he entered the Zhao's catering group, he clearly felt that the atmosphere of the company was a little different. Every employee had a look of panic and worry on their faces. There were also managers from different departments, all jogging all the way to the president's office. Su Chen did not go directly to Zhou Wanqiu, but returned to his old nest, the secretariat office. He wanted to find out the situation first. As soon as Su Chen stepped into the door, Zhang Yu was the first one to notice him. Brother Chen, you're here. Shan Yang, Fatty Liu Pan, Su Jiao and others hurriedly greeted him. Su Chen walked in quickly. Zhang Yu, tell me the details. Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. His face became serious. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.